in the case against Carmelo Anthony. Austin Metcalf was 17 years old when he lost his life in this fight between Carmelo Anthony and himself. And as Michael just said, Austin Metcalf pushed Carmelo. Carmelo returned with a knife that he pulled out of a bag. It was a very small knife, 4-inch pocket knife, which was not illegal to have in his possession. It was against school policy, but it was not illegal for him to have it in his possession. And the defense argued in their closing argument that Austin Metcalf had no legal right to force Carmelo.
So the verdict is in, guys. There's most definitely a verdict that has been reached in this case. Shout out to everybody in the building, guys, as we await what the actual verdict is, guys. Make sure you guys are double tapping that screen. That's how you hit the like button. Yeah, we here for it, guys. A verdict has been reached.
Best thing to camera, and that is our.
So my mother's keeper
inside the courtroom. He's making his way inside through security, and he'll be able to send us out in real time observations.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. And make sure you vote on the poll.
We have it up. We're waiting for anything from Cody. So far, nothing. So he's making his way inside the courtroom. But again, there is a verdict in the case against Carmelo Anthony. Michael Jaffer, the choices are murder, manslaughter, and not guilty. There's also
Lord have mercy. Tensions are high out there, guys. What's up, Ottawa?
The defendant wants decide punishment. And it's wide-ranging. Even on the top charge, it's 5 years to 99. If you're representing Carmelo Anthony, do you want the jury to decide penalty, or would you rather the judge decide that? And does it matter on what their verdict is? Let's assume that he's guilty of one of the top.
It's a lot of people out there, man.
Of course, that would play out. Otherwise, there is no sentencing.
Look at your boy. There go your boy. Say no to scope. Ratchet TV, Queen 88 out there.
Think they'll opt for, if indeed there is.
Look at them homeboys right there.
A guilty verdict here.
Love
this go 88.
And here's the answer. Both things are true. It does depend on the jury, on the verdict, obviously. If it's murder, if it's a top charge, I don't want them going anywhere near it. But secondly, it comes down to the judge. Every attorney will tell you, don't tell me the law, tell me who the judge is. It depends on the judge. These defense attorneys know this judge. They've practiced in front of this judge. It's a very, very, very small, close-knit community. I'm not talking about that city. I'm talking about the community of defense attorneys and judges. We all know each other.
The verdict is in, guys. We're waiting to hear him announce
the verdict and the judge. So first of all, it's a non-starter.
I feel like if anything, if they convict this boy or if they don't, all hell is finna break loose.
For me to let the jury decide the punishment if they come back on the top charge. I don't want that jury anywhere near it because I have no idea what happened in that room and which leader was able to impress upon the other people. Clearly, I lost. But if the verdict comes back as if it's not guilty, there's no sentencing. But if it comes back on manslaughter, then I go back to the second part of the analysis, which is who is the judge? If the judge is somebody that I know has a background, has worked in the inner city, worked in communities, represented. If he was a criminal defense attorney, I'm letting the judge decide the sentence no matter what. If the judge was a criminal defense attorney, because they didn't just go to law school and become a judge. They did something. What did they do before? But if they were a prosecutor,
not on my watch.
I'm not letting that judge decide the sentence because a prosecutor will just basically throw the book almost all the time. So that's the answer to the question. These attorneys already have their idea of what they want in case their client is convicted of anything.
Yeah, when you factor in the 3 hours,
make sure you guys are double tapping that screen and get the lights up.
A trial of this magnitude and a high-profile trial. Every one of the jurors in this case, Michael, has been told to not factor in the community, not factor in the fact that this is high-profile, but they know that
on vacation, relaxing in my Maybach Benz, not on my watch. I've been chilling
in this part of Texas is watching. And that matters, does it not? That yes, they know that their decision is going to be reacted to, and we're seeing it playing out even before the decision comes in outside of the court.
Make sure you vote on the poll, guys.
Yeah, again, Ted, this is very, very, very sad. And watching what I'm seeing on screen is very, very sad. Yeah, I mean, listen, imagine, I see how this stuff comes about, right? You're sitting there in whatever community you are. In this case, it's in Texas, right? And you see a case, you hear a fact pattern, you come to a judgment. Obviously, you don't have all the facts, and you say, "Oh, this was sad. This shouldn't have happened, or it should have happened," right?
Well, they got a lot of footage of scolding them out there, don't they?
He went to school one day. His
parents. There go 88. You know what I'm saying? I know her. I know this lady right here.
But if you come to the conclusion,
let's go. And 88 finna come through.
A young man lost his life. He went to school one day.
That's Queen 88 right there. She's most definitely on the scene covering the whole trial, guys, as well as Say No to Sco and Ratchet TV. They all out there. All Texas bloggers, guys, are out there. Smash the Topic is out there. Yeah, they're on the scene. We might go to a little bit of that footage in a minute from outside the courtroom.
Parents got a phone call, not telling them, "Hey, your son has a nosebleed, but your son is dead," right? And so you come to a conclusion. Then when you see other people outside the courtroom protesting, not in favor of the death, but hey, Mr. Anthony did nothing wrong, then you're going to come and you say, "I'm going to go protest," and then the whole thing.
Look at 88. They got to hold her back.
Comes inflamed.
It's a lot of emotions out there, guys. Make sure you're double tapping that screen.
None of us know more than those jurors about what we saw in this case. It's coming back in 3 hours from multi-day trial. It just, to me, seems like rash. Either way, whether they convict him or whether they acquit him, I feel like this required a little bit more deliberation.
There's gonna be a lot going on out there, guys.
Of that 3 hours was
guilty or not guilty. Vote on the poll.
Taking a poll and everything else. So at the end of the day, this is going to really whatever happens, there's going to be some sort of payback to the community there as a result of this.
It seems
to be a problem, guys.
We're gonna get a break because we still haven't heard from Cody, who's inside the courtroom. He is sending out messages to us, meaning that he is just getting settled and going through security and all of that.
So he say he finna go to break. We not. Let's switch to another channel. You know what I'm saying? And most definitely get how they're feeling about this situation as it gets heated, guys, in McKinney, Texas.
They all have bright futures, and in a moment, whatever happened under that tent has derailed a number of lives here.
I think it was also during the
look
trial,
at all those people out there, guys.
Was. I think you mentioned this too, Sean, that having
most
to see
definitely
the surveillance
the
footage,
fair
having to
use.
see just what unfolded in the moments after this altercation, this interaction between these two 17-year-old students. And so, yeah, this is probably, I would imagine, emotionally taxing for both sides, for both families, and to just consider that.
Hey, let's take time to hit that like button. Double tap the screen, guys. Get the likes up.
Went to school with both students. It's got to be very emotional for them as well to be a part of this and to witness all of this play out. So we will see, what the jury has decided momentarily. Again, we were expecting for that decision to be announced at 2:05. It is 2:20 right now. So they're a little bit
any second, we're going to get the verdict, guys.
15 minutes behind schedule, but I think, that sometimes happens in these kinds of cases.
Make sure y'all so likes up. Double tap that screen, guys. Double tap that screen. We most definitely waiting on the Carmelo Anthony verdict, guys. It's due to come in any second. We're here.
There are sweaty palms. There are sweaty foreheads. Hearts are racing. Everyone in that court, on either side, everyone in that courtroom has the same kind of anxiety at this moment as they wait for words that will echo.
They were supposed to bring it in at 2:05, guys. It's now 2:21, so that means any second they will be announcing the verdict.
That was the question this morning. We were wondering, right? Because this was kind of their first time really talking to each other about what the evidence that was presented to them, right? So this is their first time, saying, well, I thought this, or I thought that, or what did you make of this? And so really for them to come to a conclusion, to come to a decision within 3 hours of deliberating, I thought, okay, that's fairly soon. Maybe we'll expect it later this evening or tomorrow, but it sounds like they have come to a consensus.
Sure, and really there's no formula for how juries work. Over my years, I've had an opportunity to interview a number of jurors. Oftentimes, they'll return to the jury room and immediately take a vote to find out where they are in the room. And then they start working through evidence or questions or talking out loud amongst themselves from there. to see which way they move, if they move at all. So
let's go, same
we
gang.
don't know where they started, but we do know starting deliberations at 10:52.
That wasn't real, EJ.
Word when we did a little after 1, I guess that they reached a verdict. They weren't too far apart, whichever direction they're in.
Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get 100 likes. Double tap that screen if you have not. That's how you hit the like button as we watch live for the Carmelo Anthony verdict, guys.
It is 2:22 now, and we are waiting for the verdict to be announced in the Carmelo Anthony murder trial in Collin County.
That's right. The jury was able to consider manslaughter as a lesser charge. Initially, Carmelo Anthony was facing a first-degree murder charge. So now is this manslaughter or is this first degree? Manslaughter implies that this was just a reckless killing that kind of, in that spur of the moment, in fear maybe of his safety, he felt that he was in danger and he decided to defend himself. That is what the defense is arguing. Murder includes the intent. Was this intentional? Did he mean to do this? There were some people who asked the question of why did he bring a knife to a track meet? And there were some more details that were brought out about that knife.
So let me interject this. Lori Brown is in the court.
Double tap the screen. Get the likes up, guys.
Send out messages. And she is saying to us now that the attorneys are talking to the family members. And she believes that the attorneys are preparing the family members of the victims' families, the defendants' families.
So the attorneys are talking to the families, guys. It looks like it's about to all chaos. It's about to be chaos out there, guys.
And it's important.
They get ready to announce the verdict.
That's not easy.
Double tap that screen. Get the likes up. Let's get the likes past 100. If you can hear the sound of my voice, double tap that screen, guys. That's how you hit the like button on the mobile device.
Again.
Or you can click the 3 dots in the right-hand corner and also hit the thumbs up, guys. Make sure you're hitting that thumbs up, though. Double tap the screen of your mobile device or click the 3 dots in the right-hand corner. Hit that thumbs up.
It looks like we have someone joining us on Zoom, Russell Wilson. Russell, thank you for joining us here. We are waiting.
Make sure you vote on the poll.
Announced. What do you make of the fact that, the jury has been deliberated for 3 hours? So they reached a decision just before 2 o'clock. Just in your experience, what do you make of them coming to this decision fairly soon?
Let's get Edgar right up out of here. Congratulations, Edgar.
Yeah,
you just got deported. You know what I'm saying? Let's get him right up out of here. Rocket ships in the chat. Somebody's taking a trip to which they'll never return. Congratulations, my guy. You just got deported. We'll holler at you.
To resolve those disagreements. And so I think it was really kind of a narrow issue, if you will. There wasn't really a doubt about, who done it and how it happened or any of those types of things. And so perhaps based off of what they heard, jurors had a strong feeling one way or another. And, eventually that came to a unanimous verdict.
Russell, it's Sean.
Man, this is about to be intense, guys.
The 2 narrow really questions are narrow questions.
Yeah, I think one of them would have been
okay. So we got some on the ground footage. Hold on, we're gonna pause this. We got some they on the ground with it. Let's see what's going on out here with the protesters, guys. Double tap that screen. Most definitely get the likes up. Live footage, guys. Live footage. Double tap that screen. 40 from 100, guys. Let's get the likes to 100. Double tap that screen. We see people in support of Carmelo, guys, as well as the Anthony family as well, man. This most definitely is sad on both sides, man. My heart goes out to both families, man. It's a potential for both families to lose a son, one to prison and one due to the actions of another, guys. It is most definitely sad on both hands. On both sides. Prayer hands in the chat, man, for the families. Prayer hands in the chats, and also hit that like button. This is live footage from outside as we all await the verdict, guys. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for that gift. Yeah, let's get some prayer hands for Austin, guys. Let's also get some prayer hands for Carmelo. Prayer hands in the chat, man. This is live outside the courtroom as we await the verdict to come in, guys.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of a verdict is in the case against Carmelo Anthony in McKinney, Texas, Collin County.
There's a lot going on, guys.
Outside of the Collin County courthouse, inside the courtroom, the parties have gathered, and our Cody Thomas is in place. We're just awaiting the judge to take the bench. He says that Carmelo Anthony is there. This is the first appearance of Hunter Metcalf. This is the twin brother. He
25 more likes to 100, guys. Double tap that screen or click the three dots, hit that thumbs up.
He hasn't been in the courtroom for any of the trial. This is his first appearance inside that courtroom, and Cody continues to pass along messages saying the courtroom is filling up steadily. Of course, security is very high. Both sets of parents are in the courtroom, Carmelo Anthony's parents, and of course the Metcalfs as well in the courtroom, along with their son, the surviving twin Hunter Metcalf. Outside the courthouse, of course, it's been chaotic over the course of the trial on some level, but we're seeing it bubble up now as news spreads that there is a verdict in this case. Carmelo Anthony admits that he stabbed Austin Metcalf at a track meet last year after the two got into a verbal confrontation underneath a high school tent during a rain event. Both sides have different opinions on what transpired next. The defense here is that Carmelo warned the Metcalf brothers, specifically Austin, that he had something in his bag and he better not touch him or else. When Austin Metcalf then pushed Carmelo Anthony, he did reach in, grabbed a 4-inch pocket knife, and stabbed the young 17-year-old to death. Along with us, Michael Jafer and Sonny Slaughter. We've all watched this trial play out through the eyes of Cody Thomas. And again, if I cut you off, it's because we're getting some transmissions from Cody. But Sonny, to you first here as we await this verdict. There are three basic scenarios. You've got guilty of murder, the top charge, which carries with it a potential life sentence. Next is manslaughter. Put on the table today through the defense. The judge granted that. And then, of course, the third option, not guilty. How important is it for that jury and for the defense to have manslaughter on the verdict form?
I think it's really important because I do not feel.
Let's continue to double tap that screen, guys. We almost at 100 likes. Hit the like button.
I think it was reactionary. I think all of them should have calmed down. They didn't. And I just think, I don't think it was an intentional homicide, but I don't see this as a not guilty verdict at all because someone is dead. Austin is deceased. And that is a criminal act.
Hey, Bliss.
Manslaughter is the best that they can hope for and with a lower sentencing, but I do not see Carmelo walking out of court today.
Thank you for the gifts. Thank y'all for the gifts.
Michael, do you agree that's a long shot?
You know, I disagree with Sonny on this one. I think that there's a good chance he's going to be acquitted, because here's why. There was only one testimony that I've seen is that he stabbed him one time. He didn't stab him multiple times. I do agree that he shouldn't have done it, and I do agree that it was maybe disproportionate. But there's a good chance that this jury is going to come back not guilty, because they came back so. If this deliberation was 3 days, 4 days, I think I would tend to agree that probably they'll come back with manslaughter. But coming back in 3 hours, man, I can't imagine them coming back in 3 hours. And
3 hours, guys, all they deliberated
like
for.
Come back and find him not guilty. It's just I question the 3 hours. I just question that. So I think there's a good chance of that. But look, could it be that they came back in 3 hours with manslaughter, and manslaughter was?
Thank you, Tipster. Thank y'all for the gifts, man. Continue to hit that like button. Make sure you vote on the poll, guys.
The jury is heading into the courtroom. Carmelo is very serious.
The jury is coming into the courtroom, guys. We're gonna get it live.
The tension is clearly high.
I was finna go crazy.
Not verbal, but you can feel it. That is our Cody Thomas sending notes to us, because again, if you're just joining us, there are no cameras in this case, but it has been watched by people across the country, and specifically for those living in the Collin County, Texas area. So we'll wait with bated breath until Cody types again. But the scene has been set. The jury has been called.
It's about to come in, guys. Double tap that screen. Get the likes up.
Guilty of murder. This is Cody Thomas. The verdict is guilty. Guilty of murder, the top charge. Against Carmelo.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
Guilty of murder, guys.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Whoa.
We'll watch the crowd outside. They will
guilty of murder, guys.
Momentarily. And if we could keep that camera up on the outside there, because it'll just be a matter of seconds before this crowd reacts.
Wow.
Whoa.
There's a live look outside the court. People have
this is not good, guys.
Again, if you're just joining us, Carmelo Anthony.
Guilty of an M, guys. He's guilty. Guilty, guys.
Besides, which a lot of us feeling.
Yeah, it's about to go down, guys.
I was not expecting the top.
Okay,
I really was thinking that they would see manslaughter, still guilty, but manslaughter, different sentencing, but guilty.
Hold up, guys. Let's stop this one. Hold on. We got another one. Guilty of M, guys. They found him guilty. Let's get some live reactions, guys. ADH crying, guys. She's on the ground. Wow, they're proceeding to the punishment phase.
Jobin Puneker, our reporter in the courtroom, says,
"Oh my goodness, guys, guilty, guys. Hold on, let's get some live reactions from the protesters. Hold on, my fault. I'm sorry, guys." Hold on, let's go back a little bit. I want to see what they felt. What happened? Oh my goodness, they crying. She's crying out there, guys.
Some of them will speak. What went into their decision-making process, and it's really important to note.
Tanya,
people think.
I do want to get back to that for a second, but I do just want to call attention to the
guys.
The crowd outside has just heard that verdict.
Shout out to the gifts. Thank y'all.
Just a tremendous emotional reaction from some of the people in the crowd. Again,
that's 88, y'all. She's crying.
To 60 seconds after we announced it on the air, the people started getting the alerts on their phone. You could see everybody starting to look.
Thank you for the gifts, guys.
Getting those updates.
Carmelo Anthony guilty, guys.
Found guilty of murder. We just got word from inside the courtroom that they are proceeding to the punishment phase. And Jobin Puneker, our reporter in the courtroom, says that he saw Carmelo Anthony's mother audibly sobbing in the courtroom after that verdict was read. Again, you can see some of the reaction here from outside the courtroom. We're going to keep an eye on that. But Rebecca, Tanya, I apologize for interrupting you, but I would like to bring you in.
The verdict is guilty, guys.
To touch on the emotional toll that this has taken on two families.
Well, Chris, there have been people here that I have seen every single day since I got here during jury selection. Many of them fought to get into that courtroom so they could see some of the proceedings. And there were people on both sides trying to get those seats, all very emotional, but something every single day. And so many people on both sides, Austin Metcalf's family and
guilty, guys. The verdict is guilty.
They felt like he died in a senseless, very horrific way. Then there are the people on Carmelo's Anthony camp who felt like the system was rigged against him because there were 3 African-American jurors that identified themselves as African-American jurors that were kicked off this jury, that were not picked. I wouldn't say kicked off, but they were not selected as jurors or they did not make the cut. And so people felt that the justice system was just not going to work for Carmelo Anthony. So I suspect that that's some of the emotion that you are seeing here right now in the display.
And Rebecca, you were in that courtroom, regardless of. Talk to a little bit about the racial makeup of this jury.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people saying that there were no minorities or that it was an all-white jury. That was not the case. There were Asian Americans, there were a lot of women. There was also a Muslim woman, a woman that also, I would say probably 4 Asian Americans. And we don't know because the jury questionnaires are not public record. That was to protect the jury. The judge spent a lot of time trying to protect this jury because there have been threats against people in this case on both sides, and the judge wanted to make sure.
Look at the crowd, guys! It's loud out there.
Information was never
and he removed the messages. Look at the crowd, guys!
Louder and louder.
Chaos is about to, it's about to go crazy out there.
People out here calling for peace to tell everybody to please stay calm. It is a very, very emotional time for people out here.
It is, and I think that we can see behind us that this crowd is pretty heated. And I was, Rebecca, on the other side of me, I watched as a number of additional Collin County Sheriff's deputies walked up. You obviously can see.
All hell's about to break loose, guys.
I don't know exactly what's going on, but now
the
crowd
is
a woman starting
with a
to
baby that is
come a little bit towards us.
And again, you've had people out here that are not here because, Chris, they truly wanted to see any of this stuff. They never made it into the courtroom. They never even tried to get into the courtroom. They were here for their own political purposes or whatever. And that is
to all the people in the building. Let's take a little time from typing to double tap the screen to hit the like button or click the 3 dots and hit that thumbs up. It helps out the channel, guys. Carmelo Anthony found guilty of murder, guys. Wow.
And they immediately got in the middle of them and stopped some of the confrontations. They're going to let them have their free speech. They're going to let them, do what they are going to do, but they are not going to let people get violent. And they have made that very clear.
Well, and I think they've been practicing what I would call really good de-escalation techniques. Making sure that they keep as much as possible everybody calm. And as you can see from behind us, this is an emotional situation. There are people with very strong opinions on either side of it.
And Chris, we're going to toss it back to you.
Yeah, and I just want to let our viewers know, obviously in a situation like that, emotions are running high. We have live cameras out there. We are doing our very best to
it is a lot going on, guys.
That may or may not be used out there, but we don't have complete control over what people say at any given moment. So I just want to give you that, preface that by saying we are keeping an eye out for that, but you may hear some things that you do not want to hear. I also want to give you an idea of what's happening in the courtroom as we keep an eye on that scene outside. Our reporter inside the courtroom, Jobin Puneker, has been there every moment of this trial. He said that basically the words that the judge used to instruct Carmelo Anthony's team, he said he is now remanded in the custody of the Collin County Sheriff's Office taken, please. And then Carmelo Anthony walked.
All right, so we got a little bit of a closer look, guys. Hold on. You know, there's a lot going on outside that courthouse, man, from channel to channel, guys. Here's another angle.
Just angry, pure anger, just sadness, kind of.
Emotions are running high, guys. This is outside of the Carmelo Anthony trial, guys. He's been found guilty of murder, guys. He's been found guilty of murder. The highest charge he could get. As we hear a woman weeping, guys, behind the verdict. Yes, is guilty, guys. I seen somebody say, what? Yes, they found him guilty,
Breaking
guys.
news out of Texas. Carmelo Anthony found guilty of murder. The murder of
Make sure you
Austin
subscribing to the
Metcalf.
channel if you're
The
new.
word is just getting out to the crowds that have formed here outside of the courthouse in Texas. We're live here in the Stream Center with all the latest feeds and your reaction as well. But let's get back to here, everybody. The feed itself. This is live outside the courthouse as Carmelo Anthony has just been found guilty of murder. We have to caution our audience that this is a live feed. Anything could happen at any moment, whether it's language or particular visuals. Viewer discretion is advised as we are here live in a developing situation outside of a Texas courtroom where Carmelo Anthony, 19 years old, 17 years old at the time of the incident, been found guilty of murder, the murder of Austin Metcalf in Texas.
Wow, guys.
Immediately once that verdict was read, a woman fell to her knees, overwhelmed
88.
with emotion. She began to cry. And, you know, I'm going to walk over here. Austin, watch your step. Come on, Austin, come this way. And one thing I've heard multiple times since that verdict was read, you know, these folks saying that's what you get.
Thank you guys for the gifts.
Jury. Obviously, that's been talked about a lot. We know there was not a single black person being represented in that jury. So it looks like two gentlemen are yelling back and forth right now. And it looks like law enforcement is separating them.
Yo, get that baby out of here. Get that baby out of here.
And you hear a man yelling, get that baby out of here. There are children here. Notice the gentleman in the cowboy hat.
There's a lot going on. He's been found guilty, guys.
But Connell, so much emotion, boiling. It is hot. Tensions obviously flaring up. And you see the crowd of cameras. You see the people walking that way, Connell. I can tell you there's a whole group of people that once that verdict was read, you can just see in their faces like they had been defeated. That was the look of defeat. That's what they had on their face. As we just kind of walk with this crowd, I can tell you I've been here since jury selection, and there have been several Carmelo Anthony supporters that have been here since jury selection.
This is crazy. He was found guilty, guys.
Selected, this is what they were worried about, being found guilty of murder, not manslaughter in this case, but murder. So as we kind of follow the crowd, something else to really point out, Connell, law enforcement, they are everywhere. I also asked one of these parents here that is with their children, with their child. I said, why bring a child here? And she told her son here, so that way he would know what it's like to advocate for your community.
Get out of the roadway. You're going to jail. Out of the roadway.
So Connell,
this is sad, guys, on both ends.
What was it going to be like when the verdict was read? And here's the answer. You see, obviously, the animosity, and rightfully so, Connell. Notice law enforcement right here. That is from the beginning. We've said that. But yes, Connell, I'll send it back to you. You can take our live images. But I can tell you right now, law enforcement does have control of this. Dozens of people just heard the verdict. But obviously, for days now, this is what they've been waiting for, and it's for a lot of people here. I can tell you that.
They're going into the sentencing phase, guys. We will know what the sentence is here in a second.
Family The Metcalf family did lose someone. They lost a loved one, and that's what they've been saying too, because there have been Metcalf family supporters out here as well. So Connell, as I send it back to you, emotions running extreme.
I hear 88.
Lady beside me just said, used to locking up black folks. I'll be completely honest, Connell, from day one when they had that jury, it was an alarm bell that went off for a certain community that said, no black jurors, we already know what's gonna happen. Guilty. So there you go, Connell. That's what it's like down here, right in front of the Collin County Courthouse. You can see it right here. You see all the law enforcement making sure nobody does.
Thank you guys for the gift. Thank you.
Come here, Austin.
Let's hit that like button. Can we get the likes to 200, guys? Double tap that screen or click the three dots in the right-hand corner. Hit that thumbs up. It's a guilty verdict on Carmelo, guys.
And when you ask, what's the reaction like? Yeah, obviously, they just came out of the courthouse. A lot of emotion.
There's 88, guys.
Guilty, first-degree murder. And you know what? You watch this, and then you still got to think too. Austin Metcalf isn't even here. So, Connell, as I say that, I'll send it back to you, and I'll just stay with the live images, and I'll report back if anything happens. But so much raw emotion here on the ground.
As we see some
sad guys,
folks here making their way out of the courthouse and now being embraced by supporters outside.
Yeah, family has been coming out.
Let's continue to listen in.
These folks, not family though. Actually, the lady in the plaid pants.
Sad guys, sad on both
She was
ends.
actually the very last person to get into that general public. She was the last of the 27 people to be in the courtroom. But yeah, we've seen family come out this way, and obviously you saw them come out with tears in their faces, and a lot of emotions, a lot of just angry, pure anger, to just sadness, Connell.
Thank you for the gift. Live footage from outside the courthouse, guys, as Carmelo is found guilty and they move on to the sentencing phase.
Two sides together, obviously, they're going to butt heads. And it was an Austin Metcalf family supporter. And then you just saw a wave of what was Carmelo Anthony supporters. And you saw that back and forth. And what it appeared to be was just that entire group going after one person, one gentleman with a hat on. Law enforcement was there the whole time, but still, he wasn't backing down. Neither were those people here that are obviously in support of Carmelo Anthony. And that's why the crowd went that way. But I mean, if you look around, it's just law enforcement everywhere, and it's been like that all day long. They anticipated something like this.
When they gave Carmelo the verdict, he broke down and he cried.
There's 88.
He broke down and he cried.
88.
He broke down. She was in there with him.
Hold on one second.
Be on camera. She broke down and cried.
So explain to me what the woman.
We got our own air interview with Queen 88. You know, who's been covering this case since it started, guys.
He broke down and he cried.
How do you know that?
He broke down. She was in there with him.
Hold on one second.
Be on camera. She broke down and cried.
So explain to me what the
when
woman
they came back with the verdict, he broke down and he cried. Somber. That family nurse not good. That boy's not good. You been in there. I done talked to you before. You been in there. That boy smiled. That boy broke down and cried. They done fucked up the rest of this boy's life.
Had to get her up out of there. She cussing.
You've been here every day. I know. When you hear that verdict read, I saw you break down to the ground. What's going through your heart?
May I have your attention, please?
College should open doors.
Wow, guys.
Bury you in debt, but rising tuition.
We got Sco getting up in the camera. He want a part two. Say no to Sco. Is most definitely in the camera as well. I'm gonna bring it back a little bit so we can hear everything she said. Hold on. They got a commercial playing. I should have switched to the other one. Yeah, let's go back a little bit. Let's go back. Let's see what she actually said. One of the protesters, guys, who's been following this whole case since it started.
How do you know that?
He broke down. She was in there with him.
Hold on one second.
Be on camera. She broke down and cried.
So explain to me what the
when
woman
they came back with the verdict, he broke down and he cried. somber. That family nurse not good. That boy's not good. You been in there. I done talked to you before. You been in there. That boy smiled. That boy broke down and cried. They done fucked up the rest of this boy's life.
When you're out here and you see all these people, you've been here every day, I know. When you hear that verdict read, I saw you break down to the ground. What's going through your heart? What's going through your head right now?
So we got SCO and 88, guys. You know what I'm saying? SCO and 88. YouTube bloggers who basically been covering this case, guys. They are on the scene. They made it to the news, got them an interview.
Why do we have to care anymore? Why are we even here? To be honest, why are we here? What are we here for? Because if we take up for ourselves, we go to jail. If we don't, we die. So it's a catch-22 in this situation. What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for it. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin. Let me ask you this. Right now, I hear the frustration. Are you more angry or more sad as to what just happened?
I'm angry and I'm hurt. I'm angry because you were in there. I was in there too. Those witnesses were lying on him. You got the judge friends with the prosecutor. Let's start there. The judge was falling asleep. Some juries was falling asleep and didn't even have a damn notepad. Y'all didn't take this shit seriously.
All right, Austin, come this
Thank
way.
you. Thank you for the gift.
And we're just gonna, Connell, stay with us.
Thank you for the gifts.
The crowd kind of goes this way. We're just gonna kind of make sure. Come this way. So, excuse me, sir. Is this the Anthony family?
We love y'all.
So, Connell.
I want to go talk to them. They're going to go over there in the grass.
Okay.
Not out here in the road.
So it looks like family is leaving right now.
Yeah.
So this is the Anthony family representation. Connell, he's been speaking on behalf of the family. I got you, Connell.
Sad situation, guys. Get the reactions from the family spokesperson, guys. Interview with the spokesperson for the family right here. From the Anthony family spokesperson. Make sure you got, we should be over 200 likes. Double tap that screen, guys. Get the likes up. Or click the 3 dots and hit that thumbs up, guys. Get the likes up.
I will say this one time, and one time only. I speak on behalf of myself, Minister Dominique Alexander. I speak on behalf of myself as president of the Next Generation Action Network. The Next Generation Action Network wanted to respect this process, to be able to make sure that nobody said that the Next Generation Action Network is this process, feared in this process. But what this process did is shown that Black lives do not matter in Collin County. It showed us that time and time in American history, it has shown emotions.
I don't know what that's them, not me, guys. That is their connection, not mine.
Get back online. We're also social media.
In this process, it showed very clearly that a Black boy was allowed, not one Black soul on a jury. An all white jury convicted him in 2 to 3 hours. We know that they did not prove their case.
Hey, Miss T.
They are currently sentencing Carmelo Anthony, but we know that the Next Generation Action Network put the first $10,000 towards an appellate attorney, and we will fight Collin County like hell. I respected this process. I allowed and called for peace in this process. But Black America should be very upset about what went on today. Now, before all of the internet lawyers and before all of the interpretation of the situation, I'm only an advocacy leader. I'm not an attorney. I can only help families be able to navigate these processes. when they find themselves in this type of situation.
Yes, mothers keep I
can only allow lawyers to be what they are, lawyers. I can't instruct them. I can't stop them from doing anything. I have to respect the process just like anybody else. But what we saw today was flawed, unjust, and I ask that the community continue to pray for the Anthony family. I do not speak for them, but I know that the Next Generation Action Network will be here as support. My heart hurts right now because an ignorance of the law was done here today. Clear. We posted the jury instructions. And right now, what we are seeing is a travesty. It lets us that Black lives do not matter in the criminal justice system. It lets us know that we are not going to be afforded the same laws as anybody else. And I give a damn about nobody that feels like I'm playing the race card here. For 400 years, our people have been at the liberty and have had to suffer at the liberty of these laws. I'm speaking facts because that blood of slavery is in my blood, not your blood.
Hey, Brenda.
And it's not for you to look at me and say, I'm playing the race card. I'm just a Black man living in America. The fact supports that. You say I'm upset? Hell yeah, I'm upset. I respected this process. But we're going to fight like hell to make sure that Collin County know that Carmelo Anthony is not going to go away. I want to thank all of the people who traveled across this country, to all of the media's community supporters and people who have taken Carmelo Anthony as their own baby. I salute you. I thank you. And we got work to do. Thank you and God bless.
Man, y'all. Carmelo Anthony found guilty, and they will be doing the sentencing today, guys. So we're waiting on them. We're waiting to find out what sentence he's going to get for first degree, guys.
For the Anthony side of things.
This is crazy.
We'll stay here with the News Nation feed. Just listen in. Okay, so it looks like the News Nation reporter here is going to be moving on over. Let's keep audio down here a little bit as we pay attention to some of the scenes here outside of the Collins County Courthouse, where, of course, Carmelo Anthony was just found guilty in the murder of Austin.
Let's switch over, guys. You know, I got a couple of feeds we can go to. Let's switch to the other feed, guys. So as far as we know, Carmelo Anthony found guilty, guys, of first-degree murder, guys. Now enters the sentencing phase, and they will be doing this today as well.
Coverage there.
It's crazy, y'all. As you see the protesters outside. Hold on, let me see if I can find us another one. Hold up.
All right, for those of you who are following us on our streaming app, WFAA Plus, we have been in live breaking news coverage for the better part of an hour now after getting word that, I'm sorry, I'm hearing a lot in my ear. Can you tell me again what we just heard?
Man, this is crazy, guys.
Okay, I apologize for that. I'm just getting a lot in my ear right now. I do want to let you know that we are continuing our breaking news coverage that Carmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder. They immediately moved to the punishment phase. And I want to bring back in our senior crime and justice reporter, Rebecca Lopez, as well as our senior investigative
This is crazy, guys.
Tanya Iser. For those viewers who are just kind of coming into this,
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I did not see this guilty verdict of murder coming, guys. This is brand new to me.
In the past hour, and then what we expect to happen when they come back into the courtroom again.
Chris, I want to back up just a little bit more because this morning we had closing arguments from both the prosecutors and the defense, and then
I don't want to hear about this morning. I want to hear about what's going on right now. Let's switch over here, guys. We got another feed. Got a guy on the scene. Let's go over here.
So they're going to Rich first.
All right, so yeah, the reporter was just bumped, so we'll stay here with you live, everybody, and we'll show you here the wide shot outside the courthouse too, because it's interesting because you're really honed in on that one crowd there on the left. You see it there on the left side of your screen. That's what makes this look like quite the scene out there, and then of course it is. It's really focused on that side of the street, but this wide shot just kind of shows you a little bit more as to what's going on from a wide view perspective outside of the Collin County Courthouse in
this
Texas.
is nuts,
one thing
guys.
to note here, when we began, there were a lot of people in the road, and there was a quote from one of the officers there: "Get out of the road, or you're going to jail." That was within the first, I think, 5 minutes after the verdict, when there was a crowd there, and they've asked everybody to now move over onto the sidewalk in the grass. So when we say that the police are
crazy,
doing,
guys.
or a reporter there says that the police are doing a good job of maintaining crowd control and that people are listening, this right here is case in point, because they started there and they were asked to move, and everybody did move, and everyone's been, at least from our perspective, respectful of the authority there of the police officers.
So, of course, the jury selection process. Yeah, Rachel pointing out both prosecution and defense.
All right, let's go back over here to the ladies, man. These guys right here are draining my energy. I need to hear what's going on with the sentencing. Hold on, we bringing it right back. Hold on, we ain't going nowhere. Let's go here.
As we heard the testimony, Bree, I just want to start by asking you your reaction, and Tanya, Rebecca, feel free after this to ask your own questions as well. But Bree, what is your initial reaction to Carmelo Anthony being found guilty of murder?
Thank you. I am, quite frankly, I have a lot of questions about the way in which the jury may have applied these facts to the law. I think that with everything that we know and all of the evidence and testimony that really was presented throughout the course of the trial, there was certainly a lot of questions or a lot of information raised as it relates to the recklessness element, which obviously is why the judge decided to include manslaughter as a potential verdict in this case. It'll be very interesting to maybe find out at a later time kind of what factors the jury really considered here that took them away from that element of recklessness and therefore away from
how much time y'all think you're gonna get? How much time y'all is from 6 to 99? How much time y'all think you're gonna get?
The intentional or knowing killing of another, and so I think what we're seeing here is that this jury must have found that in an instant, Mr. Anthony determined and decided and intended to cause the death of the victim.
And Rebecca, I was looking back because it's all happening so fast. We are trying to keep up, and I was looking at Jobin's notes, and the defense rested, the state closed, the defense closed, and short break, and says the jury's looking at the punishment charge. So this has moved incredibly rapidly.
So out of 1,500 votes, guys, a majority of the chat felt like Carmelo would be found guilty. 67% said yes, and 33% said no out of 1.5K votes, guys, on the poll. Seems like the chat got it right. You know what I'm saying? Y'all felt like he would be found guilty, and he was, guys. All right, what y'all think his punishment will be? Let me know in the chat. How many years will he have to stay in jail?
Emotional, as this case has been, I think that if you're going to move into the punishment phase on the same day that you get a verdict, that you're going to move quickly. There's no need to do opening and closing. This is the same jury that heard everything that they're going to hear again. So I'm not surprised by that. I am slightly surprised that the prosecution didn't call any witnesses just to offer sort of that emotional impact.
I see 99s. I see 25 plus. I see somebody said 9 years. Somebody said 20 years. Somebody said 40 years. Somebody said life without parole. Lord, have mercy, man. Can't punish their children. So this is the result. Life for a simple time, guys. Dang. They said 99. Good Lord, have mercy. Please no. Please no. No, not 99. Shout out to that $10 from Auto War says no African Americans on the jury. The verdict sounds about right for no black people to be there. Thank you for that 20, my guy. Somebody said guilty as us. Somebody said 47 years. Lord. Oh man, he 19, y'all. 33%. Okay. Somebody said life. Jesus. So we don't see, 2 or 3 years, with the rest probated. Y'all like 99 and life. Shout out to Karen for being a member for 20 years. I mean, got me saying 20 years, 20 months. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, Karen. Lord, have mercy. 15 to 20 years, no parole. Wow. Gosh. Okay. Woo-wee.
They were bringing everyone in. They brought the Metcalf family in first, and then they brought the Anthony family in, and then the general public. Everybody had a seat. The judge brought the jury in. One thing that I noticed just as an attorney looking at the jury as they were walking in, they weren't looking at the defendant. And usually from a defense standpoint, if they're not making eye contact with your client, I kind of assumed that this probably wasn't going to be a good verdict for the defendant. They did find him guilty of murder. The judge took a little bit of a break. He held Mr. Anthony's bond insufficient, which means that he goes into custody. They took him away for a little while. When the verdict was read, looking at the Anthony family, they seemed pretty stoic at first, but you could clearly just tell by the verdict. I mean, both families have been affected by this, and both families
What's up with it, guys, man?
Emotional. They were holding it in as best they could, but you could hear emotions just on both sides, and you could see relief, and some of the Metcalf family rubbing each other's backs and hugging each other. They took Mr. Anthony away while the defense team, Toby and Mike, got to talk to him in the holdover, and then they brought him back whenever they were going to start the punishment phase. When Mr. Anthony came out of the holdover, you could tell he was
19 years old, really, guys.
Like just a stunned look on his face. They sat him down. They brought the jury in. One thing that was interesting in punishment, both sides, it's like you start all over again. State can give an open statement. Defense can give an opening statement. Bill Worski waived open, which means he wasn't going to give one. Mike Howard then waived open. So Mr. Worski, the burden's on the state for punishment. He rested. He didn't call a witness or anything like that. And so then what happened was Mr. Howard had an opportunity. He called, I believe, Miss Hayes, which is Carmelo Anthony's mother, and he asked her maybe 4 or 5 questions, finding out that Mr. Anthony's her oldest. She had indicated, he's my oldest, my firstborn. She said, I'll always love you. Clearly emotional. After that, Mr. Howard passed her as a witness, allowed Mr. Worski to ask her a couple questions. And
only way, Jim Knight, is through appeal. So as of today, whatever sentence they give him will stand until he goes in front of until he has his appeal. Everybody gets an appeal. It may overturn what the jury ruled today, but at the same time, as of today, whatever sentence they give him will stand until then, which means he goes into custody immediately to start serving his time, guys. Just so you know.
Bill closed in punishment, Mike closed, and so now they're just preparing the charge for closing arguments for punishment. So I think that they'll argue today, and we could see a verdict today.
What do you make of that? What do you make of only one witness being called and the defense not presenting anymore? Do you think that they have an inkling of what this jury might be thinking? I mean, that's kind of hard to predict as a lawyer, but
let's go spiritual. I believe you.
One character witness.
Yeah, it is a little surprising. I think my read from this is just, I think the attorneys are just letting the case speak for itself. I think that instead of calling a bunch of witnesses, Mike Howard did ask Miss Hayes, do you think your son's remorseful? And she said, yes, I absolutely know that he's remorseful. I know that he's sorry that this happened. And I think that they're just going to let the case stand on itself. I mean, I think you can get in the weeds and you can call a bunch of stuff and make this longer and longer. But at the end of the day, I think that both sides kind of just want to see Mr. Anthony's sentence for this case and this case alone.
What do you think convinced this jury that murder was the appropriate verdict here?
You know, I never want to question a jury's
Say
verdict.
no
I think that
sympathy.
they really did look at the facts of the case. And I think that at the end of the day, I'm assuming that they just couldn't get past that lethal force for the force that was used towards Mr. Anthony. And I think, you know, I was surprised at the time period that it took them to get there. But again, I think that to me, it seems
Carmelo
like they
Anthony,
didn't
guys,
struggle at all
found
with those
guilty.
questions
Continue
or
to
going
double
a
tap
lesser
that
or
screen,
anything
hit the
like
like
that.
button, guys.
I think
Subscribe to the channel if you're new.
Pretty much were able to resolve that.
Were you surprised by the prosecution's decision not to put more witnesses on the stand, or do you think there could have been some sort of an agreement about how this part was going to go?
In punishment?
Right.
You know, I just think that at some point the family's going to get to give a victim impact after the verdict on punishment. So I would assume Bill's just going to let them say their piece then. I think probably in guilt innocence that the jurors have already heard the effects of probably the family and what this has done to the family and things like that. So I just do think probably from a professional standpoint, I just think that these attorneys are just saying, look, we could get in the weeds, we could call a ton of people, we can be here for longer and things like that. But at the end of the day, I don't know if it's going to make any other difference. And I think that they really are just saying, these are the facts of the case. And I would assume that Bill's going to get up there and argue and say, look, you've heard the facts of the case. And that's what your punishment verdict's going to be, is you tell us what you think of this offense and what you think of these facts and what your verdict is.
What would you expect to see in the punishment charge?
Just telling the jury what the punishment range is. You know, there was no evidence of sudden passion in punishment or anything that would lower the punishment to be considered to 2 to 20 if there was sudden passion.
So for the people just now coming in, yes, he most definitely was found guilty, guys, of murder. You know, he was found guilty, guys. Now comes the punishment phase. They're moving right into it. That will be done today. So therefore, that's what we're waiting for now, to see what kind of punishment they will give Carmelo. What kind of punishment do y'all think that Carmelo deserves? You know, let me know in the chat, but that's where we are right now.
In prison on their verdict. So that's going to be their range, and they're going to be instructed of that.
Inside the courtroom, everything has been very calm. Both families have been cordial to one another. Out here, there was a lot of emotion. You weren't able to see that. There's a lot of emotion from the community. Some people dropped to their knees. It was a very emotional case for both sides. But there were a lot of people here on Carmelo Anthony's side that were out here praying and many, many days in a row. Why do you think that there was just such a reaction like that?
You know, I think that you have people that have followed this, people that have been inside, you know, being here and seeing the deputies, how professional they are here. They've been amazingly well in controlling everything, being so professional and respectful to everyone. Seeing the people that actually get in to like listen to what the evidence has been, they've just been people that have wanted to know. I haven't gotten a sense of people with agendas that already have minds made up. A lot of the people that I spoke with earlier today waiting in line, they just said, hey, I just kind of want to see what the facts so I can make a decision on my own. And I think that that they just have been really, things have been really professional in there, really quiet. Again, the deputies have handled things really well. I think the excitement and the emotions and back and forth out here is not indicative of what's going on in that courtroom.
Yeah,
and walk people through what they can expect next.
What they can expect next?
Yes.
So they're going to get the charge. They're working on the charge right now. I came out so that I could be with you guys and discuss all this of what's going on. They're going to get a charge. Both sides are going to talk to the judge.
This is crazy, guys.
To see if there's any objections to the charge, if they want to add anything to the charge. At some point, they're going to have an agreement of what the charge is going to be. The judge will then bring the jury back in, read the charge to them, and again, prosecution is going to get to.
He's facing 5 to 99, guys. Hold up.
Of course, we know the jury had the option of manslaughter if they chose that, but they did not. Clearly, they did not see this as self-defense. They thought this was murder. They thought he went in there, in the altercation, there was intention behind what he did, because they really outlined the definition of murder before the jury went back to deliberate, that it was the deliberate, the intentional cause of harm or death by another person. So that's the way the jury saw it. And of course, Ted, the reaction in the courtroom, there was tears on both sides, obviously for two different reasons. The Metcalf side feels that there's been, vindication for their son's death. There's been justice served. But on the Carmelo side, of course, now
25 years. Well, we're gonna wait on them to say it, but she's saying he got 25, guys.
I'm observing both sides, of course. Again, tears from the Metcalf family, tears from that side, because we know he's been out on bond the whole time, which of course is a very real situation.
They're going to come through and tell us.
Sink in when you've been at home.
Let me see if I can find it somewhere.
For the past year and some change, but now
because the media haven't been made aware yet.
Again, so of course a lot of emotion out here outside the courthouse here, Ted. A lot of differing opinions, but everything's seemingly civil for right now. Of course, there's a little bit of yelling. There's some people with megaphones. There's a bit of shouting, but everything's kind of tame right now. You can see that there are several sheriff's cars behind me. The security has been amped up a little bit, but it's a heavy scene here outside this Collin County Courthouse, Ted.
Yeah, I would imagine. Both sides were given an opportunity to argue.
The media hasn't been made aware yet, but one of my sources in the chat just told me that KAMELO got 25, guys. According to her, I know she's following a lot of people that are outside protesting right now, so they may know, and it just haven't made it to the news yet. But according to one of my sources in the chat, say that KAMELO, I'm gonna say alleged for right now, allegedly 25 years, guys. Allegedly.
Sorry about this. I just want the court to, have mercy on him. And then the state, if you call it a cross-examination, all he said was, that you will still be a part of your son's life as any other mother on this earth. We know you love your son very much. And then he passed the witness. And then, Ted, that was it. Very brief, under 5 minutes there. But again, very emotional on both sides. The jury came back in looking, very serious with their decision. They came back in, they gave the paper to the judge.
25 years, 19 years old, guys.
The emotion broke loose, but there was a lot of hugs on the Metcalf side, a lot of tears, of course, on the Carmelo side, a lot of tears on the Metcalf side as well. So emotion on both sides here, and of course, emotion outside this courthouse. Got a little crowd building up out here right now in the parking lot, Ted.
Yeah, and this was the first time that Hunter Metcalf was in the courtroom. Of course, the twin that lost his brother for such a horrible, nonsensical reason. At a track meet, they were both competing.
Y'all saying that's not long enough?
Because this is the first time he's
25 years ain't long enough for y'all?
What can you tell us?
Wow.
Yeah, first time we saw him, Ted, and a lot of we were expecting him to be called under the prosecution's case. We thought that was going to be probably one of the final witnesses to kind of end their case with the bang, but they never called him. And, we kind of assumed that because he wasn't inside the courtroom throughout the duration of the trial, and we know testifying witnesses cannot be inside the courtroom in the gallery while other witnesses are testifying. So that's why people thought he was going to take the stand, but of course he ultimately did not. But we saw him walk in today, a little expressionless, kind of walked in, sat with his mom and dad. And once his verdict came down, there was some celebratory gestures on the Metcalf side, and then of course a lot of tight hugs and everything, but we only saw him for those brief minutes there before both sides eventually left the gallery and presumably left this courthouse now. We don't know if they're in the back room somewhere, but they walked out of the courtroom, of course.
All right, so
what happens now?
So let's go here. Hold on, man. I'm trying to get to where they telling us the verdict, guys. Hold on. I'm trying to see if they reach one yet, but from my chat says 25 years.
For about an hour and 20 minutes since we first got word that the jury had reached a verdict, and you could see there on your screen there is still a crowd outside the courthouse. A lot of emotion.
Emotions are running high, guys.
Feelings on both sides. Earlier, we saw a lot of people yelling, screaming at each other. I have not seen nearly as much of that in the last 20 minutes. There's obviously
thank you guys for the gifts.
Processing what happened in that courtroom and still trying to come to terms with it. But we haven't seen the sort of heated confrontations that we saw maybe about a half an hour ago. And the police and the sheriff's deputies have done a good job of trying to lower the temperature a bit out there. Our reporter, Jobin Puneker, has been in the courtroom the entire time. He said, after that verdict was read, unlike some other trials, there were no handshakes. There was no moment of celebration from anyone. He said both sides appeared extremely sad. And the only sound that he heard was the sound of Carmelo Anthony's mother crying.
Thank you for the gift.
And sobbing there in the courtroom.
You
Keith,
guys make sure you double tap that
you,
screen. That's how you hit the like button. Double tap the screen. It helps out the channel, guys. Get the likes up.
Phase of this trial, and how quickly it went. Do attorneys on both sides, prosecutors and defense attorneys, during the course of the trial?
So right now we're waiting to hear what the sentence is, guys. My sources say 25 years, but we're still waiting for the official word from the news, guys.
Phase, you know, how they want to proceed.
Chris, he doesn't have an earpiece, so I'm going to reiterate that question. So he is saying, do you think that during the course of this trial that the defense, the prosecution could kind of get a read on the jury and how they might go in punishment?
Well, I think that you try to get reads on your prosecutors. I think really in guilt innocence, you're just trying to get your guilty first. And so I don't think that you're necessarily seeing reads on punishment. You might see from the questionnaires and the questions during voir dire, you might already know maybe some people that are softer on punishment, some people that might be harder on punishment. So they might already have those tells and everything like that. But I think a lot of times they're in guilt innocence, they're looking at jurors' responses to evidence as it's being presented.
Guys, make sure you take time to subscribe to the channel.
Is that juror going with this witness and things like that? So that's typically what I would think would be going. Now, maybe as they're doing their punishment argument, they're going to look at how the jury's responding to that, or jurors nodding as they're talking about certain things, meaning maybe they're going to go with them, or some jurors that at times can kind of shake their head no. So those are things that I would expect that they're going to look for in punishment, but really in a guilt innocence, I think that they're just trying to get their guilty.
And Chris, we did see some of the jurors throughout this trial wipe away tears, especially when we were watching that video of the paramedics working on Austin Metcalf and everyone around him, his coaches, his friends saying, "Come on, Austin, you got to live, come on, Austin." That was also a very emotional and impactful moment for this jury. And when you have that type of evidence, it's sometimes very difficult for a jury, obviously, to not be impacted by that. We did have jurors crying when they saw that footage, Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rebecca.
We're waiting on the sentencing, guys. We're waiting to see what kind of time they will give Carmelo.
Do the jurors, are they just given unlimited time to reach a consensus on a punishment? What happens if they did agree on a sentence but are having trouble agreeing on an appropriate punishment?
Chris is asking if they're given an unlimited time to reach a verdict on the punishment phase, and what happens if they can't? Can there be a mistrial in a punishment phase if they cannot somehow come to an agreement of how much they want to sentence Carmelo Anthony to?
That's a great question. So they're going to get unlimited time, just like in guilt innocence. So the judge, if they don't reach a decision tonight, whenever he decides to stop, they're going to come back. And if they ever can't reach a decision on on punishment, what they would do if it hung, a hung jury or mistrial, they would just try the case just as to punishment the second time. So the law used to be if there was a hung jury on punishment that you had to go back and try the whole case. You lost your guilty verdict, but it changed years ago. And so now they would just have to try it for punishment. So a new jury would assess punishment if this jury couldn't reach a verdict. And obviously in something like that, what would happen is the state would have to put on the underlying facts again for this new jury that would determine punishment.
So we got somebody that's out there, guys. Let's get a little live coverage from what's taking place outside right now as we wait on the verdict, guys.
But the reality is, by being here right now, there's nothing being done. Now, what you can do, you can be at peace.
This is outside of the courthouse, guys. He's trying to calm everybody.
And call it a day. That's
very volatile situation.
Because God has called us to peace. Now, hold on. Let me finish my point. God has called us to peace. He understands what has happened. So, hey, what are you saying? Okay, wait a second. That's not true. That's not true. Wait a second. Wait a second.
I'm saying, so we play the guy, we get fucked.
Okay, well, that's not gonna happen to me. I'm just trying to communicate.
Well, you ain't gonna get fucked. Whoa!
We're black people.
I tried to do some outside of the courtroom stuff. Doesn't seem like that's gonna work. Yeah, they are very emotional out there and saying words that we don't do here on this channel. Let's go here.
We have to portray a degree of intelligence, number one.
Say every time, yep. Now this is the same guy. This is the news angle. I brought it to y'all from a camera angle of somebody that's out there, but I guess we'll just go to the news from right here.
Hold on. That's not necessary. Listen, we understand the N-word very well. We use it, we coddle it, we understand it. But that's not necessary. I understand that. But you're creating something else. Anyway. Hold on, everybody. Listen. All I'm saying to you, it is time to just disperse.
He trying to get them to go home, guys. They not going.
That's all you can do. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
They say they not going home. They stand out there till they get tired, guys. As we wait on the verdict, guys, of Carmelo. I mean, as we wait on the sentence.
All I'm saying is, listen to me. Listen. I understand how you feel. Hey, not effectively. All I'm saying is, it's time to go home. That's all I'm saying.
He's saying it's time to go home, guys.
Who said that? Come on front. I'll tell it later. Let's just go home, okay?
He's trying to stop it before it gets bad. He knows that it's gonna get bad out there, guys. And all hell's gonna break loose any second now.
All right, folks, as we await where things go with sentencing, we're going to be signing off for now here from the Stream Center. We will be ready to pop back on if there is some more developing or breaking news. We appreciate everybody being patient with us as we were navigating.
All right, he's saying they finna go. We're gonna transfer over here because we're not going anywhere, guys. Continue to double tap that screen. If you have not, that's how you hit the like button, or click the 3 dots on the right hand corner, guys, and hit that thumbs up. Let's go here.
Deliberate longer to see if you can reach a verdict, and so it kind of just charges them that, hey, we want you to deliberate longer, and then also determine, is this going to violate your conscience if you also don't want this coming back. And so if that evidence got presented and you objected to that charge coming in, then it could give Mr. Anthony another avenue for appeal, and they could just say, hey, we're fine with that. And they, whether they think that a jury would give them 2, or they feel more than confident that a jury is going to reach the right decision, that seems to me the strategy behind that.
So it could be eliminating some appellate issues.
It could be totally.
Chris, back to you.
Yeah, and Rebecca, I just want to get some clarification, especially for those of us and some of our viewers included who aren't as well versed in the law and how these legal proceedings can play out. These sentencing documents, when they're saying they want sudden passion, we're fine with that. So the prosecutors are saying, I assume they're talking about the defense attorneys want to include that in the charging documents, this idea of sudden passion, but that would still be something the jury would have the wherewithal to accept or disregard. Am I right there?
Yeah, that's correct. So he's wanting to know that he says that it's probably the defense that wants the sudden passion added to the documents and the charges, and then the prosecution not objecting. But ultimately, it's up to the jury to determine whether or not the sudden passion applies here, or they're going to, impose the between 5 to 99 or 2 to 20.
Right, and they would have to find that sudden passion existed if they sentence 2, 3, or 4 years, because that's below the punishment range on murder without sudden passion. So they could say, hey, we don't find sudden passion and we sentence him to 10 years or something like that, and that's in that range of punishment for murder. Or they could say we find that sudden passion existed and we sentence him to 3 years or 4 years or 2 years. It just gives them a bigger range to assess punishment.
Can you explain
how much time do y'all think Carmelo will get, guys?
Passion is, because I've always heard it more applied.
Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new.
A domestic violence sort of situation. How does it apply, or would it apply in this situation?
So sudden passion, it's just basically a person acts in a way without cool reflection, that they act so suddenly, so quick that they don't have time to reflect. And the hypothetical that we always give, kind of like what you said, either domestic violence, the person that walks in on their spouse in an affair, and
see 25 years,
they just react.
25 of life, Lord.
Kill one of the
15 to 35.
So the passion
25.
was so quick, so sudden, that they didn't have time to just take a step and reflect
15.
and have cool reflection, and that's why they acted. And so in a situation like this, you know, young 17-year-old, adrenaline going, a lot of people around, I'm just grabbing something and I do it.
Carmelo Anthony found guilty, guys. Now we're waiting for the sentencing.
Didn't have time for cool reflection. He's 17.
Man, life.
Testosterone, a lot of
I want to
hormones
never
going,
get out. Wow.
And he just acted suddenly without really thinking about what he was
99.
doing.
And Chris, we're going to toss it back to you because I know you have a few more questions, and we also want to reset and
yes, he was found guilty. Will
what's happening
of murder? He was found. He was found guilty of murder.
Say in the last few minutes, or you've been with us for a while. We've been on the air now for about 90 minutes. Ever since we got word that the jury had reached a verdict, we got on the air to start walking you through exactly what that meant. And we were getting live updates from Jobin Puneker, who has been in the courtroom from the beginning of this trial, from opening statements right through closing arguments, and obviously right through the verdict today. And he was telling us what was happening in the courtroom. We got a lot of insight on the families with Jeff Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's father, in the courtroom with his son, Austin's twin brother, Hunter, sitting right in front of him, and Jeff Metcalf putting his hand on Hunter's shoulder.
He's going to appeal.
When Jobin said that when the verdict of
he will be appealing, guys.
Guilty of murder was read.
The family spokesperson said that earlier.
There were no handshakes. There was no celebration. There was a lot of sadness on both sides. And he said the only thing you could truly hear was Carmelo Anthony's mother sobbing in the courtroom. They immediately went to the punishment phase, and at that point, the defense brought on Carmelo Anthony's mother, and she addressed the jury directly and said that he had enormous regret over what he had done, and asked the jury to please have mercy on my son. The prosecutors then came back and said, you obviously love your son. Your son will still be a part of your life going forward. With what was left unsaid there is that Austin Metcalf will no longer be a part of his family's life. Also want to call your attention to what's happening there on the ground. You can see a lot of the sheriff's deputies. We've seen police officers forming a line out there to block access to the front of the courthouse. When the verdict was read, you could see everyone, within about a minute or two, start looking down at their phone as they got this update. And there was a tremendous amount of emotion. We saw people hunched over, crying, people hugging each other. And we saw anger as well. We saw people yelling, shouting, screaming at each other.
We're waiting on the verdict, guys.
I would say 20, 30 minutes, the police seemed
we're waiting on the sentencing.
Lower the temperature somewhat.
He got anywhere from 5 to 99, right now, guys. How many you think they're going to give him?
Attorneys, the prosecutors, they're all discussing exactly what charging instructions the jury is going to carry with them into that room. So the jury is not in the courtroom right now, but they are discussing exactly what the jury will be told when they do go into their deliberations as they decide the punishment for murder. With that in mind, I want to bring back in
What's up, Lady Swag?
Our legal analyst, our senior crime and justice reporter, Rebecca Lopez, as well as our senior investigative reporter, Tanya Iser. They have all been a part of this trial from the beginning. As we take a look, obviously, at heated.
It's a lot of people out there, guys. A lot of people outside.
Heated. You all can speak to the tremendous amount of emotion that this case has generated.
Oh, it's a huge amount of emotion. We still have there's a very large crowd still gathered here. It has, I think, Rebecca, things have settled down.
Make sure you guys are subscribing to the channel. If you're new, take time to double tap that screen. That's how you hit the like if you're on a mobile device, or click the 3 dots on the right hand side, guys, and you can just hit the thumbs up, man. It most definitely helps out the channel. Shout out to everybody that's viewing. Please take time to like the video, subscribe to the channel, guys. Share me out if you have a channel. Let them know that we're covering the Carmelo Anthony trial, and he has been found guilty of murder, guys. Now they moved on to the sentencing phase, and it will be taken care of today. That's what we're waiting on right now, to see what kind of time they will give Carmelo. Shout out to everybody in the building.
They're not trying to get people to leave or pushing them back or doing anything like that. They're going to allow them to say their piece. I mean, you practice at this courthouse all the time. You work with this Collin County Sheriff's Department. You see the deputies. I feel like they've handled this situation because it's so volatile very well.
They have. That's one thing that it's just been really amazing with the security here, but how professional that they are. I mean, I got here at 4:50 this morning, and there are parts of this parking lot that they won't let you go to without having some sort of credential, but they are so professional. As the people gathered together, they gave instructions of how to get to the court room. And once you get in, I mean, there's a clear presence, but they have been nothing but professional, respectful, answered questions.
Thank you guys for the gifts.
Very impressed by the Collin County Sheriff's Department.
And I think they're trying to let people express their constitutional rights, but do it in a way that is respectful of all sides.
Absolutely.
So I'm absolutely very impressed with the Sheriff's Department.
Absolutely. And what I have also seen throughout this trial is there have been a few people that have been told to leave, or they would be trespassed because they were causing some issues. One guy was very disrespectful. I witnessed it myself to some of the sheriff's deputy. He didn't like what they were telling him to do, but we were all following the rules. The judge had an order, and we have to follow the judge's orders, and he was very strict about some of these orders and what we can and cannot do. And the people that were not following them, that then were becoming somewhat belligerent with the sheriff's deputies, were banned from this property, and that would not be uncommon.
Right. Yeah, they're going to want to have control, because if you let one little thing get out of control, you see the number of people, it can escalate pretty quickly. And like you said, Tanya, they have de-escalated. They have been so professional. They listen to people. They give instructions, and if you violate that instruction, you're not going to be permitted to be in there anymore. And it's just that simple. But they clearly show that they're in control, but very respectful about it. As an attorney, someone that comes up here, it's just good, always good to see that, because I think sometimes law enforcement gets knocked because sometimes there are situations where things do escalate, but to see how professional that they've been, and I've heard it from other days from y'all and from other commentators that have been on here, just very, very impressed to see this.
Have you ever seen anything quite like this?
I've been practicing almost 25 years, and I've never, ever seen anything. I've been at death penalty cases. I've watched cases in different counties, been a part of cases in different counties, and to me, it kind of reminds me of like the O.J. Simpson trial. If you remember the tents and the media and the cameras and all that stuff, and that's what it kind of feels like to me out here. It's just a lot of networks and a lot of interested folks. But again, everybody has their space for the most part. Most people have been very respectful and followed rules, and everything's gone pretty well.
We had people every day getting here anywhere from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the morning, but as early as 1, lining up to get one of the 27 seats. I do feel that some of this could have been avoided had the judge allowed cameras in the courtroom. Most judges in Texas, in a high-profile case like this, would allow.
Let's get a little outside of the courtroom. Let's see what everybody else is doing right now, guys. Make sure you continue to double tap that screen. Let's go here. This is live outside of the courthouse, guys. This is right now. Shout out to Smash the Topic. Oh man, they just can't help it, man. It is a lot going on out there, man. You hear a lot of different opinions out there. You got Ratchet TV, you got 88 Queen, and you got Say No to Sco out there, as well as Smash the Topic, man. A lot of bloggers that have been following this situation, you know, since it first started, man. I'll be in one of them. I most definitely started covering this in the beginning when the news first broke, and now we're at the phase of sentencing, guys, with Carmelo being found guilty, you know, of murder. Now we are just simply watching to see what type of time Carmelo will get, guys. He has anywhere from 5 to 99 years. And like I said, this is live outside of the courthouse right now. It's a lot going on, man. Prayers for both sides, man. Prayers for Carmelo and prayers for Austin Metcalf as well, man. Prayers for both sides.
Because I'm from McKinney, and I stand on McKinney. Okay, I don't want to be from McKinney. Okay, well, we're going to get a situation.
So, you know, it's a lot less organized on this side, man. You know what I'm saying? It's feeling like there's going to be chaos and confusion, guys. At any second, anything can happen, man. It's crazy, man. But this is live footage outside of the courthouse, guys, you know, in McKinney, Texas.
You want to control the narrative when they let your ass. I control the narrative. You don't.
Thank you guys for the gifts.
We're not mad. You need some water.
As you see, it's a lot of people out there, guys. Beat the one in the red. Okay.
You sure you got to
be over there? They want to argue over there.
That shows you no matter where I go, what they say, you right.
Yeah.
It's a lot. You can't even hear what they saying. There's so many people out there, guys. There's a lot of people outside, man.
So they doing sentencing already. That's why everybody's still out.
They're doing the sentencing phase. So it is a lot going on out there, guys. We'll come back to this in a second, guys. Let's get some more reporting, guys. Let's get some more news reporting in. Let's get some more reporting in. Hold on.
And that they also don't want to necessarily throw a life away. That could be something that's taken into consideration. They're also going to look at another 17, 18-year-old that was killed. And
thank
those
you
are
for the
just things
gifts. Thank
that
y'all.
they'll consider. They'll look at everything that they heard about what happened in that tent. Does it rise to the level of sudden passion? Is this something that they feel that Carmelo showed up at the track meet intending that he knew he was going to go that day and like actually cause harm to someone? So there's so many different things that they're going to take into consideration. The fact that they didn't hear a bunch of extraneous offenses about him being arrested and having a juvenile record or anything stuff like that they don't hear. So those are all things that I think are going to be factors. And at the end of the day, they're going to look at, you have, unfortunately, a deceased young man. And that's kind of, at the end of the day, you have to take that. A jury's going to have to say, well, we've got to set some sort of punishment because at the end of the day, we also have that.
What about the statements that Carmelo Anthony made shortly after he is detained and arrested? He is, and you hear on the body camera footage where he is crying and he is saying, I told him not to put his hands on me. Is this self-defense? He, at one moment, told one of
We are 40 likes away from 500, guys. Double tap that screen if you don't mind. That's how you hit the like button. Or you can click the 3 dots in the right-hand corner, hit that thumbs up. Can we get the likes to 500, guys? Hit the like.
Today, it wasn't something that he planned to do. Went out and said that morning going to the track meet, I'm going to kill someone. His emotion afterwards, the fact that he's crying, he's emotional. I think he told him that he didn't want it to happen like that. He wasn't intending to kill him. He was going to be okay. So those are all factors that a jury's going to take into consideration on, what they determine the punishment should be with all of those things. So a lot of times as a prosecutor, they might resubmit their case in chief.
Thank you for the coin.
Which means, hey, take my case in chief, what you heard in the guilt innocence, into consideration on top of anything else that you hear in punishments. And the jury's going to be able to do that.
Well, we're going to send it back to Chris. Apparently he's got some updates.
Yeah, Tanya, Rebecca, I just want to let you know that the public is being invited back into the courtroom.
Okay,
so we expect to hear those.
We finna hear the
charging instructions fairly soon. I also
they
want to
bringing
get
the people back.
The judge now says
the sentencing is going to happen any second.
His right to testify during
Carmelo will not be testifying
punishment phase, and I'm wondering if I can get your reaction to that.
So Carmelo Anthony has waived his right to testify in the punishment phase, and also the public is being allowed back in time now to obviously hear the charges. So what do you make of the fact that he is not going to testify on his behalf?
Carmelo will not be testifying during the sentencing phase, guys.
Now 18, 19-year-old man, subject to cross-examination. At the end of the day, as a defense attorney, if you call that client to the stand, you better hope he's really remorseful, right? Because if mom says that he's remorseful and he's not up there emotional, crying, or where jurors really feel that, and not to say that he wouldn't just because they're not calling him, but you just run the risk of a lot of things. You run the risk of cross-examination of the state getting to ask him why he did certain things and underlying facts of the case. So, I think at the end of the day, defense understands. Jury's already found him guilty. Mom testified that he was remorseful. Mom's clearly emotional. Both families are emotional, and they're going to leave the jury with that to determine.
Do you also run the risk of things coming in that you don't want to come in?
Absolutely. There could be things, and I don't know what that could be, but if he testifies, if there's any bad act, if he kicked a dog whenever he was 10 years old and the state knew about it, they could put it in punishment because all relevant bad acts come in. So, it might not be a criminal act. It might not be something that they got charged with, but if there's other things out there, social media stuff, some other student that says something that happened bad or whatever, it all becomes relevant and all gets put on, and they're subject to cross-examination on it.
And Tanya, you and I have seen where we have seen people and witnesses take the stand that they did not look remorseful. And then there are others that, got up down the stand and cried. I can think of some of the police involved shooting type cases, murder cases that we covered where, it can impact how the jury sentences you.
I think so. I mean, I think back to Amber Geiger. Amber Geiger was quite emotional, and the sense that we got from the jurors after that trial was that she did help herself. conversely, we had Aaron Dean, and he got on the stand, and he did not come across as remorseful, and did not come across as having any sense of again, that sense of remorse. And the sense we got was that played a role in the jurors giving him 20 years. So you do run that risk when you put your client on the stand, because every single
Well, I know a lot of us didn't look for Carmelo to be found guilty of murder, guys. Well, some of you guys did. I'm gonna say I was one of the people that didn't expect for him to get found. Maybe something a little less, but not murder, guys. But he wound up getting found guilty for murder, and now we're waiting on the sentencing, guys.
As a defense attorney, that's probably a win. You can now argue to the jury, if there were other things that they wanted you to see or consider, they would have brought it to you. And so, but you put that client up there, and you don't know how they're going to come off under cross-examination. You don't know what they're going to look like, what they're going to say. It just could cause more damage than where you're at right now from the defense standpoint.
Chris, we're going to toss it back to you if you have any questions for us.
Yes, just on the other side as well. We've talked a lot about Carmelo Anthony not taking the stand, not testifying in his own defense, even though defense attorneys had raised this defense of self-defense in this case. I wonder if you could give me some perspective on the other side as well, because we know Austin Metcalf's twin brother was right there. He literally was just feet away from him, watched this happen to his brother. Was the decision not to bring him to the stand just out of concern for what that might put him through, having to get up on that stand and relive everything that he had to witness?
Chris is asking the fact that Hunter Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's twin brother, did not take the stand. Do you think that perhaps it was because the prosecution just did not want to put him through that again, to relive the worst moment of his life, losing his twin brother, or what?
Any second, guys, the sentence should be coming in.
Emotional and impactful witness for them.
Sure, it could be that, and it'd be subject to cross-examination about other things that could have happened in that tent that only he'd be able to testify to, or any other potential impeaching evidence that could be out there. So, I don't want to speculate. I think it's hard to speculate exactly why, but they're all things to consider and why the state might not call that witness. And like you said, it could be just really a hard thing to put a family member through, to relive that, to talk about that. Not to say that he couldn't. He could if they really wanted him to, but maybe for the prosecution standpoint, they just decided, again, it wasn't worth it in their case to do that.
And we could hear from him in victim impact.
Right.
I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion, but of course that'll be after everything's concluded and the jury has been released.
Right. So by law, the victim, loved ones, victim's family, they're going to be able, usually it's 2 or 3 representatives from the victim's family or close friends, that after punishment, they're going to get to do a victim impact statement. So they're going to get to talk specifically to Mr. Anthony, tell him how this has affected them, and say their piece to him. And so you could see
this is wild, guys. Wow.
Or other family members have that opportunity.
Chris, we're going to toss it back to you.
Okay, and I just want to follow up on that just a little bit. So this is the point in the punishment phase where we're saying Austin Metcalf's family can address Carmelo Anthony directly, correct?
Right. Yeah, that's absolutely right. They will, once the jury has rendered their verdict, then they will take the stand effectively, and they will get to say whatever it is they want to say.
Why you keep on, every time I say that's wild or this is sad, you keep asking me what's wild and what's sad? This whole situation is wild. The fact that somebody got stabbed is wild. You know what I'm saying? A kid at a game, at a track meet, that's wild, man. That what makes me say wow. The fact that Carmelo Anthony, basically was the one that did it, that makes me say wow. 2 young lives lost. Austin life And as far as Kamelo goes, you know, yeah, it's tragic for both sides, man. More tragic maybe for the Metcalf family because they aren't able to see their son anymore. He's gone. But it's still tragic on the other side as well, because 1 second of not thinking can cost you your whole entire life. If this is not an example of anything else, let it be an example of that. Be cautious of what you do as a youngster. You know what I'm saying? Because 1 second, one wrong move, and you know, 1 second can change your whole life. This is the most definitely sad. And that's why I say that it's sad. A life was lost, and a life is about to be altered forever off inside of prison, depending on how much time they give them, man. You know what I'm saying? So with me, like I've said a million times, it's not a white or black thing with me. It's not white or black. It's right is right and wrong is wrong. You know what I'm saying? Both teenagers made bad decisions. You know, Austin's bad decision was trying to physically remove Carmelo from the tent. That was a mistake. He shouldn't have never did that. You know what I'm saying? Once he seen that Carmelo was not going to just move on his own, he should have went to an adult and let the adult remove it. You know, he took matters into his own hands, and Carmelo in a split second made a decision that cost him the rest of his life. He chose to stab him. That was wrong. You know, either way, I'm not looking at it white and black. I'm looking at it as far as right and wrong, man. And that's how a lot of y'all should be looking at it as well. It ain't no sides over here. We neutral. We call it straight down the middle, exactly how we see it. It's okay if you don't agree with my opinion. That's fine. I respect your opinion. Respect mine. It's not a white or black thing with me. It's right is right and wrong is wrong, man. That's all I'm saying. Hold on. Let me see what he's saying.
I just want to get back out to our team out there on the scene there for one last question. In terms of this punishment phase, just again, go over with our viewers exactly what the jury, you know, is able to consider at this point.
Let's get let's get never mind up out my chat, bro. You heard what I said. You know what I'm saying? You heard what I said. I'm not on no side. I haven't been since this whole thing first started. I always called it straight down the middle, exactly how I see it, man. You know, and on both sides made terrible decisions, white or black. Both sides made terrible decisions. This is how I feel, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't come in here telling me, oh, he's just trying to say he's not. Oh, this and that, man. It got nothing to do with color with me.
Our viewers,
I would say the same thing if it was my son.
Asked to consider the punishment phase.
So they're going to be asked to consider everything that got presented to them in guilt, innocence, in punishment. Nothing outside of that, okay? And so they're going to be asked to consider that. And obviously the attorneys are going to make arguments that they can consider what those closing arguments are in punishment. But at the end of the day, again, in the charge, it's going to say, hey, it's murder. The punishment range is 5 to 99 years or life. If you find that sudden passion existed in this situation, you now can consider a punishment range of 2 to 20, and they're going to be instructed of that. So then we'll just have to see, one, if they believe the sudden passion, or if they find that sudden passion existed, and then what their punishment number is going to be.
Yeah, and if you were the defense attorney, what are you going to tell this jury? And if you're the prosecution, same question. What are you going to hone in on in these closing arguments?
Well, I think for Bill as a prosecutor, and I think he's done a really good job in guilt innocence, he's always kept it to about this happened, intentional. Was this intentional? Was it intentional? Was this self-defense? Was this... To people that he knew would say, no, it's not self-defense. So I think that he just continues to hammer, this is an intentional act. You've already found him guilty of murder. And he just
you guys for the gifts. I appreciate it.
You know, again, I think for the state, you kind of walk a tightrope because you don't know if this jury is sympathetic to his age, if they might not be at that top end of punishment, if someone were going to ask for that. So I think sometimes you just say, hey, we're going to trust that you're going to deliberate. He might argue, hey, I don't think that this is sudden passion, so I'm going to ask that, even though it's in the charge, even though he was okay with it being in the charge, he could say, I don't think that the facts presented to you rise to the level for you to believe that, so I think that you should be in this 5 to 99 range. As a defense,
let's get done right up out of here, guys. He's lying.
This case, he didn't intend.
What you won't do is come in here and lie on me, sir. You know what I'm saying? Let's get done right up out of here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not anti nothing. You know what I'm saying? One of my best friends is white, my guy. Let's go sit you down. We'll holler at you. Congratulations, you got yourself deported.
You to consider sudden passion. We're gonna, and they'll probably lay out some of the facts that got presented to them that they think would tie in with why they believe sudden passion existed, and they're going to try to get the jury considering punishment in that 2 to 20 range.
We're getting a wrap, so we're going to send it back to the studio. We're going to.
Well, that's a good thing. 713. They was just telling us about that. 713 says he's facing 5 to 99 years, but they just added an option of sudden passion, which lowers it to 2 to 20 years if they pick that option, guys. So it could go either way, man. You know what I'm saying? He might have to face 5 to 99, or if they go with the crime of passion type situation, then he could be facing 2 to 20. We most definitely stand to see which it is.
We have been on the air now for about 2 hours here. Ever since we got word that they had reached a verdict, they were considering manslaughter and murder, and they found him guilty of murder. Now they have immediately moved into the punishment phase, which is deciding exactly how long he will go to prison for. He has to go to prison, but they are determining for how long he will spend in prison. Again, want to thank you for joining us here on WFAA Plus.
All right. So since everybody's stopping, but we ain't. We got more coverage. Let's go here, guys. Hold on. As we wait on this verdict, continue to double tap that screen and subscribe to the channel if you're new.
Ebbed and flowed with the way folks have been reacting to what they have been hearing. You know, we've had a few people come up to us within the last hour and just kind of venting.
Thank you for the gifts, guys. Thank everybody who's donating. Thank you guys for the gifts.
Have remained quite calm and peaceful. I can tell you that the crowd began to build first thing this morning outside the Collin County Courthouse as attorneys for both sides were presenting closing arguments. Then the jury got the case just before 11 a.m. Excuse me. During jury deliberations, many folks were out here live streaming on social media. Others were simply sitting under trees and talking to one another, and others were chanting and praying. When word got out that there was a verdict, the crowd all but began to gather near, excuse me, the steps of the courthouse. Over a dozen law enforcement officers came out and formed a line separating the crowd from the steps of the courthouse. And from my vantage point, most people seem to abide by the officer's orders. When the crowd learned that Carmelo Anthony had been found guilty of murder, I heard some audible gasps and moans, but many people stayed quiet.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, they were a lot more calmer than I thought they would be if he was found guilty, guys. But the overall situation outside was very sad, man. People started crying, this, that, and the third. There wasn't a lot of unruly going on, and I'm glad about that, man. And I hope it stays that way. You know, nobody gets hurt outside of this thing. I know everybody has their opinion. There's a lot of people protesting. I'm glad that they haven't, you know, resorted to violence in this situation, guys.
Lined up and a lot more active when that sentencing, or I should say verdict, first came down. Now, as we await what the sentencing will be for Carmelo Anthony, the fate, they are kind of more at ease, but keeping an eye on the crowd here, which again has remained relatively peaceful throughout the entire time that I have been here. Back to you.
It's good to know that things have been peaceful. We've really seen people on both sides, those who feel that, who agree with this sentencing or with this verdict, who are on Austin Metcalf's side and feel that justice was served, and those who are on Carmelo Anthony's side and feel as though that this was too harsh. Our Amelia Jones at the courthouse as well. She is in the middle of the crowd there. Amelia, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? What can you tell us?
Well, Eden, we have seen people gather in kind of large groups on and off all afternoon. I'm not sure if my photographer, Sam, can kind of pan in here over my right shoulder. This is kind of what I'm talking about, just larger crowds gathering, just really sharing their reactions with one another.
Thank you for the gift.
Verdict, potentially about what they believe is happening inside the courtroom as journalists like our Fox 4 Lori Brown is sharing updates, and then the journalists on the ground are sharing updates. You might see a lot of cell phones up in the air. We know that social media, this case has really taken on a life of its own online.
Can we get 20 more likes, guys? We're 20 likes away from 600, guys. Double tap that screen if you have not on your mobile device, or click the 3 dots in the right-hand corner. Hit that thumbs up. Remember to subscribe to the channel if you are new, guys.
I have not seen any clashes with law enforcement. As you heard my colleague Alex Boyer say, the supporters and people who have gathered here have really respected law enforcement. Law enforcement has not had to kind of come towards the crowd, say anything. We haven't really even seen them interact much, but they do have a presence here, clearly. And they have created this barrier between the sidewalk here in the parking lot and the front of the Collin County Courthouse. I have been talking to people, and they shared their reaction with me after that verdict was issued. And one man told me that there is no winning on either side of this. Take a listen.
I just tell people this, man, is until you've been in this situation, you don't know how anybody's feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you for the gift.
This is a no-win situation on either side. You know, you have a child that is not going to be here anymore. God bless his family, and to the family who's going through the situation with their son, it's unfortunate.
What's up, Pressure?
Now we are hearing some, like Alex was talking, upset comments. We know that this trial, no cameras were allowed. It was not live streamed. It was not televised. But as someone who was in the courtroom every afternoon to hear testimony, I know that the journalists I sat next to, we were doing our best to share accurately what we were hearing and what we were seeing inside that courtroom. And the jurors were tasked to take all of the evidence that they heard in that testimony to come to this guilty murder verdict. Now, I'm not sure what people are waiting for out here. Obviously, we know that the punishment phase of the trial is going on right now. I'm not sure if they're waiting to see if any of the family members are going to talk or if any of the attorneys are going to talk. I haven't really had a chance to ask, why they are staying here. All I know is that they are, and we've just seen more people arrive to the parking lot. For now, Eden, that's what I'm seeing live out here. Back to you.
And again, we should note that Carmelo Anthony faces anywhere from 5 years to 99 years in prison. As Amelia mentioned, 99, guys, in the courtroom. So we've had crews all over. We've had our Lori Brown inside of the courtroom. We've had Amelia Jones outside of the courthouse and Alex Boyer. So really, they have tried their best to share what both sides are arguing, what the defense is claiming, what the prosecution is claiming, and trying to paint the picture of what all is going on there. So as this case prepares for the punishment phase, Fox 4 is, of course, committed to keeping you up to date. We're going to be live on the Fox Local app when there is an update, so make sure that you turn on your notifications to receive the update right to your home screen. We will be right back.
All right, so they're coming right back. Hold on, because we're not going anywhere. We're going to go, I'm thinking over here where they're live outside of the courthouse. You know what I'm saying? We're going to go to where they're live outside of the courthouse. Let's see what's going on outside, guys. Hold on. This is live outside of the courthouse, guys.
You said rainwater. Let me know right there. You ain't no good. That's why I said he don't support. You said rainwater. You ain't no good about. We'll be in Mo 3's next. That's all.
Yeah, long live Mo 3, man. Long live Mo 3.
I came from them, but I'm an outlaw and y'all holler at your girl Queen. You want the truth? I don't break the news. I break the news. Right there.
Shout out to the Mo 3 sector bloggers, Ratchet, Skull, and 88 guys out there on the scene.
I was in New York. I was definitely in New York at the Philly trial, popping my shit. I put on the guys in New York. I told them they don't know who I am.
We team smash over here, man. We don't be playing about we team smash. I'm team smash to what smash?
There's a lot going on, guys. There's a lot going on. Let's see if any of the stations are still going. We're gonna go to all right. So we got somebody else that's basically covering the whole situation as well.
Leave me alone. I just look like this. Y'all better ask about me.
Let me see something. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Well, the one that I found has no audio.
Independent contract.
So this is live outside of the courthouse, guys. Thank you for the gift.
Well, first of all, Smash was always. Oh no.
I got it. What's up with this?
And basically everybody's staying until the verdict is read. That's what's going on currently. Everybody's standing outside the courthouse waiting for the verdict, guys. A lot of the regular stations have stopped covering it so far.
What that mean?
Hold up. Let's go here. All right, so let's leave from over here before they say some stuff they shouldn't be saying and get my whole stream shut down. Let's go over here to the news channel. Hold on. Hold up, guys. I got us. Hold on. I might be sharing the wrong thingy. Hold up. Because it don't supposed to look like that on my end. So that means I was on the wrong thing. Hold up. Hold on as I try to get this up here. I thought it was already up there. My bad, y'all. Here it comes. Here you go. The other side, absolutely. How other people feel.
As young as he is, there is always responsibility to your actions. Yes.
Based on the devices that's out here, like what do you think this contributes to like people being divided?
Honestly, I think it contributes to a lot of social media. People are really ugly on social media and they're hiding behind their phones and they're just promoting it. And of course that is gonna bring a lot of aggression out here into the public. So yeah, I think that starts there.
Why was it important for you to bring the little one here with you?
It is important for my little one to see. My boys were asleep.
Thank you for the gift.
Here too, but it's important for my little one to see that hey, actions have consequences. Knee-jerk reactions can change the lives of two people, and the public is not forgiving, and neither is the courts, even though you're young.
She said the same thing I just told y'all. Y'all told me I was that was against rhetoric against white, and that ain't even what that was. She said exactly what I just said.
You had a conversation like that with your kids?
Absolutely. We have this conversation a lot. We live in somewhat of a rough area, so this topic comes up all the time. Your actions always have consequences. Think, is it easier to walk away or is it easier to take action?
That split second could change your whole life, guys.
He's young, so.
Sounds like you might have been.
But then again, the gentleman was young too that passed away. Good kids, good athletes. It's a shame.
It sounds like you were more supportive of the manslaughter charge.
I was,
than
yeah.
Murder. What do you think might happen with him moving forward now? You think he's going to get a heavy sentence, or what would you like to see?
Well, considering they gave him the murder, I would say they'll probably at least give him 20. You know, I was hoping.
She thinks he's going to get 20 years, guys.
But, you know, murder one normally looks at 20. And
we are 10 likes away from 700, guys. Double tap that screen if you don't mind. That's how you hit the like button. Yeah. It helps out the channel, guys. Double tap that screen.
I honestly wish that they would have streamed it live,
Thank you for the
it would have
gift.
calmed the atmosphere a lot. It really would have. You know, there's so much speculation, so much rumors going on, misinformation flying everywhere. It really gets people upset, really just raises the temperature, whether it's online or it's out here in the public. So if Judge Roach had allowed it to be live for all of us to see, it would have calmed the temperature down a lot.
I spoke to somebody else who said the same thing about the AI stuff. Like a lot of it's something that just it was really hard to
Hey, Nene.
which is weird, which is not real.
Yes, yeah, that's an ongoing topic right now with that advanced as AI.
Thank you for the gift.
We don't really know what's real and what's not. So,
anything else you'd like to say?
Well, I'd like to say, you know, I did overhear that I grew up with the stepdad of Metcalf, and I want to send prayers out to the family. He's a good man. He is a good man, and I want to give prayers out to Carmelo's family. It's tough on both sides. It is.
She said exactly what I said.
I'm Sunshine.
All right, so that
She said that she must be listening to my live stream. She said exactly what I said. Thank you for the gift.
That guilty verdict was read in this Carmelo Anthony case, taking you right now out to a live aerial look over the area outside the Collin County Courthouse. We have been getting live updates coming from our Fox 4 Dallas team, who has been extensively covering this case. The latest update coming in at 4:05 p.m. local time, saying the punishment in the closing arguments are happening. Assistant District Attorney Dewey Mitchell told jurors they are the product of the community coming together.
Welcome back.
While deliberating Anthony's sentence, he encouraged them to remember that Metcalf was somebody's son and somebody's brother. He said, in a minute, you will hear a lot about the age of the defendant. He said, I'm going to ask you to think about his age.
Thank you.
But also consider the age of the victim in this case. Nothing you do will take more from Carmelo Anthony than
Thank you as well. Shout out to all the gifts, man. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all.
Still be part of his family, learn new interests, get married, and have children. Prosecutors shared pictures of Metcalf on the ground with coaches doing CPR while others were praying on the
You're
track.
late. They already
We
charged
should
him. He
pray
was
for
found
healing too, said
guilty.
Mitchell.
Now we're
Caution
waiting on
we
the
do it not
sentencing.
through vengeance. It is not about leniency either. We trust you jurors will hold people accountable. So the judge gave the jurors instructions as the jury is now still deliberating and they're still in session. We're waiting to see what the sentence will be. Moments ago, we brought you some reaction that we heard earlier outside of the Collin County Courthouse. On your screen right now is a live look. You can still see a lot of people there and still an active police presence there outside the Collin County Courthouse. What we are going to do right now is we're going to play out some other remarks from somebody outside the Collin County Courthouse earlier today. Take a listen.
Hi, sir. I understand you're from McKinney here? Yes. Okay. So have you been following along the trial all these 4 days?
I have. Yes, ma'am.
And so
Interview with one of the people
with this
from outside
verdict
about how they
coming
feel
down, I
about
understand
this.
it's obviously made some people here in the crowd a little unhappy. Any initial reactions here? You look a little somber, if I'm being honest.
I mean, I just tell people this, man, is until you've been in this situation, you don't know how anybody's feeling. You know what I'm saying? And this is a no-win situation on either side, you know. You have a child that is not going to be here anymore. God bless his family. And to the family who's going through this situation with their son, it's unfortunate. You know what I'm saying? And I just tell people, like, we don't know all the facts. We don't know what was said, what was not said, because we weren't in that courtroom. So the only great thing about this is, you know, I just hope defense, you know, do the appeal, and they just, you know, step on all, you know, what the areas that they missed, they bring it back up, because like I said, it's a crazy situation, you know. Either way.
No, you haven't missed the sentence. They haven't gave it yet. We're still waiting.
And now with this,
You didn't miss
the
anything.
case
Make sure you
finally over, I
subscribe
feel
to
like
the
it's
channel.
kind of been this dark cloud hanging over Collin County, McKinney, Frisco. You know, do you think that this will be a trial that maybe will always have a mark on this area?
I don't think it's a trial. There's been cases way before this that were kind of went the same way. I think until the process change of, how they, pick jurors and just how the judicial system is, then it'll change. But, like I said, these situations are very hard. They could go either way. Like I said, I shout out to both families. We all pray for both families because this is a no-win situation. It's just hard for everybody.
Absolutely. Have you followed along the case since it happened? I mean, do you have any connection to, Carmelo Anthony or, the track meet? Do you have any connection to this case other than you live here and you heard about it?
I don't have any connection to anybody. I know nothing about either child. I just know sports, and I know this is Collin County, and I know how a lot of things go here in Collin County. Having gone through the judicial system myself, I know how it is out here. So, like I said, unless you've been on the inside and seen it from the outside, a lot of people can just talk and speculate, but until they've gone through this, until you sat there with an attorney and your thought process and what they're thinking and what they're going through, nobody can actually really tell you what's going on.
So is that why you're here? Because you know firsthand the experience of what, Anthony might be experiencing in the courtroom with his family there, his defense attorney there. Is that why you're here? Because, you have some experience with this and you wanted to show your support, or are you here for another reason?
No, I was here just because I wanted to see justice. I want to see, fairness, and like I said, I wasn't in the courtroom, so I can't say what's going on.
He said he wanted to see fairness. Do any of y'all feel like this was unfair, guys? You know what I'm saying? Because according to this guy, he's saying that, man, there's some unfair treatment going on in Collin County today.
Totally different, things happen, but it's Collin County. And, like I said, until you've gone through the judicial system, there's not a lot that, people can just say. People can talk and, they have been, everybody has an opinion. Everybody has freedom of speech. But this is just one thing. It's just, we don't know the facts. So
we still don't know the facts.
We still don't know the facts,
unless you're inside the courtroom.
Unless you're inside the courtroom. I just know this. There's still a brother. There's still Carmelo. There's gonna be appeal. So we never know how this gonna be.
What is your
The verdict was guilty.
Right, so
we're in the sentencing phase right now. The verdict was guilty.
Earlier today, as we did learn that Carmelo Anthony was found guilty in the Austin Metcalf murder trial. Of course, as we learn what he is sentenced to, we'll be sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. For now,
thank you guys for the gifts.
Slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. But before we get to that, I want to show you this live look right now. This is a live look over the House floor as the House does plan to vote on the $70 billion GOP immigration enforcement reconciliation bill funding ICE and CBP until the end of President Trump's term in 2029. The Senate approved that bill last week by a vote of 52 to 47. So it looks like we have somebody speaking right now, actually. Let's lift up the audio and listen in.
Hold on.
Without objection,
all right, so everything I'm getting right now with Carmelo, all the news stations have took a break. Basically from
Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 1140, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
Discharge calendar number 7, House Resolution 1140. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5408 to accelerate workplace time to contract under the National Labor Relations Act.
Just getting a lot of helicopter footage.
On the adoption of the resolution, members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Hold on as I find
right now back to what we were talking about.
Okay, let's go.
The House is planning to vote on that $70
billion
billion
back to what we was
GOP
talking about. We weren't talking about
this
that.
text post on your screen coming from House Press Gallery saying the House is voting now on passage of the Secure America Act sponsored by Lindsey Graham and the Budget Committee. Of course, this is a $70 billion federal budget.
Can always go back. Thank you for the gifts. We can always. They're just doing a lot of helicopter
The
footage.
legislation provides long-term funding for U.S. Customs and Border Protection and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So as soon as we learn what happens with this, we'll be sure to bring that to you on Fox. But as promised,
let's go here. Let's go here.
up just a few moments ago.
The prosecution has wrapped up, guys, in the sentencing
jury
phase.
there to
breaking news.
Issue a verdict, an amount of time that does not depend on vengeance, that is not based on vengeance, just a fair, just verdict. The defense is now speaking to the jury. It will have 20 minutes
So
to
now the
make
defense
its
is
final
doing
argument to the jury, and then the jury will begin deliberating punishment, which could go between 5 and 99 years in prison, although the defense is also making the case here that this was a murder that was committed out of a burst of passion, and that therefore the jury should be allowed to consider 2 to 20 years punishment as well for Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony, after the verdict, by the way, was taken out of the courtroom, shaking his head and crying and looking back toward his parents there in the courtroom. As you saw a moment ago, we've been watching the scene overhead from our chopper as well. A crowd has been gathered there this afternoon as that verdict has come down. And we're going to take a quick break right here. Our coverage of this will continue on the other side.
Well, yeah, it took a lot of breaks. But anyway, all right, so we got a live update. The prosecution is basically done with their part of the convincing the jury within the sentencing phase. Let's go here where they're talking about it even more with the situation going on. Let's go here.
Washed over his grave. That's a quote from the assistant prosecutor working with Bill Werski on this case. That's what jurors are hearing in this moment from both sides. So
thank you
there's a
for
lot
the
of
gifts.
emotion, and there's a lot of tension, even in these closing statements in the punishment phase, the sentencing phase of this trial. These jurors are in the middle. They're being pulled emotionally on both sides by the defense and the prosecution. Both are asking them to see it their way. One side is asking for mercy. The other side is asking for no mercy. And these jurors will have to decide how long Carmelo Anthony will spend in prison.
Sean, thank you. Now we want to head over to Fox 4's Alex Boyer, who is live outside of the courthouse in McKinney. Alex, you've really been there since this morning. What can you tell us? What are you seeing out there?
Sure, Sean Rabb certainly hit it on the head out here as well. There has been a lot of emotion and certainly a lot of tension as the day has built and folks have learned the fate of Carmelo Anthony. Now at this point, they're waiting to see, as Sean mentioned, what that sentencing will be. Right now, calmness has prevailed and has been that way throughout the course of this day, aside from some people just reacting to the verdict and having some outbursts and some emotion to that verdict. You know,
it most definitely has been peaceful for the most part, though, guys. I give them that.
Outside the Collin County Courthouse, as attorneys for both sides were presenting those closing arguments, you know, they had 35 minutes on each side. Then the jury got that case before 11 a.m. And then during the jury deliberations while we were out here, many folks were live streaming on social media, giving updates, while others were simply sitting under the trees here out of the sun, and others talking to one another. And I can tell you that I also saw some folks chanting and praying. Now, when word got out that there was a verdict, the crowd all began to gather near the steps of the courthouse, which is where we are. About a dozen law enforcement officers came outside. Many remain here at this hour and formed a line separating the crowd from the steps of the courthouse. From my vantage point, most people seem to abide by the officer's orders. When the crowd learned that Carmelo Anthony had been found guilty of murder, I heard some audible gasps and moans, as I mentioned, but many people did stay quiet, I think really trying to digest what they heard. Then I heard a woman yell, "Let's stay together," and another woman got on the loudspeaker and started preaching. Right now you're looking at an overhead view from Sky 4, which really gives you some perspective for where we are here in the parking lot. Now a ground shot here. You can see what I've been talking about. Some of that crowd lingering here near the front steps, waiting for any kind of update from inside of the court room. We also may be able to see there beyond that crowd of people, some of those law enforcement
Thank you for the
as
gift.
I mentioned, just trying to keep somewhat of a barrier between the barrier that is physically there, the folks here in the parking lot, and then trying to keep things calm on the other side. That is the situation as it stands right now. I can tell you that while many people have left, some people maybe now just starting to get off of work or hearing what has happened are now starting to show up here in the parking lot, beginning to get full once again. Back to you.
It sounds like we've kind of seen a range of emotions even before the verdict was read. I remember earlier you said, there was a prayer circle. At one point we did see things get tense, but it's good to know from people on both sides, but it's good to know that the crowd has remained relatively peaceful. Thanks so much, Alex. All right, well, Fox 4's Amelia Jones, also in McKinney for us right now. Amelia, what are you seeing?
Hi there, Eden. I'm seeing similar to what Alex is seeing here as well. We have a lot of people who are
They're describing the atmosphere outside, guys, as we wait on this sentencing.
And I asked people,
the defense is
here. The verdict already was issued, and they told me that
so basically they're telling us about the atmosphere outside as we wait for the sentence to see what kind of time Carmelo is going to get.
I'm going to ask my photographer, Sam, to kind of pan off here. You can kind of see there's just some groups of people, again, like Alex was talking about, whether they are live streaming on their cell phones here. We know that this case has gained national, even international attention, and a lot of people have been streaming on several social media platforms before the verdict, after the verdict, and now as they are kind of getting news from journalists and others inside the courtroom as to what is going on right now in that punishment phase. I got a chance to speak to somebody after the guilty of murder verdict came down, and this person was telling me there really is no winning on either side of this. Take a listen.
There's no winners. No, absolutely not. I mean, I feel
absolutely not.
Carmelo Anthony family.
No winners on each side.
Obviously, they're in a sense losing their son for a little while too. But the thing is they'll most likely be able to get him back. Austin Metcalf's folks, they won't ever get that young man back.
And now we know that this case has become racially charged in large part.
Thank you guys for the gifts. Continue to double tap that screen, guys. Get the likes up.
I will say I have heard some racially charged comments out here after that verdict was read, and something that was brought up in jury selection and something that I spoke to several law experts about was the Batson challenge. The fact that 3 black female jurors were struck and the fact that there were no black jurors on this panel here. I will tell you, I was inside the courtroom and the jury was diverse. There were several Asian Americans as well as Indian Americans on the jury. But as I spoke to a criminal defense attorney not involved in this case yesterday, she was here as a court observer. She told me that, yes, a Batson challenge like that could be used in possible appeals. So, Eden, of course, we will have to see what the jury decides when it comes to that punishment phase. And of course, we might have to see what litigation, if any, comes after the trial is over. For now, Eden, I'll send it back to you.
That's right. We should mention this was a 12-person jury with 6 alternates. That included 11 women and 7 men. Thanks so much, Amelia. Okay, so we were live on air and on Fox Local as the verdict came in. We got instant reaction from Russell Wilson, a former Dallas County prosecutor who is not involved in this case.
This is crazy,
we know
guys.
is that they've rejected the self-defense claim. They believed that the use of deadly force
Parker.
In response to the shove was excessive, and that's not necessarily a surprise.
They haven't said how much time you got yet.
So I think that was their verdict.
Maybe so.
Now we'll see what happens with this jury in the punishment phase.
Right. So we're probably going to see a brief break, and the parties will get a chance to gather themselves, if you will, and the judge would have to decide if he wanted to go ahead and begin the punishment phase of the case, maybe in 15, 20 minutes or so.
Thank you for the
if
gift.
he wanted a break. Given that he's got the jurors sequestered, I think that they will get back started on testimony probably relatively quickly.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a client who is a teenager who's a 3.8 GPA, has no bad record, has no juvenile history, has no engagement with law enforcement, has made this decision that
hasn't been in trouble with law enforcement, guys?
How do you work in the punishment phase? What do you try to do to limit?
I mean, I think you
What's up, Keisha?
First, you want to console your client and the family briefly, but you're going to have to.
No, they haven't said how much time he got yet. We're still waiting.
Punishment evidence. which
We're
is
still
going
waiting,
to be
Keisha.
the state again going first. You're going to hear more character information. It takes a while when you get an adverse verdict for the person to really accept and understand it. The state may be moving to have his bond held insufficient, meaning that if he walked in the courthouse today, that he won't be walking out tonight. Your client's going to have a whole lot of anxiety. You know, the range of punishments, 5 to 99 years. When you hear a guilty verdict of murder, you're certainly going to see your life flash before you because you recognize you could face imprisonment for the rest of your life. The attorney, if you get everybody calmed down, you need to start thinking of your most mitigating factors. Probably here will be age of the offender and no criminal history.
So one very unusual aspect of this case has been where some of the reaction is coming from. Several state politicians have issued statements in their official capacity, including Jared Patterson, the Republican state rep whose district includes parts of Frisco. Patterson called Austin Metcalf's murder a senseless and heartbreaking tragedy and said today's murder conviction is justice served. Texas GOP chair Abraham George echoed that sentiment and said the Texas Republican Party stands with the Metcalf family. And on the other side are Carmelo Anthony supporters who have condemned this verdict. The activist group Next Generation Action Network has spoken in support of the family on multiple occasions. The group's leadership said it will continue to provide the family support through a likely appeals process once the punishment is decided. So we want to go back to Fox 4's Sean Rabb with more updates from inside of the courthouse with the punishment phase. Sean, I know obviously we can't have any cameras inside of the courtroom there, and we've been getting updates from Lori Brown, who is inside of the courtroom. So what are some updates that you're hearing?
Yeah, and you know what? We talk about that a lot because we've become accustomed in state district courts, especially in Dallas County and the big trial recently with the Tanner Harner case over in Tarrant County. They have cameras in courtrooms, but they've not always been there. We've not always covered cases with cameras. It's been with reporters chronicling the events in the courtroom and then sharing those. And that's what we've been getting in this trial. Right now, I want to go back to share with you what's happening in the closing statements before jurors begin their deliberation. We were talking earlier about sudden passion, and Mike Howard, one of the defense attorneys, wanted to impress on the jurors that, look, you decided that self-defense wasn't part of this case, but I want to help you and let you understand sudden passion can. He says, when we react in a moment, when our mind has not had time to process and calm down and time for cool reflection, that is different from when we have time to think and still do something bad. His suggestion, Carmelo Anthony acted in a moment, sudden passion, and not that he thought, premeditated plan to go to that track meet and kill someone. But let me share with you what Bill Werski.
I can see that. I can see that. That sounds about right to me. I can see that. Guys, we are 25 likes away from 900. Double tap that screen, guys. Get the likes up. Can we get the likes to 1,000? We need as many likes as we can get. Double tap that screen, guys. It helps out the channel. If you like the coverage, double tap that screen, guys. Get the likes up.
Death was not Metcalf, but was Anthony. That is what Bill Werski is saying. Beyond that, here is what he tells this jury. Whether you like it or not, mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. When you talk about Anthony, talk about Metcalf. When you consider his family, consider Metcalf. And then he goes on to say, you know what? A lot of life sentences have been handed out today. A lot of life sentences. There needs to be one more life sentence, as he references the time he wants this jury to give Carmelo Anthony. He says, it's up to you to determine how we in Collin County respond to senseless violence. Do we tolerate it?
The prosecution is pushing for forever, guys.
So the pressure is mounting on this jury.
They pushed for a guilty verdict, and now they're pushing for a forever sentence, guys.
Is where I think Bill Werski wants this jury to start considering. The floor is 40 years. The ceiling could be 99. That's where he wants them to consider. So we'll see what this jury does when they do retire. But these are the passionate pleas in punishment that Attorney Russell Wilson was talking with us about earlier. Oftentimes, he said, more difficult at this moment, more intense at this moment, and more challenging for jurors at this moment than to return the guilty verdict. So once they begin their deliberations, and that has not happened yet, they're beginning their deliberations right now, actually 4:37, about 3 minutes ago, they retired to start deliberating. Before 6 o'clock today, they could have their decision in terms of how long Carmelo Anthony will stay behind.
All right,
bars.
so
And
the
he is facing
defense
anywhere
is done with their pleas as far as to the jury on time. So now we're just waiting. They're deliberating Carmelo's sentence, guys. What kind of time he's going to have to do.
So make sure that you turn on your notifications to receive the update right to your home screen. And if it happens while we're on air too, we'll bring it to you live. Well, street racing led to the
we ain't
deaths of
talking about
3
no
people.
street racing. Let's stop there. Hold on. Let me go see if there's any more live coverage as of now. Hold on. Hold up. Nope, I'm not seeing one yet, guys. Hold up. Let's pause this. Hold on. Let me pause these things I got playing in the background. I can't think straight. All right, so let's let me try to see something real quick. Let me see if they're still live outside of the courthouse. Maybe we can just start from there. Hold on. Okay, here we go right here. We'll go right here. Let's go here.
Consideration the fact that Mr. Anthony didn't testify.
This them talking about what they think.
I don't think
type of sentence Carmelo is going to get.
Well, you still got the charge in. You still got sudden passion in the charge. And that would be the only thing that Mr. Anthony could have maybe added to or given more specifics of why he felt that way. But I think the evidence has been presented that at least give them an argument to make an argument to the jury on certain factors or things that they think would rise to the level of sudden passion.
We were talking just a few moments ago about how fast this case moved along and how quickly the jury was able to go through that guilt and innocence phase of this. Just for anyone who's keeping track, Jobin Puneker tells us that at 4:37, which is 5 minutes ago now, the jury officially began deliberating. And so the clock has started on that. And I'm probably putting the cart
right after the
sentence horse here in asking this. But Counselor Harris, what is the defense thinking potentially about appeal at this point, and how does
we're still waiting?
Well, they will appeal, I would assume. So they have 30 days to file an appeal, and so usually what will happen is probably before they leave the courthouse today, the judge will have them put in their notice for appeal. Even if Mr. Howard and Mr. Shook don't represent him on appeal, he's at least put his notice to the court, which preserves his right to get an appeal. And whether they have to appoint an appellate attorney to represent him,
so let me help
or
you.
he hires his own.
All you have to do to hit that like button is double tap the screen of your mobile device. Any other device, click the 3 dots in the top right hand corner and hit the thumbs up. Those are 2 ways you can hit the like button, guys. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you are new, guys. Go on your community wall, tell a friend to tell a friend. We're live covering the Carmelo Anthony trial.
In prison, to where if the court could set a bond where he could post a bond and he could be out, on release on bond while his case is going through the appeals process. If the jury sentences him to over 10 years in prison, then he will not be able to have an appeal bond set.
Do you think that part of this appeal is going to be that the 3 remaining African-American jurors were not selected and they were struck by the judge and the prosecution, and then they had the protest from the defense, but were still not allowed on the panel?
Well, I definitely think that could be something that gets mentioned in the appeal. From the appellate attorney's standpoint, they're probably going to review the record. Defense, that's why they make the objections. That's why they're very clear, so that they can preserve error for appeal. If they would have never objected to those strikes, then he couldn't have gone on appeal and said, hey, the court erred in going with the state on these strikes. For
these 99 years is insane, guys. Wow.
The error so that the appellate attorney could raise that if they want.
So y'all really man, remember this kid. These are kids we're talking about. This guy was only 17 years old when he did this act. The victim is 7. They're both still young, guys. We all made mistakes when we were younger. Do y'all really think that he meant to unalive Austin, guys, to the point to where y'all feel like he really deserves 99 years in jail, like forever? You know, I'm just asking. Let me know in the chat, man.
Course on WFAA Plus as well. Again, the jury in the Carmelo Anthony case has now been deliberating for the past 8 minutes or so, and they are in the punishment phase here. We could see anything, as we understand it at this point, between 2 and 20 years or 5 and 99 years. We will, of course, be staying on top of this all the way to the very end. Let's get a quick look at your traffic before we go to break here this afternoon.
This is crazy. We ain't looking at no traffic either. Yeah, I don't live there. I live in Texas. I ain't worried about no traffic. I'm trying to see what is it gonna be, guys? What is it gonna be? What do you think Carmelo is gonna get, guys? Anywhere from 2 to 20 if they go with the passion, or if they just keep it like it is. He's facing 5 to 99, guys. This is wild, man. This is most definitely a oh my God moment, guys. All right, let's go here where they're giving us a little bit of coverage of a couple of things. Hold up. So right here they're reading. This is when they found Carmelo guilty, guys. Hold up. Let's go here because I missed I didn't miss it, but I kind of missed it. So we're gonna go here. This is them finding Carmelo guilty, guys, when everybody got the news.
It says here, Lori is telling us, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder. That is the verdict from the jurors, according to Lori Brown, who is in the courtroom.
Okay, we're hearing that first. Guilty of murder. We are finding that out.
And I think Russell Wilson, with the brevity of this deliberation, I don't think that's a surprise to many people.
Well, right. So, I mean, what we know is that, they've rejected the self-defense claim. They believed that the use of deadly force in response to the shove was excessive. And that's not necessarily a surprise based off of the totality of the circumstances. So I think, that was their verdict.
Now we'll see what happens with this jury in the punishment phase.
Right. So we're probably going to see a brief break. And the parties.
It's crazy, guys. They ruled out self-defense. Wow.
Get a chance to gather themselves, if you will. And the judge would have to decide if he wanted to go ahead and begin the punishment phase of the case, maybe in 15, 20 minutes or so, or if he wanted a break. Given that he's got the jurors sequestered, I think that they will get back started on testimony probably relatively quickly.
So
let me ask you a question. You have a client who is a teenager who's a 3.8 GPA, has no bad record, has no juvenile history, has no engagement with law enforcement, has made this decision that has left him guilty of murder. How do you?
There's a lot of people out there, guys.
In the punishment phase, what do you try to do to live?
I mean, I think you gotta first you want to console your client and the family briefly, but you're gonna have to quickly turn to your anticipated punishment evidence, which is going to be the state again going first. You're going to hear more character information. It takes a while when you get an adverse verdict for the person to really accept and understand it.
Thank you guys for hitting that like button. We just hit 1,000 likes. Shout out to y'all guys for hitting that like button.
Meaning that if he walked in the courthouse today, that he won't be walking out tonight. Your clients,
the Keisha, they ruled out self-defense.
You know, the range of punishments 5 to 99 years. When you hear a guilty verdict of murder, you're certainly going to see your life flash before you. because you recognize you could face imprisonment for the rest of your life. The attorney, if you get everybody calm down, you need to start thinking of your most mitigating factors. Probably here will be age of the offender and no criminal history.
I see somebody ask me what's my opinion on the sentence. I'm gonna say at this point, I don't know, because I ain't gonna lie to you. I was one of the people that thought that they weren't gonna get him on the actual maybe manslaughter or something like that. I thought that was gonna happen, but I found out I was wrong. So yeah, I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? For all I know, they might turn around and give him 99. I'm just saying.
Relief for them regarding the verdict being the verdict that they wanted it to be. But you're still preparing as well as the prosecutor. So you'd say, brief words of comfort. The family usually experiences some degree, like I said, of relief. And then I'm probably talking to them about who our first witnesses are. Maybe I'm wanting to go get, maybe I'm bringing a mom and I want baby photos. I want the graduation that was missed. I want the life to be expanded and explained, and for people to understand just what the loss was.
Maybe his twin brother now, huh?
Yeah,
maybe the twin brother.
I'm lining up people to to emphasize the impact of the death. And both of these young men, I think, had no known criminal history or things like that. There's no drugs involved. They're both in high school athletics. So both sides will be talking about the promise of the individual. And the state will, of course, be saying,
I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I knew they was gonna find him guilty of something, but I didn't think it was gonna be murder. I'm just keeping it real. I felt like they was gonna do something. You know what I'm saying? He was gonna get found guilty of something. I just didn't think it was gonna be murder.
And they'll be getting, Carmelo's parents ready as well, I think, to testify.
I just
so
sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it. I was going to say, so you're likely to hear, the gut wrenching impact of death from the viewpoint of the victim and the viewpoint of the defendant. And you'll see a family. I don't know if they'll ask for a specific range or a specific number of punishment, but that's what I think is you're going to see unfold, and that's what we see unfold in punishment hearings on murder cases all the time.
How about the jurors now, too? I want to stay with what's going to happen in that courtroom, because this is where we are now.
Right. Some of the jurors, it will depend. Some of the testimony was emotional. In very, very emotional cases, the jurors themselves still aren't going to be free to talk with anybody or anything like that. So I think they would need to remain relatively composed.
Just crazy, guys. Just crazy. We're waiting on the verdict, guys. We're waiting on the verdict. The verdict should come any second now. Any second.
Sun under the trees there at the courthouse. Folks had been gathering every day of this trial, which has gone on now for almost a week. Some of them are from out of town. Some of them are high school students. This case has drawn a lot of interest, not just here locally, but it has been making headlines all across the country. It has had a very emotional impact, to say the least. In April of 2025, Anthony, who was a student at Frisco Centennial High School, was arrested and charged for the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf, who was an athlete at Memorial High School. That stabbing taking place on April 2nd at a high school track meet at Kirkendall Stadium. Anthony was charged with murder by the Collin County District Attorney. Prosecutors had the burden of proof to show that he knew that he was causing the death of Austin Metcalf. And during a 7-day trial, the state said that's exactly what happened. The defense, though, countered that Anthony was just acting to protect himself. He was 17 years old at the time. That is considered an adult under Texas law. There has been a lot of question about, why wasn't this a capital murder case? Why wasn't the death penalty a possibility here? This case, because of the circumstances of it, was not eligible to be a death penalty case or a capital murder case.
It's crazy, guys.
So, in this case, the jury is able to consider 5 to 99 years in prison for that guilty verdict.
5 to 99.
The defense, as we have been telling you here this afternoon, is pushing for something in the range of 2 to 20 years because they have made the argument to the jury that this was a crime of passion, that he didn't have a cool head when all of this transpired. I can tell you from Jobin Puneker, who is in the courtroom and has been in the courtroom every day of this trial and sending out live updates that we have been including on a blog on our website, WFAA.com. Jobin is there in the courtroom right now. He says that the defense has just wrapped up its presentation to the jury of closing arguments in the sentencing phase. The prosecution went first. They've already wrapped up. So, as we understand it now, the jury has heard everything that they're going to hear from both sides and is about to begin deliberating punishment for Carmelo Anthony. I can tell you that when the defense was up, they told the jury, which will go consider punishment now, they said, I cannot tell you what the right verdict is. Jobin tells us that Carmelo Anthony was crying while listening to the closing statements there. The state, the prosecution here, didn't recommend a range. They were pretty nebulous about it. They just said, follow your heart and follow the law. Jobin tells us that the defense spent most of it, each side was allotted 20 minutes. He says the defense spent most of its time talking about the whole crime of passion and basically saying that doesn't mean that, we are blaming the victims here. When he says that, this was self-defense, we're not blaming the victims here. This was a crime of passion. It was sudden passion, which means that a decision is made in the heat of the moment, which is different than a decision you would make when you are cool and collected. Then, both sides, finished up here, but they say that the defense, Jobin tells us the defense closed by saying there are people on both sides whose lives have been irrevocably changed. And I think both sides would agree to that in this case. Jobin had told us earlier that when the verdict came down, there was no emotion being expressed there in the courtroom like you sometimes see, depending on which side, has won in court and which side has lost. He says that everyone on both sides seemed very somber and pointed out that one of our legal experts had said earlier this week that no one wins here. This is hard, of course.
I'm keeping an eye out to see what the actual sentence is, guys.
I'm seeing investigative reporter
I'm most definitely watching to see
still at the courthouse with us
they've reached
along with attorney Keith Harris,
to see what the sentence
who is giving us analysis this afternoon. So it looks like this is headed to the jury now to be able to decide punishment in this case. We don't know how long that will take. I wanted to ask the three of you, though, going into this trial, there's been so much buildup about this. We've had, people who have been agitating from the outside, which is why we have so much, security there at that courthouse, sort of unprecedented because of this case. Were you all surprised by the fact that it went as quickly as it did? And that the jury didn't take that long today, less than 3 hours to come to a decision here. But this trial itself wrapped up quickly, too, it seemed.
It's crazy,
I
guys.
was very surprised, Jason. I'm used to these types of trials at least lasting a complete 2 weeks. We were expecting this trial to go even into Saturday, is what the judge had initially told us. We were all prepared to.
Let's pause these guys. We'll come right back to them, guys. A little bit more of the atmosphere outside of the courthouse, guys. As protesters get a little rowdy out there, guys, during finding out about
here. What do we expect? Is the sentencing, the number of years up to this jury? Does the judge weigh in? This does vary from state to state and district to district.
It does vary, Martha, and obviously the fact that the jury is going to be weighing in on sentencing leads me to believe that they're going to be able to have some type of say, because otherwise the only focus or purpose they would have would be as if this were a death penalty case, which it is not. So given the fact that the
got
jury is
88
around
after
for the
on the
sentencing
scene
phase leads me to believe that they will have a say. What I do think is really interesting here, and I think that this is the reason the case played out the way it did. The defense attorney knew that this jury was going to be involved in the sentencing phase. The judge was listening to all the testimony here, and I think this is the reason some of these facts came in. The things that we were talking about earlier. How
it didn't take them no time.
I think some of that is trying to be mitigating. I don't think that the defense truly believed that there was ever a true self-defense claim here, and that this is what they had to try on behalf of the client. But given the facts and circumstances here, I think putting this forth in the way to show this level of remorse, to show that he was upset and crying after the fact, I think that was part of the sentencing phase of this case. I also think the fact that Carmelo Anthony himself did not testify was very interesting given the defense in this case. And that's not something that we've talked about today. And I think that that's a very, very significant portion of the jury making this decision on murder. I think had he testified, manslaughter may have played into it a little bit more, because he would have been able to say, I felt.
Well, it wasn't just an all-white jury, but there were not any black people on the jury. There was an Asian lady, an Indian lady, and it was different colors of people, just not any black people.
Didn't testify. I don't think the jurors had any other evidence that they could hang their hat on, and we'll see if in the sentencing phase we hear more about that. But I really do think that the defense played into the fact that if he was convicted, these were certain pieces of information they needed to put out in front of this jury, so maybe the sentencing would not be as significant as it could be.
I don't know if we can hear this person who's speaking, or if we know if this is one of the attorneys.
That's one of the representatives.
This is not one of the attorneys. It's someone speaking outside the courthouse. Paul, let's talk a little bit about what Donna touched on here. Carmelo Anthony did not testify in his own defense. Do you think his attorney?
But we seen it live, so we know what he said.
Well, in light of the fact that he's
shout out to that gift, thank you.
Charge, how could you not? Sure. And all I can say is, if the cynical ploy here was to say, leave him off the stand, take the guilty verdict, and let's hope we get some kind of a minor victory at sentencing from this jury, I think it was a mistake. The way this went, and in light of the tenor of the defense witnesses, who, as I said earlier, some of whom were reportedly black. There's no cameras in the courtroom, but that said, reportedly black testimony from black witnesses, and testimony on the defense side, wherein at least one of them started crying. It broke for the prosecution. So at that point, if you're sitting where the defense is and you're about to continue with your case, you probably have to go back and say, hey, look, we got a Hail Mary here, and that is we put you on the stand
we got
to play.
We're gonna pause that. We got some more live action coming in. So let's go over here to the live feed where they're live at, so we can get up to date, so we don't miss whatever sentence it is that they give Carmelo. So we're going back to the live feed now. Shout out to everybody in the building. Continue to double tap that screen of your mobile device, or click the 3 dots in the right hand corner, hit that thumbs up, and most definitely subscribe to the channel if you are new. I put the same thing up there. Hold on. Let me get to where I was at with the live stream. Let's go here.
Was this something that was expected and quite so soon?
This is live. This is live right here, guys.
He asked if
whenever the sentence come in,
that was being expected that this jury was going to deliberate.
Well, I would have been surprised if they had not included manslaughter. I would expect in a case that it would have been included. But Rebecca, you and I were talking about it earlier. Keith and I were talking about when this verdict came back so quickly, you just knew that manslaughter was taken off the table, that they were going with murder, that this was that the verdict is going to be murder. I think now the biggest question is how long will it take them to deliberate on punishment, and how much of a factor will his age, his youth, and how much will they take into account that body cam that shows his remorse in all this. I think, a lot of that remains to be seen as to how they will view that.
Yeah, Chris, very decisive on this jury. They made their decision very quickly.
And I'm just wondering, from your expertise, from Jobin being in that courtroom at the time, will they look at the same evidence that they used to reach a verdict of guilty? Can they look at that with different eyes or with a different perspective when it comes to actually deciding how long he should be in prison?
Keith, they're asking if they'll use the same evidentiary information that they had to convict Carmelo Anthony into their decision on his sentence.
I think so. I mean, I definitely think that that's something that they're going to do. And what you kind of have to realize when they're listening to that evidence and guilt innocence at the beginning, they're not talking to each other about, hey, what are your thoughts and what are your thoughts? Because they can't deliberate until all the evidence has been submitted and they can deliberate. And so now that evidence might look differently because now you've got 12 other people, or if you're one, you've got 11 other people that are in agreement with you. And so now you might look at that saying, hey, we all have agreed that this is murder. And now what do we do with what we've seen? And so I definitely think that they're going to look at it again. How they weigh that out, people can look at it differently. Some can find some empathy in some forms or some sympathy or something like that. Some could find some aggravating things in some of the original conduct. So it's just going to depend on what they discuss and how they deal with it individually as well.
And we've all seen cases where the mere fact that they find somebody guilty of murder doesn't mean that the sentence is going to be life. I mean, we have seen cases, we've all covered them, where, we think, oh, wow, they found them guilty of murder, they're going to give them this lengthy sentence. And sometimes they come back and the jury does show mercy. His mother getting on the stand and asking for mercy. It remains to be seen how much impact
no verdict yet. No verdict yet. We're still waiting, guys. This is live. Whenever it comes, they're gonna most definitely tell us.
Maybe you can just, fair and meaningful is a very, very broad.
No sentence yet.
We talked about that earlier, and I think that that's one thing that we were looking to see what Bill would say in punishment. Would he ask for a number or a sentence? And he didn't, because they're leaving it to the jury to decide. I think the one thing that Bill did do is said, hey, don't just forget about this life sentence, because there's this family that has gotten life sentences. So yeah, y'all are going to decide, but I want you to still consider the full range without telling them, oh, give him a certain time period, because you don't want to lose credibility with the jury if they've convicted him and they're somewhere at a way different number than what you would give to them.
And Chris, this judge has said that this jury can deliberate as long as they need. He has said that we could be here until 10 o'clock, however long it takes them today to reach this verdict. If they do not, then they would be sequestered, Chris.
All right, great context and insight. I know you guys are going to be right outside the courthouse there as we wait to hear from the jury again. I want to get now to Cole Sullivan. He's been getting a sense of how the crowd is reacting to this.
Yes, we know the verdict is guilty. Now we're waiting on the sentencing, guys. He can get from 5 to 99 or 2 to 20, guys.
That courtroom, it is was equally tense outside the courtroom. And if it was quiet inside that courtroom waiting for that verdict, it was loud out here. The crowd has shrunk considerably since the height of it when that verdict was read. We'll take you.
And I think they're doing that on purpose.
So you can kind of see that crowd. And
I think they may be doing this on purpose as far as waiting out the crowd. That way, there's a higher possibility that a lot of people have went home once this verdict is read, which kind of eases the tension and the threat of violence, guys, if it doesn't go how people want it to go. I think they're doing it on purpose.
Some forceful disagreements, all of it happening under the watchful eyes of Collin County Sheriff's deputies. Interestingly, there were a lot of influencers, a lot of streamers, people with their phones out recording and broadcasting what was going on out into the world. Other folks were just here to watch. Some people brought their kids here to witness what they called a historic moment. And one woman who did that said she didn't like how it went.
It made me sick to my stomach. I'm sick.
Let me say this. I seen somebody down there say, who is y'all? Well, let me tell you this, man. If you ever been to Texas, then you would know who y'all is. Y'all is not just a black word. Y'all is a Texas word. You know, I know where you're from. You probably say you all. You know, you got to speak it all the way through. You all. But in Texas, we just say y'all. And when I'm speaking to y'all, I'm talking about the chat, just so you follow along with what's going on. Because I'm most definitely a Texan, my guy. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like to say you all. I'd rather say y'all.
You can tell that people are still here. The parking lot is full. There are people with signs saying justice for Carmelo or it was self-defense. But for as many people we've seen who have been in the Anthony camp, we've also seen folks here from the Metcalf side as well, now all waiting to see how the sentencing will go. Chris.
Yeah, very much so, with the jury having to consider an extremely wide range of years. Cole, thank you very much. Just want to let you know, as soon as the jury made its decision, our team went live on air, as well as our streaming app, WFAA Plus. We saw emotions running high outside the Collin County Courthouse.
Shout out to Florida and Tennessee. Where a lot of you guys, you can tell me that. I seen some other dudes start. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely let me know where you watching from, guys. You know what I'm saying? They talking about U.S. launching a helicopter. We're not doing that. You know, we're not doing that. Let's go here. You know what I'm saying? We most definitely stand on Carmelo, and as they continue to go to live streams, I'll continue to bring them up so that we won't miss it when they say what the sentence is, guys.
These developments that we've learned today is former federal prosecutor and legal analyst Nima Rahmani.
Louisiana in the building. I see Tennessee.
Thanks for having me.
Portland, shout out to y'all.
Of course. So just as
Detroit in the building, Florida, San Diego, shout out to y'all. Detroit in here.
Well, this was a very quick deliberation. 3 hours, and I think it's a testament to the strength of the prosecution case. But frankly, the fact that much of the evidence wasn't in dispute here. I mean, really,
Arizona in the building, Massachusetts.
Carmelo Anthony shoved with one arm or two. What was the weight difference between him
Jersey
and
in the building?
Was it 50 pounds or 100 pounds? Did they have a right to be in the tent? Was it normal to go into a rival?
See a lot of Florida in
really,
here.
It's a question of, was his use of force reasonable and proportionate? Because it has to be objectively reasonable. And this applies in every state, not just the state of Texas.
New York in the building, Baltimore, Ohio, I see y'all.
And this wasn't even punching. This was pushing and shoving. And I maintained the whole time that this was
Louisville, Atlanta, New Orleans.
Under the circumstances, stabbing someone in the chest, just because
Oregon in the building, Manhattan, Philly,
because it's not objectively reasonable.
Chicago.
You shouldn't have a knife at a
we got England in the building. Shout out to England.
Tool and not a weapon, but
made it across the pond. You understand?
And of course,
Illinois is in the building.
Sequestered means that they wanted to wrap this up as quickly as possible and get home. So, big win for the prosecution. I think the only chance that the defense had in this case would be if Carmelo Anthony testified. And if he testified that he believed that he was at imminent risk of death or serious bodily injury, if he was able to convince the jurors that he was genuine in his fear, even though it was unreasonable under Texas state law, that would have reduced
North Carolina, Washington, Maine. What's up, y'all? Tampa
to 20 years. But when Carmelo
Missouri
Anthony did not take the stand, the jurors were left with really an all or nothing proposition. Was this reasonable? Was it not? And when it was not reasonable, there was only one reasonable verdict. And
Arkansas, Los Angeles.
And do you think?
Yeah, we here in Texas.
Carmelo
Let's go. 305 in the building.
Was the right call in this situation?
I do not, and I know he would have been subject to a
South Carolina in the building.
And I understand why the defense did what they did. Some of his statements did come out during the prosecution's case that, he told Matt.
Tell you something, Aaron, you don't run nothing over here, boy. You don't tell me to be quiet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go in the house and tell your daddy to be quiet. You don't tell me to be quiet, boy. Yeah, don't you ever get that twisted. This is my channel. I deport you faster than Trump deporting illegal immigrants. You'll get deported today telling me to shut up, boy. You know what I'm saying? You got a better chance at cussing out your mama than talking to me, boy. You better watch yourself.
Not to touch him, that he was acting in self-defense. But the conventional wisdom in these cases is if you're going to present a self-defense argument or defense, you have to take the stand. You have to explain to the jurors and look them in the eye why you believe that you would be killed or why you believe that you would suffer serious bodily injury. I don't think there's any reasonable world where Carmelo Anthony thought that he was going to suffer serious bodily injury. There was a lot of other kids there. There were coaches. I know maybe he thought he was going to be jumped. He was surrounded by Metcalf and his twin brother, but nothing had reached the point where he was going to be severely physically assaulted. It was just a push. The response was disproportionate. You don't stab someone in the chest simply because you're pushed. And I think the result would have been the same regardless of the race of the defendant and the victim. Obviously, a lot of people have talked about this all-white jury, and I'm not naive. I mean, the racial overtones in this case, can't be ignored. You have Black Panthers, you have Proud Boys outside that courthouse.
Yes, you do.
But if you're just looking at this and you're colorblind, I do think this was the just result. And the result would have been the same regardless of the race of the victim and the defendant, or at least it should have been.
We've been talking about how quickly things moved in reaching this verdict. Do you think the jury kind of was leaning one way all along, or was there maybe a turning point that caused them to ultimately decide that he's guilty?
I think this outcome was inevitable, regardless of who the jurors were. The conventional wisdom, again, is that not only does the defendant have to take the stand, but in most cases, jurors tend to deliberate. This is a rule of thumb, approximately 1 hour for each day of witness testimony. This was obviously much shorter than that. And it just goes to show how strong the prosecution's case was. Maybe there were 1 or 2 holdout jurors in the beginning, but the fact that you got to first-degree murder, not a compromise verdict here, not a mixed verdict on manslaughter, and you got there so quickly, leads me to believe that the vast majority...
I ain't gonna lie. I'm feeling like right now, a lot of y'all that are happy about the verdict are gonna be upset in a second with the sentence. I think this may be a thing to please everybody, if that makes any sense to y'all. So we're gonna most definitely watch. But I think the people who are happy about the verdict is going to be upset about the actual sentence, guys. This is my opinion. We're gonna see.
The jury decide the sentence. Now, this is one thing that's unique about Texas, Anna, is defendants can choose to have a judge sentence them or a jury. This is not the case in most states. So right now, Carmelo Anthony's mom is, I believe, she's
Thank you for the gift.
she's testifying or about her son trying to really get a reduced sentence because the range is very broad here. We're talking about anywhere from 5 years to 99 years. And it's very easy to say someone's guilty, but it's also very different to look them in the eye and look their family in the eye and sentence them to max them out. So it's going to be interesting to see what the jurors do. I do think he's probably going to get, decades in state prison.
Wow.
But I don't think he's going to get anywhere near the max. And for everyone
that boy said decades. I don't even think he deserved decades in prison, if you ask me.
The prosecution didn't seek it.
Dang.
The Supreme Court has said that the
He
death
said
penalty
decades
is
in there.
inappropriate for minors. And of course, Carmelo Anthony was, I believe, a minor at the time, even though he can be prosecuted as an adult under Texas state law.
When you talked about Carmelo Anthony's mother being on the witness stand, one thing that kind of stood out to me today was that the attorneys waived those opening statements in the punishment phase and they went straight to that witness testimony. What does that tell you about the strategy of both sides? And is that an unusual thing in a case like this?
Well, I think the lawyers want to be respectful of the jurors. Sometimes the jurors don't necessarily know that there's going to be a second phase of the case because obviously if he were found to be not guilty, the jurors would not deliberate on punishment. So whether it's punishment or whether it is punitive damages, sometimes jurors don't necessarily know that there's going to be a second phase to the case. Sometimes the
that looks about right, Ballin. That looks about right to me. I'm gonna go with my first mind because let me tell y'all,
individual's time to be seated.
Because when this first happened, I predicted that he would get found guilty. I didn't think it was gonna be of murder, right? But I most definitely said, knowing Texas like I know Texas, he may get 10 years he may get 10 years jail and 15 years probation. You know what I'm saying? He might get 10 years in jail and 5 years probation. This is Texas, man. You know what I'm saying? So Ballin, yeah, we most definitely are in the same ballpark, my guy. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to this entire situation, don't be surprised if Carmelo gets some form of some probation, maybe a lengthy probation, but probation nonetheless.
As a juror, especially in a very serious case like this, there's people on all sides, on social media, traditional media. We've been covering it now for weeks, right? That have very strong views about this case. They're not deaf. They understand that there's people outside protesting. They've had their phones taken away from them. They can only communicate with family members in case it's an emergency. They're supposed to have no contact with the outside world. So now you're asking them to sit in judgment for additional days, potentially, to decide the punishment of this young man. And obviously, that is a very important role that they play in our criminal justice system. But if you're the lawyers here, you really want to be sensitive to their time. What is going to be said in opening statement during the second phase of the case that they haven't already heard? You really want to start talking about those mitigating factors. You want to hear about Carmelo Anthony's upbringing, whether he was a good student, whether he lacked criminal history, whether he hasn't gotten in this trouble. So there's a lot of evidence that's going to come in that's relevant to sentencing that isn't necessarily relevant to guilt or innocence. So it does make sense to move forward. Let's hear from those.
Lord Jesus, to the people that's talking about his name being spelled wrong on the thumbnail, I most definitely got it right within my title. You know, I didn't particularly make this thumbnail. Somebody else made it, and we was pressed for time, so we didn't go back and change it. But you get the picture. Why you talking about this and that? Check the title. It says Carmelo with a K.
Sentencing witnesses, the family members of Anthony, obviously the victim's family, Metcalf's dad, I'm sure, is going to be testifying. If he hasn't already, he's made some statements to the media.
He will be appealing.
Get to the meat and potatoes and not waste the jurors' time anymore.
And of course, as we know that Anthony could face anywhere from those 5 years to life in prison, how does that emotional testimony maybe impact the sentence that the jury might hand down and what they ultimately decide for him?
I mean, emotion has a huge role in this case, and I think anyone who's watching it knows that this was really an unnecessary tragedy. Obviously, Austin Metcalf lost his life, and he should not have. And, you know, you have this young man who is probably going to spend a significant portion or potentially most of his life in Texas State Prison. So there's certainly no winners here, even though the prosecution and the people of the state of Texas did win. This was a tragedy that could have been avoided. You know, it's an unnecessary fight over what? You know, being in a rival tent and not leaving because it was raining. But I do think sympathy plays a role in this. And unlike a judge who is used to sentencing people and putting them away for the rest of their life, most jurors have never had to look someone in the eye, look at someone's parents and say, you know what, I'm going to put your child away for decades in prison. This is not an easy thing to do. And Anna, we know it's hard to get 12 men and women to agree on anything. I mean, but it's much easier to agree on guilt or innocence, right? Or guilty or not guilty than it is to say, does he deserve 10, 20, 30, 40 years in prison? That is not an easy task for anyone, especially a trial juror.
On the screen right now is a live look outside the Collin County Courthouse where that guilty verdict was read. Early in the trial, the defense strongly objected the fact that no black jurors were seated for this case. We touched on that earlier.
Not a one.
Do you expect that to be the primary focus of an appeal?
I do. That's the Batson challenge, and that's a seminal Supreme Court case that says that jurors can't be struck for racially motivated reasons. So, you know, in this case, and in any case, whether it's civil or criminal, the parties get a certain number of peremptory strikes. That's strikes they can use for any reason, as long as it's not a constitutionally prohibited reason. And in this particular case, there were 3 black females who were educators, and the prosecution struck them. The defense objected, saying that they were struck for racially motivated reasons. Now, prosecutors tend to not like teachers. They're obviously, and I love teachers, so hopefully no one in the comments comes after me, but they tend to be bleeding hearts. They tend to be more sympathetic, and they tend to be pro-defense. Now, again, these are very broad generalizations, but I just want people to understand why prosecutors often don't like to have teachers or educators on their panel, and they struck them. The defense objected. The prosecution articulated their reason for striking them outside the presence of the public. and the judge agreed. But there is a record, and of course, the defense is going to raise this issue on appeal because, of course, there will be an inevitable appeal in this case, just like there is in most cases where a defendant is found guilty of murder.
And breakdown for the viewers, he was found guilty of murder rather than manslaughter, and we know manslaughter was on the table. Why was that on the table?
So manslaughter was on the table because Texas offers two types of self-defense. There's perfect self-defense and there's imperfect self-defense. And I'm going to talk about the difference between the two. If someone is at imminent risk of death or serious bodily injury, they can use deadly force. They can kill someone, they can shoot someone, they can stab them to protect themselves or protect others. But Anna, the most important thing is the use of force must be reasonable. It must be proportionate. I've been saying all along that this was an unreasonable and disproportionate escalation under the circumstances, even though Anthony was assaulted. But, and this is where imperfect self-defense comes in, if a criminal defendant genuinely, in his heart of hearts, but unreasonably believes that he is at imminent risk of death or serious bodily injury, that reduces murder to manslaughter. So I think one of the mistakes in this case was, I think Anthony needed to take the stand. I think there was no world where he was going to get perfect self-defense, because perfect self-defense is an acquittal. You get a walk. You can kill someone if it's objectively reasonable to do so under the circumstances. I don't think it was objectively reasonable. I think the only chance the defense had here was for Carmelo Anthony to tell the jurors why he genuinely believed that he was at risk. Now, they might not have believed him, and they may have convicted him anyway, but you had to get into his head to try to get that subjective belief, that genuine belief that would have reduced murder to manslaughter. And that would have been a big difference. We're talking about 5 to 99 years now. That would have been a range of 2 years to 20 years, so significantly less, and it would have been a win for the defense and a strategic mistake, in my opinion, not to put their client on the stand.
You know, there was a massive amount of online misinformation and racial tension surrounding this case from the very beginning. We talked about that at the beginning of our interview. Do you believe this jury was truly able to block out that outside noise just like the judge had instructed them to do?
I don't think so.
I do. And look, I'm not naive to, the history of racial injustice.
Now, there were reports about jurors sleeping and the judge sleeping during this whole situation. How can you be asleep when a person's life is at stake? I'm just saying.
This country, but if you take a look at this case, it doesn't matter whether the victim is white or black, the defendant is white or black. You shouldn't stab someone in the chest because you're shoved or because they're bullying you. It's unnecessary under any objective or reasonable standard. I understand that people were upset that Carmelo Anthony was out on bond, and in today's age of social media with race issues and bullying and rivalries, I understand why this case got so much attention and why we've been covering it so much in the media. But I think the jurors made the right decision, and it wouldn't matter whether one individual is white or black or what race. This is just an unnecessary escalation of force. It's disproportionate. It's not reasonable under the circumstances to stab someone merely because there's some pushing and shoving, and there's the risk that you may get punched or even worse.
So for the viewers just joining us, on the screen right now is a live look outside the Collin County Courthouse where that guilty verdict was read. I'm going to play out some video from the day where this incident happened. This tragic incident we know happened at a busy track meet where the teens from rival schools were freely mingling under those same tents. Nima, beyond the criminal verdict, do you expect that this case will spark changes to how local school districts might handle security at these regional events?
Absolutely. It should.
I really think this was a sort of one-off. I mean, fights happen in every high school in this country every
Thank you for the gift.
The year. I think the problem is you had a knife. Had there not been a knife, maybe Carmelo Anthony would have gotten punched or would have gotten jumped. And I'm not saying that's appropriate. That's unlawful. That's assault. No one should be beat up, merely because they're in a rival high school team's tent. That's not appropriate. But the fact that you had someone bring a weapon to this school event, I think therein lies the problem, right? You have a gun, you have a knife, that tends to escalate things, and people can survive some pushing and shoving, but they can't survive being stabbed in the chest. And that's what we're dealing with. And I think the defense trying to argue that it was a tool and not a weapon, I don't think that that was a credible argument. I think that was a tragic mistake. And I think school districts need to make sure that people don't bring weapons to school, because that can change an ordinary fight, which is still not appropriate, but might resolve in some bruises, some suspension, some discipline, to a murder, which is what happened here.
And looking ahead, what can our viewers expect? What should they be looking out for as this case continues to develop?
I think the biggest thing is, what sort of sentence is Carmelo Anthony going to receive? Obviously, he had no legal
That is the thing right there.
I would argue a moral justification to stab Austin Metcalf under the circumstances. But I would say there is a potential sympathy argument, given his young age, given his size disparity, that potentially is a factor in mitigation. You know, we've heard mixed reports that he was an A student, maybe he was not so good of a student. I've heard reports that he had never suffered any discipline, but maybe he did. There's a lot of information and misinformation out there on social media. Obviously, he's a minor. A lot of this information is not public. But again, there are certainly some factors in mitigation in this case. I don't think it is a death penalty type case. I know people are going to disagree with me. I do think it's a first-degree murder case. In most states, that would result in a sentence of 25 to life. Maybe he won't get that sentence necessarily because of the wide range under Texas state law. So I think the big thing to look out for is, where do those jurors land? Do they give Carmelo Anthony the opportunity at some point in his life to have the opportunity for parole or to be a free man, or do they put him away for life, which case would really, we've lost 2 lives unnecessarily in this tragedy.
All right, Nima, thank you so much for your time and your expertise here on Live from Fox. We always appreciate
All right,
it.
you know what I'm saying? So that was from a lawyer, you know, basically stating how he feel about this whole situation. Let's see what Geraldo Rivera thinks about all of this. Let's go here.
Let me get Geraldo's perspective on this as we wait to see if we find out anything about sentencing. What do you make of this case and all that surrounds it, Geraldo?
It's a tragedy, Connell. It's awful. You know, some say justice has been rendered, or shortly will be, with the sentencing. Others that these are 2 kids, and now you sentence a 17-year-old to life in prison. You know, is that justice? Is it justice in a majority white community, relatively affluent, very low crime, to have a jury pool where no black prospective juror is selected out of 600 prospective jurors? It seems to me the stage is set for even more of a racial conflict. But I come back to the waste. This is a football game arguing over who's under a tent and who's not in a tent, and getting a 3.5 track meet, a 3.5-inch knife out of your bag. Why are kids in the low crime communities carrying 3?
It's crazy, guys. Yeah, man, he shouldn't have never had that knife.
1/2-inch knives. You know, that doesn't make much sense either.
But when I was younger, I shouldn't have never had one either, because I most definitely had a little pocket knife when I was younger. I didn't take it to school, though. I knew I'd get in trouble. But at the same time, I did have one. I never had the thought to stab nobody or nothing like that. I would usually just take my knife and cut little branches off the tree and sharpen the point at the end and make it like a spear or something, you know, just finding something to do with it, but never stab nobody.
I feel terrible for all the families involved. Keep our hearts and minds with them. But I think that I don't know who represented this kid. I don't know who made the decision not to put him on the witness stand to tell the story. Now, in a self-defense case, you have to be reasonably frightened that you're going to be hurt. How do you project to a jury that you were reasonably frightened, that you were intimidated, without you sitting on the witness stand, swearing under oath and telling your story? I don't appreciate. I just, you know.
Yeah, Geraldo is at a loss of words, guys. He don't know what to say.
Seems to me that he would have been his own best witness.
Right, especially
and
since his
not
story
putting him
didn't
on the
change,
stand is
Geraldo.
difficult.
Suppose, we had that reported earlier in our conversation that from the very moment he was interviewed by the police, this kid said, when that someone's killed, and he said, well, I was defending myself. That was always his story. Now, the jury did not buy it and said he was guilty of murder, but it was always his story. Your point is you'd like to hear him tell it.
Obviously, he's the best witness to his side of the story. Of course, they say the lawyer who puts his client on the witness stand has a fool for a client. I get that, except in self-defense cases. Except in self-defense cases where you need a reasonable fear of imminent bodily harm for you to use self-defense. You don't have to run away. You don't have to, hide behind an authority figure. You can stand your ground and use deadly force when you think deadly force is imminently going to be used against you. But it seems to me that I worry about the representation. I'm profoundly worried about the racial, ethnic composition of this jury. I worry that this is now Trayvon Martin in the sense that this case might
Trayvon Martin,
rally people, some with the best of motives moved, and others, whose agenda is disruption. But I send my love and best wishes to both these families. It's a tragic story, but there's a lot of questions to answer here.
No doubt, and we'll come back to it as soon as we have anything on sentencing. We've talked about the verdict. It's guilty in the Carmelo Anthony case, guilty of murder.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
Let me bring this in for y'all. We've been on here a minute, man. My computer is starting to trip out. Hold on, guys. Hold up. My computer is starting to trip. I'm not going nowhere. I just need to refresh real quick. Hold on. All right, I'm back like I never left. All right, let's get to it. Hold up. Let's go here.
Texas teenager accused of fatally stabbing another student during a track meet is found guilty of murder after around 3 hours of deliberation. Tensions flared outside of the courthouse. A fiery hearing on Capitol Hill. Republican lawmakers going after the Southern Poverty Law
What is
Center.
we doing?
The
Not
nominee
what
to
I,
the
not what I,
Nicholas
not what
Andre
I,
W.
not
taken
what I
with.
was looking for.
Flare and
There
protesters
we go.
Tempers flare and protesters clash outside the Collin County Courthouse in McKinney even before the verdict was read in the Carmelo Anthony murder trial. Now that he's been found guilty of murder, tension remains in the racially charged case, and we're waiting again now as the jury decides his punishment.
I respected this process, but we're going to fight like hell to make sure that Collin County know that Carmelo Anthony is not going to go away.
Jurors for you.
Crazy, guys.
Starts now. Guilty of murder. Good evening, I'm Steve Eager. Sky 4 is flying above McKinney right now, where the jury rejected Anthony's claim he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf in self-defense at a Frisco track meet. The prosecution argued no reasonable person would have responded with such violence. We have several crews covering this emotional case. Right now, we begin our coverage with Fox 4's Alex Boyer, who's been on this from the beginning. Alex?
Hey, Steve, that's right. Now, of course, the wait begins to see if this same jury
that found Carmelo Anthony guilty of murder will be able to reach a sentence before they call it quits for today. Keep in mind that this jury will be sequestered throughout the entirety of this. So right now we're waiting to see just how late they will go this evening, or how late the judge will allow them to go. Seemingly he will allow them to go as late as they would like to deliberate while they were here in regards to the sentencing. I can tell you that
thank you for the gift.
It has been a wide range of motions, as you might expect, with folks waiting to see what the verdict was going to be. As we now know, Carmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder. I can tell you the crowd began to build first thing this morning outside the Collin County Courthouse as attorneys for both sides were presenting their closing arguments. Each got 35 minutes to make their final pitch to the jury. Then the jury got the case at 11 a.m. And during jury deliberations, I was keeping an eye on folks out here, kind of watching what they were doing. Several people here on social media live streaming. Others were simply sitting under the tree, kind of waiting to see what was going to happen. And others were also chanting and praying. When word got out that there was a verdict, the crowd all began to gather here near the steps of the courthouse. So over a dozen law enforcement officers came outside and formed a line separating the crowd from the steps of the courthouse. And from my vantage point, I can tell you that most people seem to abide by the officers' orders. When the crowd learned that Carmelo Anthony had been found guilty of murder, I heard some audible gasps and moans, but many people stayed quiet. I think they were really just trying to take in and digest what they learned. Then I heard a woman yell, "Let's stay together," and another woman on a loudspeaker who began preaching and praying for folks. But as we come back out here live, we've been keeping an eye kind of on the scene around me. I can tell you that there are still easily several dozen people here, probably close to 100 people still here now waiting to see what the final fate of Carmelo Anthony will be. I can tell you within the past hour or so, we've seen some people leave and then some new people starting to arrive. So clearly lots of folks are going to remain here at the Collin County Courthouse, as will we, until we finally know what's going to happen, if anything's going to happen by the end of today or possibly go into tomorrow. Back to you.
Absolutely. We know you'll be there. Alex, thank you for that. We want to transition now to Fox 4's Amelia Jones, who's been gathering reaction outside the courthouse as well. Amelia.
So a lot of outside the courtroom coverage, guys. Continue to double tap that screen. That's how you hit the like button.
Then we've seen more people
subscribe to the channel if you're new.
The Collin County Courthouse and kind of gather and talk to people who are still here. I asked people, why are you still here outside of the courthouse? And they told me that they want to be here to hear the sentence. And some of Carmelo Anthony's supporters who have been here in the multiple days of testimony wearing purple. I spoke to one of them, and they told me that they want to stay out here to support the youth, meaning Anthony in this case. So some people, as Alex mentioned, they are gathered in small groups under the trees to get some reprieve from the heat here, but we have seen them gather in much larger groups at times. Things have gotten quieter. There's no longer music playing. We have not heard anyone come over to the loudspeaker to preach, and no chants have been heard either in the last hour or so. Now, after the verdict was issued, I spoke to one man who lives here in McKinney. He wasn't a part of the public who was inside the courtroom for any of the testimony, but he has followed the case since it happened in April 2025. And he told me his reaction when he heard the verdict was that there are really no winners here.
I just tell people this, man, is until you've been in this situation, you don't know how anybody's feeling. You know what I'm saying? And it's not, this is a no-win situation on either side, You have a child that is not going to be here anymore. God bless his family. And to the family who's
prayers for both families, guys. Prayers for both families.
It's unfortunate.
My neighbor, she had bruises all over. She tried to play it off like before the verdict, and now as we are awaiting the jury to decide the sentence for Anthony, people have been on their cell phones live streaming. You heard my colleague Alex Boyer talk about that. The media here, this has gained national and international attention. So we've seen a lot of people with their cell phones in the air, some small cameras just live streaming what's going on here. You can see the Collin County Sheriff's Office presence behind me. The officers are here making their presence known, but they have not approached anybody in the crowds. Nobody from the crowds waiting out here of the courthouse has approached the officers. So things have remained calm. I haven't seen any tensions or tempers flare, but we do know, Steve, as you mentioned, that this case, as it's taken on a life of its own on social media, it has become racially charged in large part because of the rumors, online speculation, misinformation that has spread on social media. And so I do have to tell you, I have heard some racially charged comments out here in response to the verdict, and as the jury is preparing to hand down that sentence as well. But I've also seen, obviously, people upset on one side, those who are supporters of Carmelo Anthony, but then we also have people out here with signs that say justice for Austin. And we've gotten a chance to speak to some of those people as well, echoing, you know, what you heard that man say right there, that there really are no winners here in this case. But people staying out here because they want to be out here when that sentence does come down. And of course, we'll be out here bringing you those live reactions once we learn them. For now, though, Steve, I will send it back to you.
All right, Amelia, tell me about this observation. I think I've been here a long time, and there's
how much time do y'all think he'll get, guys? Let me know.
This is the first one with national interest that had the new media that you mentioned, right? Everybody has a cell phone. Everybody has a social media site.
The new media.
All over.
People like me.
Feeling out there. And is this the first big one for you where you've really seen the change of how this thing is covered?
I would say so, Steve. And people are kind of, you know, pointing their phone at you, just really recording everything, whether that's, you know, just snippets of what you're saying, taking them potentially out of context. Also, people just really getting the emotional reaction from others. And at the time when I was mentioning that people gathered in those really large groups, it was because somebody was likely live streaming on social media and everyone was holding up their phones to kind of get that reaction. Again, we don't know if they are considering themselves influencers or calling themselves independent journalists. But then we have the national and international media out here with cameras and tent setup and, you know, a microphone and talking to a news channel like you and I are right now. So it is kind of this balance here of obviously people just kind of talking about their reactions. And then, you know, you have the other side here that we have been allowed in the courtroom and we have heard some of that testimony. So we're kind of taking the facts that we know here and then the reaction that we are seeing out here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Traditional media tries to play it down the middle and social media just plays it. So we'll see how it turns out. Amelia, we thank you for your coverage. We'll get back to you in a little while if anything changes. Now we want to bring in Fox 4 Sean.
Crazy,
who's
guys.
Part of our breaking news coverage this afternoon. And he's
some of y'all saying 99 life. What's up, Waco, Texas? You know what I'm saying? What's up? What's up to the whack in the building, the big 254? Shout out to you.
I think in this case.
Yeah. Sudden passion is in the heat of the moment, not planned, not premeditated, not going to that track meet, not going to that stadium on that fateful day, planning to carry out some violence. That's what the defense in its closing arguments been sharing with jurors, that this was sudden passion. And it came in the closing statements in the punishment phase after jurors clearly rejected the idea of self-defense in guilt or innocence. Mike Howard said, even though self-defense may not apply, when we react in a moment, when our mind has not had time to process and calm down and time for cool reflection, that is different from when we have time to think and still do something bad, as he asked these jurors to consider sudden passion as a mitigating factor here as they assess punishment for Carmelo Anthony. But let me share with you what Bill Werski said. Sudden passion does not mean blaming Austin or Hunter Metcalf. That is not what this is about. Sudden passion is not the reason, he said, that Austin Metcalf is dead. And he went further to say, I know it's not easy, but I want you to think it is clear. Guilty of murder, hand out a sentence that is meaningful, a lengthy sentence that can begin to heal these people and this community. He is asking for more than 40 years. He didn't give him a number, but he's clear. At one point he said, you know, lives have already been taken. Life sentences have already been handed down. Hand down a lengthy sentence, hand down a life sentence, send the message that this community won't tolerate senseless violence. And again, Lori Brown is still in the courtroom. She's been sharing information with us. And what we know from Lori Brown is that it is possible Judge Roach will allow these jurors to go as late as 11 o'clock tonight. That's what Lori Brown is being told by Steve Stoller, who was the retired public information officer for the city of Plano, who was brought back just to handle the media on this case. He has told the reporters who are in the courtroom, we don't know how long they'll deliberate, but if it goes until 11
I think it's going to take some
PM,
time, guys. We might have to come back
tomorrow.
But
So
I
it
think
is
it's going to take
possible
some time.
that the judge will allow them
They're
to
gonna
go
do it in the
until
middle of the night.
late into the night. Will it take that long?
Yes.
There's no way for us to know. We can say, though, it was less than 3 hours for guilt or innocence, right?
Too many
Which I think
people outside.
most people thought it would take longer than that to come to a conclusion on guilt or innocence. It's possible that it could take longer to assess punishment, because now you're asking me to make a decision about how long I put someone away. Yes, he's guilty, but how long do I put them away? How long do I put that person away? I might feel better about it, Steve, if the person has a long criminal history of bad acts, done other bad things. But maybe I'm more tasked, maybe I'm more burdened by trying to reach a number if that person doesn't have any kind of violence in their background. That's where we are with this Carmelo Anthony. Those jurors are struggling with that now. The 12 jurors now struggling with a number to assess for his punishment.
I think everybody understands, Sean. It's although it sounds weird, it's easier to say guilty or innocent, two choices. Now you got 10 years, 15 years, 20, 25, up 99 is the top end. So that's a lot of different choices they'll have to work through. Right.
Right.
Sean
Absolutely.
Redley, thank you, sir.
It's too many people outside,
The
guys.
punishment phase, Fox 4 is committed to keeping you up to
Too
date.
many
We will
people
give you
outside,
any updates
in my
live
opinion.
on the Fox local app. When they happen, make sure you turn on notifications to get updates right on your home screen. We'll be right back.
Yeah, okay, they're gonna come right back. We don't take breaks over it. It's too many people outside, in my opinion. You know, I think that's what's taking so long. They want to give some of those protesters time to go home. You know, for it to thin out. You know, then they're gonna do it. You know, in the middle of the night. That's what I think. You know, but here go a couple of words from Austin Metcalf's dad. Let's go back. You know what I'm saying, when he spoke about losing his son, guys.
To bring awareness so this tragedy doesn't happen to another family.
This is Austin Metcalf's dad, guys. For you who may not know who this guy is.
Okay, so Mr. Metcalf is JFF and then METCALF. You are Austin's father.
Yes, sir.
Easy question to start with. It's probably a tough one to answer, but how have the last 24 hours been for you and for your family and for Hunter?
That's three questions. So for me, it's not real yet. It hasn't sunk in. I'm just happy to stay strong so we can handle all the things that need to be handled. Arrangements, people flying in, people coming from all over. So I haven't had a chance to really grieve yet. I know at some point when this is all over and we're able to put him in the ground, then I'll probably break down and grieve that way. But right now I'm really numb and I really don't feel anything. I just have to function, and I need to be there for my son and my family, and I need to make sure I set an example for my son.
Austin obviously is the son, and also Hunter, who you're talking about here.
Yes, sir.
Walk me through who Austin was to you. I know that you've said so much about him, I think, in the last 24 hours here. Everyone else has said a lot about him too, about how great of a kid he was. In your eyes, though, just as a father, who was he to you?
My boys are the biggest blessing in my life. God provided them to me. God's going to get me through this. I had a dream last night, and Austin came to me and said, I'm okay.
Sad, man.
It gives me peace. Doesn't mean I don't hurt, but it gives me great peace. So one of the things my son Hunter, his ability to stay strong is a character to his brother. His brother, they had each other's back. They were tight. I've never seen a bond like that. Being identical twins, technically Austin was his big brother. Those boys were my everything. I had cancer almost 10 years ago. I wasn't supposed to live, but that was my why, to fight. And without those boys, I probably would have succumbed and gave in.
This is Austin's dad, guys.
They were in my heart, and I fought hard because I wanted to be their father. I wanted to be there for them throughout the years they grow up, and so I can share my wisdom and share my mistakes so they won't do the same. Austin was an outstanding athlete, person, friend, loyal, loving. He would light up the room. He was such a leader naturally. On that team, he would fire those guys up. He would step on that field, and he would become a totally different person. His level of play was above most everyone else. He led the team. He was voted team MVP by his coaches and teammates. He's had multiple coaches, colleges contacting. He is one of the most outstanding, him and his brother both have been athletes all their lives, from soccer to baseball to jiu-jitsu to football. They did it all, and they excelled every time. And I told them, you guys are so lucky because not everyone has your talent, but you have to make sure you take that talent and harness it in the right way. And Austin was able to harness many things in his life. Loyalty to his brother, his love for all his friends and family. He was such an outstanding young man. I was so proud. I bragged on my children all the time. Anyone who knows me knows how much my kids meant to me. They were my entire world. My world's a little shattered, but I still have Hunter, and I always have Austin.
I know that the last day has
Sad,
just been gut-wrenching for you and your family. You've spoken, obviously, to a couple of other outlets. I know Hunter's leaving. Do you need to say goodbye? Or?
No, I told him we're good.
Okay. We haven't really had a chance to talk to you about this. You had mentioned a few times that you had forgiven the suspect for what
correct.
He did.
I do.
But we just informed you about these documents. And
that doesn't change anything. This has to do with me and God. God teaches us in the Bible. He talks about forgiveness. He also talks about revenge. Not for me to seek. God will take care of it. Karma, I believe in it. It's very unfortunate that this other child decided to make a bad choice that's going to affect him for the rest of his life. I have compassion for every human being. This is not, I want to make this very clear. This is not a race issue. This is not a black and white issue.
It's most definitely one now.
I don't want someone stepping up on the soapbox trying to politicize this.
They already
did. I don't appreciate some of the remarks I've seen online that people say there was this fight and they don't know. They weren't there. I know the truth. So unless you were there, unless you saw it, don't spread gossip.
Just to ask you this one question, like I had mentioned, the self-defense argument made by the suspect. What's your reaction to that if that's used in court or used?
As a defense attorney, they're going to try every avenue. That's their job. The truth will come out. There were too many people that were there that saw what happened. My own son told me what happened. There was never a punch even thrown. So I don't care. There was never a phone broken. We've never had contact with this individual ever.
So there you go. They don't know each other.
I don't appreciate all the gossip and all the mistruths that people are speaking at this moment.
Is that shocking to hear or read, or at least hear from me, say that that's what he told police after that moment?
No, what do you expect? If you're caught, the best thing you're gonna do is try to lie your way out of it. Now, I'm not saying he's a liar, but the truth and the facts, justice will prevail. It has nothing to do with me.
I want to talk about the charity that the public has really shown, and obviously the complete wrapping of arms. I know that's some phrases that you always hear about when we talk about these situations, but you guys set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have really come to the aid of your family.
I am overwhelmed. I had no idea the response that this generated. And my hope was to bring awareness so this tragedy doesn't happen to another family. I don't want a parent to go through the pain I have to go through. Money will never bring my son back, but I have to take care of what's left. And I have support of my friends, my family, my neighbors, the community, people I don't even know, my co-workers, everyone. We had
the
a
Proud
vigil last
Boys
night at the church. It was full. It holds 1,700
Thank you for the
people.
gift. Thank you.
Impromptu. It was the most moving, touching thing I could ever feel. This is about human compassion. The world needs more kind people. If you can't find one, be one.
All right, so that was words from Austin's father, guys. His dad basically spoke out on this whole entire situation. Matter of fact, we have another one with him basically speaking on it. I'm gonna show Carmelo's family too. While we wait on the sentencing, guys, here goes another one from Austin Metcalf's dad.
As far as you know, the events of this morning, what happened? How did you get the call? How did you figure out what happened to your son?
Well, it started with a call from his football coach who was not at the track meet and said, I think Austin has been stabbed. And I said, where at? And he said, Kupendal Stadium. I said, I'm on my way. So I drove up there, went through a load of police officers, and was able to see my son on the gurney with a huge hole and blood all over him, and they were pumping him. He wasn't breathing, and his eyes were rolled back in his head. So I had to find his brother. They're twins. And I found Hunter and tried to get him under control as best we could. And then I loaded him up in my car and we drove to the hospital as quickly as possible. And we waited. And when the doctors came in,
sad guys,
didn't make it. It was tough. My son took it extremely hard. I'm still in shock, to be honest. I mean, I'm numb. So it really hasn't hit me. And I don't believe any parent should ever have to bury their child. And I pray that, maybe there's changes made as far as security or things like that. And maybe we can learn from this and try to turn a tragedy into something positive to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else's child. I don't want parents to feel like I feel today. So I've already forgiven the person who stabbed him. God's going to take care of everything. God's taking care of my son. I kissed him. When I kissed him goodbye for the last time, I told him it's not goodbye. It's see you later.
Prayers for the Metcalf family, guys.
I just have to trust in God and my faith to pull us through. I don't understand his plan. We're all subject to trial and tribulations. God didn't say life was going to be fair or wasn't going to be hard, but he said he'll always be beside you and never leave your side. So we're going to lean deep into our faith. There's a vigil tonight at our church at 7 o'clock. I will be attending also. The outpouring of students and coaches and friends and family that showed up at the hospital immediately. It was just shows the way my son touched people's lives. He was voted team MVP of the football team this year. He carried a 4.0. He was on National Honor Society. He's ranked in the top 50 of the state in his position. He's having D1 colleges contact him. He had a great life ahead of him. And to be taken away, it's such a tragedy. I mean, I can't even tell you how I feel because I don't know how I feel. I feel numb at the moment. Yeah. I just hope that this doesn't happen to any other parent and their child. But I do hope for justice. Because this is unacceptable.
And the fact that, someone was immediately taken into custody, they know who did this, they are charging him with murder. I mean, how does that make you feel, that police immediately got this person?
First of all, I feel sorry for that individual because he's now made a mistake that's going to cost him the rest of his life. The hard part that cost me is I lost my son, and his brother was holding him, trying to hold the blood in, and he passed my son.
Sad, guys.
His brother die in his arms. I need a break.
Sad, guys.
Can you tell me a little bit more about Austin, about, you know, his personality?
Austin was a leader. He led the football team. He was voted team MVP by his players and coaches. He played linebacker.
Thank you for the gifts.
Play linebacker. He played inside. His brother plays outside. We were so fortunate this past weekend that me, Hunter, and Austin, we grew up hunting together, and we had matter of fact, the ranch we own, the lease was not renewed, so we could never hunt there again. And we went there for the last weekend. And he said, "Dad, I've never shot a pig before. I want to get a pig this weekend." I said, "Okay." Lord and behold, it's a heck of a story, but he shot his first pig this weekend.
Man, I know Carmelo is spelled with a K, guys. I spelled it right in the title to the people that keep on coming in. Oh, you don't know how to spell his name. Yes, I do. I did not make the thumbnail. Somebody else made it. And we didn't have time to change it before I went on air. So I just left it as is. But in the title, it's most definitely spelled with a K, guys. Come on now.
We all talked, me, him, and Hunter, both. We all talked about these are memories that you take forever. After I'm gone, you can tell your kids about, well, your grandfather and I, we were hunting and we stalked and it took 2 hours, but we got this. I got my first pig, and he was so excited. And I'm so fortunate to be able to spend that weekend, not knowing it was the last weekend I'll ever spend with him.
And he also was on the track and field team?
Also was, football was his pride and joy. He was working on track to increase the speed. Matter of fact, he's already dropped this 40 times. He was telling me about how he's dropped it. He's going to drop it some more. And he was an amazing, dedicated athlete. And by the outpouring of his friends and family that showed up immediately at the hospital, goes to show how he impacted other people's lives.
Shout out to Ottawa for that 5.
For me,
he says,
I was diagnosed with cancer at 9 years.
He says Carmelo should have left his hair alone. Should have left his hair alone. That fade didn't help him in court. All right. Shout out to you, my guy.
And I was not supposed to live. And God blessed me because he knew I needed to be a father for these 2 boys. My 2 boys is what my life lived. I lived my life for my children. That was my why to keep fighting. And I'm cancer free. So God had a plan for me. So I was able to watch and be blessed so much. But having both my sons are amazing. My other son is just crushed. And I feel for him now, and he'll never be the same. None of us will. Grief, we all go through it, but the thing about grief is you don't get over it. You just learn to live with it. So, I don't have a choice other than carry on. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure Austin's never forgotten. I'm sure he won't be. He's touched a lot of people's lives. He was a great individual, a leader, an athlete, very smart, 4.0. I couldn't ask for a better son. 2 of them. I couldn't ask. They were my whole life. And for it to be taken away so senselessly, when this guy was just sitting in Ron's spot and they asked him to move, and he winds up stabbing my son in the heart and killing him. It's unfortunate, but he's gonna have to answer to those consequences. And I hope justice is served.
Yeah, is that and I know Hunter probably everything happened so quickly.
This is Austin Metcalf's dad, guys, basically saying how he feels about this whole situation. This is when it was fresh, guys. He said he forgives Carmelo.
No contact with this person ever before,
but justice has to be served.
I know firsthand. I wasn't there, But I talked to my son, and everything, I know exactly how it all transpired. It was a multi-Frisco High School track meet. Many high schools were there. It started to rain, and they have their own little tent for memorial, and they were sitting there, and someone was behind them mouthing off, and he turned around and said, "Who are you?" And he said, "I'm Mello." He said, "Well, you don't belong here. You don't go to memorial." He had a Centennial tracksuit on, and he said, "You need to leave. This ain't your spot." And
all right, guys. So this is the dad's version of events from what he knows. Whether he's seen the video or not, I don't know. But this is his version of events, guys. You know what I'm saying? And maybe this is, I'm just saying this is the father and the son's version of events of what happened.
And someone was behind him mouthing off, and he turned around and said, "Who are you?" And he said, "I'm Mello." He said, "Well, you don't belong here. You don't go to memorial." He had a Centennial tracksuit on, and he said, "You need to leave. This ain't your spot." And some words were discussed. I'm not going to say on camera but he asked him to leave and basically said, "Make me." And then he wound up stabbing him in the heart and killing him. All over someone sitting in the wrong spot at a track meet. Now, I don't blame his parents. I don't blame him. But they all will suffer too.
Wow.
For their family. Because now their son will probably wind up in prison and learn that he killed someone. And he devastated and took my son that I can never get back. It's unfortunate for everyone involved. And I just hope it doesn't happen to anyone else. This world, there need to be changes, and it starts at home. So I don't know. I'm not judging. I'm just happen to say that try to be kind in this world. And if you can't be kind, find someone who is.
Oh my gosh, Jeff. I mean,
sad, guys.
Is there anything else that you want people to know about Austin? You want people to know how he'll be remembered?
Thank you for the gift.
Anything else that you haven't shared?
I mean, it's hard right now. My thoughts are all over the place, to be honest. I mean, there's so many great things about him. I could probably sit here for 3 hours and go on and on and on. But he was a great friend. He was a leader. He was well respected in school by his teammates, by his coaches, by his friends. His girlfriend came up to me and said, "You know what? He talks about you a lot, and he loved you, and he treated me with great respect." And he goes, "You taught him that." He was going to turn out to be a great individual and impact this world with positivity. So he was on the right track. He was doing everything right. I was so proud to have 2 sons, not just him, but 2 sons that do the exact same thing. My other son, Hunter's like, "Dad, I can't go on because Austin always had my back." So I know. And when I kissed his forehead today, as his body was cold, I ran my fingers through his hair.
Oh, wow.
I told him it's not goodbye. It's see you later. I'll join you at some point too, son. You just beat me to this place. So you keep an eye on me up there. Put in a good word for me. We'll meet again. Yep. It's the only thing that's keeping me together. Otherwise, I'd be in a rubber room right now. So all I can do is pray. I don't understand it, but I have to live through it, and I have to still be here for my other son. So my journey's not done. It just took a really bad detour today that I'll probably never get over. I'll live with it the rest of my life. And I sure as hell don't want any other parent to feel the way that I feel today. Because when I got the call, I was scared, but I was hoping like he stabbed in the stomach. It's not gonna be that big a deal, surgery, as long as he's okay. When I saw him, I knew it wasn't good. And then when his brother told me, "Dad, I tried to hold the wound till the blood, but there was too much. And he died in my arms." It's tragic. I don't know what else to really say.
How can the community best help you right now? Help you and your family right now? Is it thoughts and prayers? Is there a GoFundMe? How can they help you?
I hadn't even thought about that. That's a good idea. GoFundMe. I'll probably have someone set that up, and prayers. I believe I'm heavy in faith, and we just pray that this doesn't happen again to someone else. Unfortunately, I get to be the example, but we have to try to turn negatives into positives. And he was a great kid, and he impacted a lot of lives. I'll never forget him, and neither will a lot of other people. So, community-wise, talk to your kids, teach your kids. It all starts at home. I know this world has changed. I'm old school. It's a different world. It's unfortunate, but we all have to evolve. And if we all don't come together, black, white, yellow, brown, I don't care. It's all about human beings. We got to care about each other. We got to be kind to each other. You need to show compassion, show empathy, not anger, not rage. Teach your kids the right from wrong. And pray to God this doesn't happen to yours.
No. Do you have any questions for Jeff? No. Jeff, anything else you'd like to share?
Sad situation, guys. Very sad situation. Indeed, man. You hear from Austin's father. He most definitely had a lot of hurt in his heart as well, guys. Yeah, it's very emotional for both sides. Hold on. Let's get Carmelo's family up here as well. We most definitely gotta be fair, guys. Hold on. Let's let them speak as well, man. It's Carmelo's mother and father, guys.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Hayes. I am the mother of Carmelo Anthony. 3 years ago, my family moved to Narc.
And that's why I say it's sad on both ends, guys. Y'all heard the hurt in Austin's dad's voice when speaking on his son, and you most definitely can hear the hurt in Carmelo's mom's and dad's voice when speaking on their son, man. Very tragic situation, man. Very tragic.
Texas, searching for a better life. Like so many other families, we wanted to give our children the future we did not have. My husband worked hard every single day to provide for us, to make sure we're in the best financial position possible. As a stay-at-home mom, I made it my life's mission to ensure our children are loved, nurtured, and supported every step of the way. In wake of this tragic incident, our family has been under attack. Whatever you think what happened between Carmelo and the Metcalf boys, my 3 younger children, my husband, and I didn't do anything to deserve to be threatened, harassed, and lied about. The lies and false accusations that have been said about us, especially over the past week, has been overwhelming. The lies and their amplification put my family in danger, as well as everyone in our community, everyone involved in the investigation, from the police, the attorneys, and the court staff. Our address and my husband's previous employer's address has been put on all social media platforms. My husband had to take a leave of absence because he's afraid what may happen to our family.
This is Carmelo's mom and dad.
His mental health is deteriorating day by day. We have endured death threats. My 13-year-old daughter is afraid to sleep in her own bedroom because she's fearful of what may happen to her. And let me be clear, the claims that were used about the public donation to buy a home or anything else are completely false. We have not received a single dime from the Give, Send, Go fundraiser. And the co-founder has stated that clearly. In the reality, we were just notified yesterday that we could begin to withdraw funds. And it still takes several days to receive those funds once a request is made. I don't know why we are being targeted and discriminated against before a fair trial. Our son deserves the same rights under the law that everyone is afforded to. He's been raised in a 2-parent home with structure, stability, love, and we put God first in everything that we do. We believe in the Constitution. We believe in the laws of this state, but those laws must apply to all of us, not just some of us. To be clear, we will not speak publicly about specific details of what happened under the tent on that rainy and awful day. There's an active investigation that everyone involved wants to be full and fair. We believe in the legal process, and that is where the truth will come out. To the family who experienced the loss, my heart truly goes out to you. To those who have supported my family,
thank you for the gift.
Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We ask for your continued support, patience, and prayers as we navigate this difficult process. Thank you.
All right, so we heard from Carmelo's mom. Well, you know, we heard from the mom, guys. Hold on real quick. Yeah, let's go over here to some live coverage and see what's going on outside of the courthouse, man. Sad on both sides, just like I said, man. Very devastating situation as we await this sentencing.
Found Anthony guilty of murder for the 2025 track meet stabbing death of Austin Metcalf. That jury now deciding on how much time Anthony will spend in prison. Even before the verdict, we saw some tense moments outside the courthouse between demonstrators. And with all the attention on this case, we saw a large law enforcement presence too. Our team coverage of the trial begins right now on Fox 4 News at 6.
Here for you, the news leader, Fox 4.
Hello, everyone. I'm Steve Eager. After a little less than 3 hours, a Collin County jury found Carmelo Anthony guilty of murder for the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf. Anthony now faces a sentence of 5 to 99 years in prison. The jury is deciding that number right now. We've got crews inside and outside the courtroom, as well as in our Dallas newsroom, keeping tabs on all of today's developments. Fox 4's Alex Boyer, who's been covering this trial since the very beginning, starts our coverage tonight from McKinney. Alex.
Hey, Stephen, to your point, we do know now that the jury is trying to determine
thank you for the gift
sentence for Carmelo Anthony. No telling just how late they could go tonight. I'm going to step out of the way to give you a live look at how the scene looks right now. You got that vantage point from Sky 4, and as you talked about at the top of the newscast, Steve, you know, we did see that large presence of folks out here along with law enforcement when that verdict came down. You can see right now a little bit of a calmer situation. Lots of folks have kind of sought refuge in their cars since it's very hot and humid out here. While we wait to see if there is a sentence, I can tell you, you can see a handful of law enforcement.
Make sure you guys are subscribing to the channel, man. Subscribe to the channel.
Waiting again to see if a sentence will be handed down tonight or if this will go into tomorrow. So again, as you mentioned, this has been an all-day affair with some quick developments. I can tell you that the crowd began gathering here first thing this morning, as they have been since last Monday when this all started with jury selection. Then the jury got the case just before 11 a.m. after hearing those closing arguments, each side given 35 minutes. Those jury deliberations pretty quick, over 3 hours or some 3 hours later, we heard that there was a verdict. We found out that the jury found Carmelo Anthony guilty of murder. That is when the crowd then kind of began to form, and they lined up here in front of the barricades and also began to some chant. Some were live streaming on their phones. Others were using a loudspeaker to pray. So I did hear from one guy here who says that, you know, he's been here since the beginning. He says he doesn't know anybody involved in this case, but it's just something that has always stuck with him since this incident happened over a year ago, which is why he wanted to be here today and be a part of history in his words. So he is waiting to see what happens, just like the rest of us. Again, Judge Roach will have the ultimate say as to how late this jury wants to go. But if the jury informs him that they think that they are close in reaching a decision, I'm sure he will honor that and allow them to stay, because as we know, this jury has been ordered that they will be sequestered until a sentence is ultimately reached. Steve, as you mentioned, there's a wide range there for murder, ranging from 5 years to 99 years. Of course, both families now waiting to hear exactly what that decision is.
Yeah, homing in on that number, that years of the sentence is probably what's taking them time. And yes, you're right. They want to get home to their families, so we'll see how that plays in as well. Alex, thank you very much. We also have Fox 4's Amelia Jones at the Collin County Courthouse in McKinney. She is also in the middle of a...
We're on sentence watch, guys. We're waiting on the sentence to come through.
Well, Steve, I echo what Alex was saying, as we have seen the crowd kind of disperse. Some people head to their cars, take refuge from the heat here. There were a lot of lawn chairs laid out, people taking refuge under the trees in the shade and just in smaller groups talking amongst themselves. But then we've seen more people show up to the Collin County Courthouse parking lot, get out and kind of come to the scene and see what's going on and talk with people. As the crowd has been out here, at one point we did see groups of larger people kind of gather together, a lot of them with their cell phones, as Alex mentioned, a lot of people live streaming reaction from the verdict and just reaction as we wait for the jury to hand down that sentence here. So some people were talking to some cell phones and larger crowds here, but it is quieter. There's no longer loud music playing. Nobody is on a loudspeaker, and there are no chants. That's different than what we heard before the verdict and then in those moments right after that verdict came down. And so I did speak to people after the guilty verdict was issued, and I spoke to a man who lives here in McKinney. He was not a part of the public who was in the courtroom and heard testimony over these last few days, but he remembers the case from April 2025, and he says he really just wanted to be here to hear what that verdict was going to be. And he told me that there really are no winners in this case.
I just tell people this, man, is until you've been in this situation, you don't know how anybody's feeling. You know what I'm saying? And it's not, this is a no-win situation on either side. You know, you have a child that is not going to be here anymore. God bless his family. And to the family who's going through this situation with their son, it's unfortunate.
A very unfortunate situation.
Laura Brown, who is inside the courtroom right now, from what she is saying with the public information officer, who has really been the liaison between the media and the court here, victim impact statements will be read after the jury issues that sentence. So that might be the first time that we get a chance to, hear from the players here. We do know that Austin Metcalf's twin brother, Hunter Metcalf, is here inside the courtroom for the first time of this trial. And so while we wait for that, other people are out here kind of talking amongst themselves. Again, just kind of wondering what the jurors are deliberating, how those deliberations are going. We know that this case has become racially charged, in large part
it is most definitely racially
rumors,
charged,
misinformation, and speculation that has spread online. And I will say, as I've been out here for the last few hours, I have heard some racially charged comments here. Some people very upset with the verdict. Others saying that they believe justice was served. We know Carmelo Anthony supporters out here have been dressed in purple, and we've seen quite a bit of purple out here. We know they have been here every morning throughout the day of this trial. And for those that I spoke to, they said that they wanted to be here for this sentence. They wanted to be here for the entirety of the trial. And even one of his supporters told me they wanted to support the youth, meaning 19-year-old Anthony in this case. But then you obviously have the other side, and there are several signs out here that say justice for Austin, and those supporters echoing that they want to stay out here and see the sentence, and as Alex mentioned, possibly hear from any of those families. So while we wait, we will be here monitoring the crowd, and of course bring you any updates as we get them. But for now, Steve, I will send things back to you in the studio.
Okay, very good. Amelia Jones, thank you. Fox 4 Sean Rabb is in our digital studio.
Man,
All right, Sean, we've heard a number like the courthouse has prepared for things to go to 11 p.m. After 11 p.m. we do this, before 11 p.m. we do that. So they're expecting maybe to be there till 11. I don't know what you're thinking at this point about how long it might take, but these things, the sentencing can be more complicated than the verdict, can't it? Often?
Yeah, the sentencing can be much more complicated than the verdict. There were 12 jurors, 6 alternates, a total of 11 women. And so some of the people on that jury are mothers, right? And it could be very difficult for them to wrestle with the decision that they're being asked to make. And what they're being asked to make is to send Carmelo Anthony away for a long, long time, to hand down, Bill Worski said, a lengthy sentence to send a message that this community will not accept, take, or tolerate senseless violence. It's one thing to have the evidence lead you to a guilty verdict. I think it's another when now you're asked to assign years to a life. And so it could very well be that they debate and deliberate this part of the trial longer than it took for guilt or innocence, less than 3 hours on guilt or innocence. And so we could see punishment, longer than that. And again, we don't know for sure, but we could. We're about an hour and a half now, about 90 minutes into punishment now, maybe a little past that. They started at 4:37, so 5:37 was an hour, 6:08 or so now. So, a little past an hour and a half, but they're trying to come up with a number. And that part is going to be difficult for them. For the families, I imagine there's still a lot of anxiety on both sides, because certainly you have one family who are hoping that justice doesn't stop with just a guilty verdict, but that a sentence that echoes through the years. And then you have another family who are praying for mercy. You had Kayla Hayes, the mother of Carmelo Anthony. She was the only witness during the punishment phase to take the stand, literally pleading with the jurors for mercy for her son through her tears. And so the two extremes of emotions, the two extremes of hopes and desires of the heart sit in rooms waiting now for jurors to make their decision. It's still a tough night for all involved, and it could go open-ended till 11 o'clock or so tonight. It could, but they could end up in the next 30 minutes. We'll just have to wait and see.
You mentioned Carmelo Anthony's mother testified. That was the one witness. And then Worski, I read the question he asked, just one question, is like, but you still get to.
So Carmelo's mom testified today.
Powerful too.
Yeah. And very powerful. And then you walk away and you leave the jurors with that impression, right? You let that sink in. So, and they've got a lot that they've got to sink in, absorb, and make a decision on tonight.
Yeah. All right. Sean Rabb, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Fox 4 is committed to keeping you up to date on this case.
So we find out that this thing could go all the way to 11 o'clock, guys. I think they're waiting basically on some of those people outside to thin out before they actually, deliver this verdict, to keep down some of the confusion. Let's go here. You know what I'm saying? For more. This is what the defense presented yesterday. Let's go here.
The jury will soon decide the fate of the former track athlete.
We already know he was found guilty. Hold up. We're on sentence
It's been
watch.
a very interesting thing, Chris, but it was definitely a surprising moment that they rested, pretty early. We expected this trial to go through Friday or Saturday, which it still could. We don't know how long those deliberations could be, but here we are on Monday, just the fourth day of testimony, and both sides have already rested.
Yeah, I think it was roughly 21 witnesses for the prosecution, and it was over
he
2.5
did not.
days that they
We
presented
watching
their
it. We
case, and then
watching
you have
live.
A total of 6
let's go ahead and
witnesses
get you up out of
for
here
the
because you
defense.
just came over here and lied that fast. Let's get this guy that I just highlighted. He got life, 40-42. Let's go ahead and deport him. He's over here spreading misinformation. That is not true. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and deport him, moderators. Let's get him up out of here.
Sir, walk us through kind of these final witnesses and what they mean for the defense in this case.
Yeah, again, 3 witnesses here, Chris. The police officer is really short. It was only 10 or 15 minutes. And the point that he pretty much made is that it is not illegal to carry a 5.5 or below a 5.5 inch blade knife into a stadium. While it might be, against school policy, it's not criminally illegal. The blade has to be less than 5.5 inches, though. So he pointed that out, and that was pretty much the crux of his testimony. But one of the witnesses today, Chris, one of those athletes who was there, was testifying, of course, about the rain. Everything we've heard about this rain, and as part of the defense narrative as to why Carmelo was under that tent, trying to get out of the rain, which makes sense. He talked about when the rain started, him, Carmelo, and like 2 or 3 other students went to the dugout, a baseball dugout that's right behind the stadium to get out of the rain. He said they were only there for a few minutes before a coach came and told them they couldn't hang out.
That's most
there.
definitely what it is. We've been waiting to hear too long to be playing with him.
Says that
Tell him
coach,
again,
on a 4x1 relay, told them to start warming up. And so they all go there, him, Carmelo, and everybody else go down to the field to start warming up. And he says, they're doing their thing, stretching out, running up and down the tracks, just warming their legs up and everything. And then he says he sees Carmelo go up into the stands. And, him and Carmelo, he knows him. He's known him for a while. That's, his friend on the track team, a teammate. And then he says he's out there warming up, and he starts hearing some sort of commotion under the memorial tent. And so he says, he's not quite sure what was going on. Was it, people that knew each other horsing around? Was it, a fight about to break out? He just wasn't sure, but it was loud enough and enough commotion to be concerned. And then he eventually saw Carmelo, and he described it as, sort of being kind of surrounded in his initial police report, as a police interrogation, the answers he gave police once this happened. He described it as Carmelo as being surrounded. So he walks us through how he was walking towards the bleachers from the grass, about the 40-yard line. He said he was on towards the bleachers just to see what was going on. He's turning back to see if his teammates are realizing what's going on. And then he sees, a bunch of students scatter. That was his testimony. And that was, of course, the moment that the—
Yes, it is, Elaine.
Now, under cross-examination, the prosecutor hopped up and it showed that surveillance video yet again. And he kind of challenged what the kid was saying. The surveillance video had all kinds of angles. We have the angle on what happened, and then we have the angle that we actually saw of where this kid was on the field warming up. And they're playing the video, and it gets to the point, and the prosecutor literally goes, boom, this is the stabbing right here, and then he paused it. And then it shows the kid another collection of runners not walking towards the stadium. So pretty much challenging what the kid had said. And then he talked about how he had interviewed the kid, weeks before pre-trial. And he said when he showed him that video, the kid agrees that, some of his—
Yeah, there was a lot of people that was saying that the kids were up on the stand changing up their stories. I most definitely heard that reported. I'm going to say allegedly, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, most definitely heard it.
Line up. Some of them were just plain wrong. And the kid agreed to that on the stand. So that was very interesting. And then, of course, on redirect, the defense comes back and says, well, if I told you that, the timestamps of these 2 angles of the video did match up, you would have no idea of that. And the kid obviously, agreed to that. He's like, I don't know about the timestamps, but that came up earlier in the trial because they said the syncs were off a few seconds. So that's something that the jury is going to have to weigh here, Chris. But, that was the most powerful moment to me today, as far as this student testifying his account, the prosecutor, challenging that account, but then the defense coming back and being like, well, this might be a couple of seconds off anyway.
Yeah. And you go back to that video because it's surveillance video, right? From kind of perched up on the top of the stands of this football stadium. I know you've seen it. It hasn't been released to the public. And it like at the time that it was presented, which I think was on the first day of this trial by the state, like we were talking about it not being the most like compelling video because you don't really see a lot. But here we are so many days later. And that is something that for someone who could be a very important witness to the defense, prosecutors were able to pull that video up once again that the jury's already familiar with and actually point this.
I want to see that video, guys. I want to see that video.
That he actually maybe didn't see things the way
I don't know if they'll ever release it, but I most definitely want to see that video.
Absolutely. And to your point, Chris, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the video. It looks very grainy, like a gas station video because it's very wide angle. And when you zoom in, you're going to lose quality. You can kind of make out what's going on, but it still is not the best quality video to be presenting. But at the same time, there are identifiable characters that the prosecution has made very known that they have talked about this weeks before this trial. So they've walked through, this student understood, and not only this student, but other students as well, have walked through the key players. And then we have the forensic video analyst on the first day that, had the different characters spotlighted in the video. So they made sense of what was really going on. But yeah, you would imagine, Chris, it seems like the prosecution had a better relationship with one of the defense's witnesses. So it's a very interesting thing to see play out and then have the defense case end this abruptly.
Yeah, and now they head into closing arguments, and you kind of step back and you think, like, what is the defense of this case? And like one of the questions that we've talked about, and it's come up a lot, is like, why does he have a knife at a track meet? And it seems like, just based off this police officer, and I believe if the blade was 5.5 inches or more, then that would be a weapon you're not allowed to have. The blade in this situation, I think, was 3.5 inches. And it seems like, just from this testimony, that the argument about, it's not necessarily like, oh, well, he had a blade at a track meet, and most people have said that they don't think that a blade should be at a track meet. It's more a question of,
there was a lot going on about this blade. They said that that the police officer testified it had to be like 5 inches to be illegal, and the defense basically said, hey, man, it was 3.5, so there was nothing illegal about the knife besides he had it at school.
It's not really illegal to have it in his bag.
Yeah, that's the ultimate question. But the thing about it, Chris, and we talked about this previously, it was never addressed as to why it was there. I mean, they could have thrown out, maybe he liked to camp. Maybe he had a job outside of work to where, he lawfully had a knife on him. They did not even address that, which I thought was a major loss for the defense. Tell us why this knife was there. We know he used it. We know he made a terrible mistake and it ended in this horrible tragedy. But I felt like addressing why the knife was even there would have been, beneficial to them. But they, of course, missed that opportunity here. And, all that officer did was pretty much say it's not criminal to have a knife that's under 5.5 inches. So, again, he was only on the stand for a few minutes, Chris.
Yes, if you didn't know, they most definitely found Carmelo. Hold on. They most definitely found him guilty. He was found guilty of murder, my guy. And now we're waiting on the sentencing. Right now, he's facing from 5 to 99, or if they hit him with a crime of passion, then he gets 2 to 20, guys. But right now, we're in the sentencing phase. Yes, KAMELO was found guilty of murder, guys.
I don't know how much that impacted the jury, how they're going to, take that into deliberations, but here we are. They're going to have that case tomorrow.
I know we talked early on in the state's case, and there was some very emotional testimony, it seems, when the state was presenting their case. I mean, to just think of the body cam video that was shown, the 911 calls that were made. I know you were sitting behind Austin Metcalf's family, his father, but you also saw some emotion on the jury early on in this trial. Mm-hmm. How did it seem the jury was doing today, and really even since Saturday when we talked, when you think about just how the defense presented their case? Like, what type of impact did it appear? And I know it can be subjective when we talk about body language and what's actually going on in someone's mind, right? But what did it appear that the jury, how they were taking in the defense's case?
So, Chris, we haven't really seen much, visible emotion from the jury since when we talked previously, when they were, seeing the body cam. They weren't even that emotional, or at least I expect them to be more emotional.
Well, it may not be per se crime of passion, but most definitely something with passion off in it. Something with, I forget the exact title that they called it, but it's most definitely something about some passion. You know what I'm saying? To where they were saying that he maybe just reacted right then without thinking, and it wasn't premeditated. If they take whatever the passion thing is, then he faces 2 to 20 years. KAMELO does.
Photos of Austin Metcalf on the autopsy table. They saw 2 photos of him on the table. Then they saw 2 photos of his heart actually removed from his body as the medical examiner was explaining, the injuries and the severity of those injuries.
Okay.
But since
they called it sudden passion, but hey, a crime of passion, sudden passion, whatever, you know what I'm saying? It's all in the act of, a right then type of thing, not something that you planned out. It just kind of happened.
They've just been very focused. It seems like they're laser focused on everything that the prosecution and the defense are presenting, both narratives. No matter what the narrative is on either side, they're really laser focused. Like, I look at them, I look across the courtroom to see, what the vibe is among, what the aura is, the atmosphere within the courtroom. But since then, for the past couple of days, Chris, they've just been very honed in, very serious, very stoic, just taking all the information in, which rightfully so, because this is a child's liberty at stake here, of course. Of course, we have a victim here that's no longer coming back. We have, again, a 17-year-old's liberty here at stake, a sad thing all around. So they want to take all the information in to make the most educated, fair decision that they possibly can, of course.
And I know you talked about just how stoic Carmelo Anthony seemed, that his family seemed throughout the entire trial. Just as his family was going back into the courtroom, was there any sense of emotion that you got from his family, maybe today in the courtroom as well?
I did not, Chris. It's been the same story for the past 4 days. Today's day 4 of testimony, and again, very serious, very stoic. It's of course, it's a grave situation that they're dealing with. Their son could go away forever. I mean, Carmelo was a son. Carmelo was a brother. That's their son. That he has loved ones as well, and they're taking in all these these allegations against him just as in real time. So, but I'm looking over at them as they're walking back in that courtroom, and they were just also very serious walking back in. I looked at them when we finally got back in after that hour and 45-minute break, still sitting over there, father's arm around the mother, just, taking it all in. And then the defense, of course, rested, and then everyone left. We went back in for maybe a collective 5 minutes. So I'm sure, they're dealing with the gravity of what's really going on. Again, like you said, subjective. We don't know what's going on in people's minds. I'm sure there's all kinds of mental gymnastics going through their minds as well that may not be presenting outwardly. But again, they're sitting there just stone-faced, just taking it all in like everyone else.
Yeah, and we'll see what the closing arguments are, for the defense, how they really present his side to the story, even though he won't be testifying himself. One thing I was thinking of today, just kind of like going through the notes, is just how many people on the state side of it bluntly said in court that they did not believe that this was self-defense. And then you look at some of the defense witnesses, and I didn't get a sense of even people who had testified that, they saw commotion and all of this, and maybe they even witnessed this push and thought it was a forceful push from Austin Metcalf. I don't know if there was ever a witness and that looked to the jury and kind of similarly on the defense's side said that they believed that this was self-defense.
No, there was not one. 100% of these student eyewitnesses all said, one, they didn't think anything was going to happen. Two, all of them said the prosecutions, and actually, oddly enough, Chris, one of the witnesses on Saturday, one of the defense's witnesses, also said they felt Carmelo was in the wrong. And the thing about that witness, Chris, they got up there, they put him on the stand, and the defense attorney said,
wow,
we haven't talked before. We only talked for 2 minutes outside here in this hallway before you got on. And that was interesting to me because, there's a lot of that goes into witness preparation, especially with a trial with this high magnitude and tension as this one. So I thought that was very peculiar. And then so they walk through the situation, and then the prosecution comes up there. And the prosecutor's like, so we've talked more than 2 minutes. In fact, I was texting your father last night. So this would have been last Friday night. So it was odd to me that it seemed as if the prosecution had a better relationship with one of the defense's witnesses. And then that defense's witness, again, said that he still believed that Carmelo was in the wrong. This is in Saturday's testimony. So I haven't heard any testimony from any of these students there so far that, spoke in favor of Carmelo, which is, I expected going into this, maybe half and half, maybe 5 or 6 would say, yeah, Carmelo was being an instigator. And then another couple would say, Austin was being an instigator, which there have been some that said both of them, frustrations were rising. We know how young boys get with the hormones and competitive sports and all that. So we've had some of that too, but no one's really said that this was self-defense. All of them have said that they don't see it as self-defense.
And I wonder too, because there was this, the tent culture. I mean, we've learned over the last 4 days a lot about how track meets work in Texas. And, the defense has people who say like, it's okay to go under a tent. And then you have the prosecution, which said, at track meets, it's really uncommon for an athlete to go under another team's tent. And then you have, it seems like there was a variety of answers when it comes to how strong the push was from Austin Metcalf. But then it feels like we get to that point where this stabbing took place, and it didn't seem like for the defense either that we really had a witness that was able to look and exactly see what happened kind of within that moment. That may be what matters more than anything else in this entire trial.
Yeah, and the thing about it, Chris, that moment, all of the witnesses said it happened so fast. They saw, scuffles going on, but they took it as, nothing's not going to happen. If anything, Austin will push him and he'll push him back. And then before they knew it, they didn't know somebody was stabbed until Austin lifted up his shirt and they described it as a hole in his chest. So, I mean, they might not have seen the moment. It seems like the way they describe it was in the blink of an eye. But all of them have described it as, something was going on,
And that's what I was saying, man. You could throw your whole life away in the blink of an eye, man. One wrong decision could cost you majorly. And that's what happened with Carmelo Anthony, man. As well as Austin. It's sad on each side, like I said, man. Very tragic situation, man. A tragic tale, man. For real.
Emotions were running high, but, they said they weren't really scared. you know, they've seen, you know, boys talk trash to each other before. They've seen this kind of, you know, competitive nature come out. And then all of a sudden, you know, this horrendous act happens that takes the life of Austin Metcalf. So, and it happened just like that. It's by the way they testified. So maybe they just didn't see it, Chris. But, you know, there's nothing there that, again, from witness testimony that pointed toward that this was actually self-defense based on their accounts.
Yeah, and I just think too of how chaotic this moment was, because, you know, for us in hindsight, we can break down, and that's what this trial is about, like breaking down every step of what led up to this happening and what happened after it, with Carmelo allegedly throwing the knife and running away. And then, you know, the question of whether or not this was all self-defense. But it just seems like from the variety of accounts from both state and defense witnesses about what happened, it just speaks to how chaotic all of this was, because it just happened so quickly. Not to put you on the spot, but I just think of these jurors now. And when they get into that jury room, they're going to be going through what they heard, you know, these 27 total witnesses that they heard from both sides over the past 4 days. Yeah. Like, as you kind of think back to what you took in over the past 4 days, like, what are some of the big moments that stand out to you that the jury might have at their front of mind?
Chris, the moment that still stands out to me was from day one. I believe we talked about it a few days ago, and that's when I saw the jury get emotional, is when that coach that testified, who was also a 14-year
for the gift.
Iraq veteran, who has seen carnage, who has seen death, who did 3 tours in Iraq. He was the coach, and he was one of the ones that, you know, ran over and took his jacket off and started, you know, doing the compressions and putting pressure on the wounds. And, you know, he was on the ground doing the compressions. We had another coach on the phone calling 911, to which they played that 911 call. But that coach that was the veteran said he's heard the death rattle before. When somebody stops breathing and in their life or their body does one last ditch effort to bring oxygen to their brain to try to save their life. And that's what we've heard, you know, on shows and movies and stuff as the death rattle. It's a different kind of breath, you know, your last breaths. And so he said that Austin was not breathing anymore. The coach on the phone is telling 911 that. And then you hear in the 911 call, that coach on the phone says, "Oh, he's breathing again. He's breathing again." But then the coach on the stand was saying, you know, me being the war veteran, have seen people die before. I knew those were those types of last breaths, but I just didn't say anything because I didn't want to ruin, you know, the hope that was surrounding. Because of course it was a bad thing, but they wanted this kid to live, you know, his friends and the coaches around him. But that was the most emotionally impactful thing. And that's when he gave that testimony. They played the 911 call, and that's when I looked up and saw the jury, a few of them wiping some tears from the eyes with their Kleenex. So I'm sure they're going to take that into consideration. Obviously, you know, pulling at the heartstrings when they go back into those deliberations as they, you know, weigh the facts of this, but there's the human part of it as well.
Yeah, and as they walk through it, you know, I think that there's still that question of, you know, a knife and a fist fight. And when it comes to self-defense laws in Texas, it appears difficult to, you know, if you're the one who has the weapon, to argue self-defense. But we'll see in a closing argument what Carmelo's attorney is able to do in presenting his case. Good point. Last one for you, Cody. And I know Austin Metcalf's family has been in the courtroom throughout this trial. His dad was someone who did some very emotional interviews. You can't imagine what that family has been going through. And then even you had the medical examiner, I think on Saturday, last time we talked, who just kind of urged the family to get out of the courtroom because that was going to be incredibly graphic testimony. Was the Metcalf family there today? Like, what did you take away from just how they're doing now, day 4, after hearing all of this incredibly emotional testimony?
It's kind of the same old story, Chris. You know, they're sitting there, and it was less emotional today because there wasn't much they haven't heard already. You know, there were still moments where Jeff would, you know, put his head down and just kind of, you know, shake his head a little bit, you know, hearing, you know, about the last moments of his son. But today was a little less emotional because not as many witnesses, not as much, you know, gruesome testimony about, you know, with the medical examiner. They weren't in the room for the medical examiner testimony as well. The prosecutor advised that they leave the room, which they did. But same vibe here today, Chris. They're sitting there taking it all in. Of course, arms are around each other. I'm sure, you know, obviously a very emotional time for them. So we'll see how it plays out once those closing arguments get underway tomorrow morning.
And they'll get underway tomorrow morning, and then we'll wait to see what the jury decides. Court TV's Cody Thomas, who has been in the courtroom for the Carmelo Anthony murder trial through the 4 days of testimony. Thanks for being with us.
Absolutely, Chris. Happy to do it. Thanks for having me.
All right, so we find out, you know, a little bit of what took place yesterday, guys, within this whole situation, because we are on sentence watch right now, guys. Let's go to some live coverage and see if they reached sentence yet, guys. Let's see what's going on. Make sure if you have not, you take time to double tap that screen or click the 3 dots in the right hand corner, guys, and hit the thumbs up. Double tapping your screen on a mobile device is how you hit it. If you're on a mobile device, that's how you hit the like button. Or you can click those 3 dots in the right hand corner and hit that thumbs up. If you have not done so, make sure that you subscribe to the channel, man, so you don't miss nothing when everything news goes live, guys. Let's go here.
Happened today in the trial of Carmelo Anthony. The 19-year-old defendant was found guilty of murder for the stabbing and killing of Austin Metcalf in 2025. The crime happened
Thank you for
at a
that
high school
gift.
track meet in Frisco, and now the jury is focused on the sentencing phase, asked to decide with a punishment range of 5 to 99 years or life in prison. Anthony could receive a punishment on the lighter side if the jury follows the defense attorney's suggestion that the crime was an act of sudden passion.
Thank you.
Team coverage tonight.
Sudden passion.
Alex Boyer. Alex.
Thank you for the gift.
Hey, Steve, and my colleague Lori Brown has been inside of the courtroom the entire time. So she's been providing updates as to what's happening there. And we just learned from her that the jury has requested dinner, which is a good indication.
They did
that
what?
The jury is really hoping to get this wrapped up today.
They done requested dinner. I mean, I need dinner.
Night. Hopefully, in their mind, I would imagine they want to be able to.
They going to dinner, y'all.
Sentence this evening, because if not, the judge
The
ordered
jury
that
went
they
to
will be
dinner.
sequestered. So within the last half hour, again, they did indicate that they wanted dinner, which means that they plan to work at least for the next few hours. Now, I want you to take a live look at what the scene currently looks like here. Much different than it looked like shortly after that verdict came back. You can see a couple of officers here, kind of at a casual stance. They've been out here throughout the afternoon, just keeping an eye on the crowd and the situation.
We know the
making sure
verdict
that
is
things
in. We're
continue
waiting on the
to run
sentence.
smoothly as they have been. You can also see that there is some people who
We
are
know
out
he's
here,
guilty. We're
just
waiting
kind of
on the
keeping an eye
sentence.
out to see if there is indeed a decision reached by this jury on a sentencing for Carmelo Anthony. I can tell you that when word got out that there was a verdict, again, kind of the opposite effect. The crowd really began to gather here on the steps near the courthouse. Over a dozen law enforcement officers were here, along with those officers that I pointed out to earlier, separating the crowd from the steps of the courthouse. I can tell you from my vantage point, though, it really seemed like most people seemed to abide by the officers' orders to really stay on this side of the barricade.
Thank you for the gift.
Now, what was interesting was when the crowd learned that Carmelo Anthony had been found guilty of murder, I heard just a couple audible gasps and moans. I think many people were still trying to digest what happened. Again, I mentioned earlier that I heard a woman yell out loud, "Let's stay together." I think really trying to tell the crowd to stay unified and to remain calm, which is what they have been doing this afternoon. Again, people have been starting to disperse a little. Keep in mind, it has been a very hot and humid afternoon. A lot of people out here for hours all day. So not a good gauge at this point as to how many people may have just gone to their cars or may have left. I can tell you, at looking at the parking lot behind me, I would say 90% of the parking spots are still taken. So still a lot of interest in seeing exactly what that jury is able to decide on a sentence. Again, whether that will be this evening or if not tomorrow. Back to you.
Okay, Alex, thanks for your work this afternoon. Appreciate it. We also
They
have
live
Mary
outside
Jones
the courthouse, guys. We learned the jury just
With
went
her
to go
observations so far
to
this
eat dinner,
evening.
guys.
Steve, I want to talk about an interaction that I just saw off to my left here. Some people have a cooler and they're handing out water bottles. It is really hot and humid out here. And I saw people kind of gesturing, shaking hands, introducing themselves to each other. I even saw one of the Collin County Sheriff deputies come up to the cooler and shake hands with some of the people. Some of them I recognize have been here all afternoon since before that verdict came back. And the deputy shook their hand and just said thank you. And from what I could overhear, thanking them for keeping things calm. There has been no tension between law enforcement and supporters gathered out here. I am hearing, though, kind of some yelling over here to my right side. Just kind of some commotion as I'm talking to you right now, Steve. It looks like someone has their cell phone out here in the group, and that's what we've seen a lot of.
Either way, they finna eat, dog. Don't come in here playing with me, boy. I get you up out of here fast. I am not in the mood to be playing with you. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna bring them food in. Either way, they finna eat. You know what I'm saying? Either way, whether they leaving, whether they took a break, whatever it is, they getting food.
People streaming live on various social media platforms throughout the day. People have kind of left the parking lot, then other people have showed up, and it looks like that person is videotaping or live streaming, perhaps, just kind of sharing some reaction to that guilty verdict. Okay, and looks like we are getting some tension between people out here, again, just kind of sharing their reactions.
Well, let's get you right up out of here.
And this is kind of
we gonna 86 you. You talking about 63? Really, I got an 86 for you, Patrick. Let's get Patrick up out of here. He got deported.
Kind of the polite coming together gesture, gratitude over to my left, and then some tension sparking over onto my right side here. I'm not really sure. I wasn't able to fully hear what the two people were kind of arguing about, but I do know that somebody over to the crowd to my right was upset, and then the man in the pink tie with the white jacket was videotaping with his cell phone. So again, tension still a little bit high as people might just be hearing the news or feeling the need to want to come out here to the courthouse as we are waiting for the jury to hand down that sentence. As Alex mentioned, we know the jury.
Hey, let me tell y'all something. We is not finna be in here being racist, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's slow down on the chicken jokes and all of that, because I eat chicken. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, what that mean? I thought everybody ate chicken. Where I live at, it's a lot of white people that eat chicken too. They love chicken just as well as the black people. So I don't know what let's slow down.
Decided that they were going to order dinner, so we are going to be monitoring things here, and of course keep you updated as to what we are hearing. Okay, back to you.
Yeah, even Asian people eat chicken. You know what I'm saying? You ever went to the Chinese restaurant? They cook wings and everything. I'm just saying, man. Let's lay off the chicken jokes.
All right, Amelia Jones, thanks for hanging in there. Keep us posted. Fox Force Sean Rabb is in our digital studio. All right, so we knew after they reached the verdict in about 3 hours, you got on the air really quickly and started delivering that news to our viewers, and now it's a wait for the sentence that could take easily 3 hours, but we never know. I think the word we're getting, Sean, let me see if I'm surmising it. I don't think they want to stay over. They don't
orange
want
chicken, tonight, sesame chicken, auto chicken. Everybody eat chicken. Let's stop the cap.
Do this with care.
Thank you, my mother's keeper.
I don't think they want to be there tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think anybody
and thank you for that coin,
right? Mm-hmm. In a hotel without their family and folks they can't talk to even. So they have ordered dinner. It's 2 hours now. Well, at 6:37, it will be 2 hours. 1 minute, it'll be 2 hours since the jury retired to begin to decide the punishment part of this trial. And so, yes, they've ordered dinner.
You don't eat chicken in Elaine? Oh, you losing, Elaine. You better get you a piece of chicken,
and so
girl.
we could have a decision sometimes after they finish eating. That could happen. And I think that, Bill Werski is asking for a lengthy sentence, 40 years and beyond is what he is looking for, and pressing this jury on putting the community safety on them, and in fact said as much to them about making their community safe and sending a message that this community won't tolerate senseless violence. The young man would be eligible for parole, but he would have to serve either half of his sentence or 30 years, whichever, I guess.
Let's go, Marty.
So we'll see what happens.
Man, everybody eat chicken. Let's stop the cap.
I believe later tonight. I just think they're going to work through dinner. I think they're still working, because now you're asking people, give me a number. It's one thing to say guilty. Now it's another thing for you to decide how long someone will be confined for their crime. And because when this happened, there's no criminal history. All of that comes into play.
Let's go, Georgia in the building. What's up,
nothing for the
Elaine?
jury
Make
to
sure you
weigh
subscribe.
in terms of bad acts in the past to help them make their decision.
Everybody subscribe.
What they have to go on is what happened in 2025, the horrible event that took place, the unbelievable event that took place, that took a life.
I've been deporting people for lying.
To within minutes to police. That was all captured on body camera. And so now
the punishment phase for this started at 4:37 this afternoon, and we can tell you the jury at 6:15 tonight ordered dinner. So
let's get
had said they could go earlier.
Zero, I'm gonna keep you right here. You might be getting ready to take a trip. We finna see.
They are gonna go that late, or if they're gonna have dinner and then come out with
what you say is in.
So there was lunch today.
Citizen is not in.
They came back with the verdict of the guilt and innocence phase.
We finna deport you, sir.
Possible that same thing could happen.
We finna deport you, Zero.
Dinners. They work through dinner.
Yeah.
And then
moderators go ahead and deport him. He came over here with misinformation.
How many years will be assessed between now and 9 o'clock even, or later.
And they did bring their clothes with them, so they could be sequestered if need be.
Right. That's another level of pressure, psychological pressure on a juror. You're away from home, can't talk to your family members, you're in a hotel room, and all of us have traveled. The first night you're in a hotel, you don't sleep well anyway. And now you're in a hotel room and you don't want to really be there. And the weight of this decision that is yet to be made is on you as you struggle with that overnight. And you're only supposed to deliberate when you're in the jury room. So you go to the hotel, but you can't talk to the other jurors about this case.
Yeah, they doing both in the same day. Right now we on sentence watch.
Social media.
They already found him guilty. We just looking to see how much time he gonna get.
If it's sudden passion, then is it 5 years, 20 years?
20 years could be the maximum on the sudden passion.
But if not sudden passion, it could be 5 to 99.
It could be life. It could be the upper end of that 5 to 99 years. And so maybe they're arguing or disagreeing or struggling to answer the question, do they find sudden passion or not? The prosecutors, Bill Worski, said this is not sudden passion. You can't find sudden passion. Basically, he said this is not sudden passion. This is murder, and life sentences have already been handed out, and you need to give a long sentence, show that we don't tolerate senseless violence here in Collin County. There's a lot at stake here.
Definitely. And Sean, as we take a look outside the courthouse, this case has gone international, it's gone national. We've seen people streaming, we've seen opinions on both sides, but we have not seen any violence today.
Though we have seen this evening, one man arrested and a woman at least detained, taken in, set in the back of a squad car. Whether she is ultimately arrested or not, we don't know. This is the first, and that man, we saw him as Amelia Jones was doing her live shot. He had on a white shirt, there he is, white shirt, pink tie suspenders. With his cell phone up. And I don't know what happened, what he said or who he said it to, if he touched someone. At this point, we see him standing around, sheriff's deputies around him. And then later we see those same sheriff's deputies taking him into custody.
And handcuffs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, somebody done went to jail out there.
A woman who was taken into custody, but we don't really know the circumstances of that yet.
We don't know the circumstances of that, but we do know that this man was in fact arrested, and we saw him handcuffed and led away. And so this is stuff that you really don't want to see, and for people who are there, you want people to have the right to show up and express themselves. That's what we do in this country. But you don't want to see these kinds of confrontations or brushing up against people that end up with you being taken into custody. There you can see the
right there.
Tensions were very high outside of that courthouse, guys,
he's
today.
getting some help to put cuffs on him and take him in. We don't know yet. We don't yet know why that happened.
We've seen people on both sides with signs, with posters, who agreed with the verdict, who disagree with the verdict. We've seen people who were very emotional and literally in each other's faces, but respecting the physical space.
Right. And we've heard a lot of language today. You can call it colorful language or angry language. We've heard a lot of language today. But again, we hadn't seen anyone get arrested until this evening. And so tensions are still high. You know, people are dug in on this. There's two camps out there. There are two camps, and they don't agree, and they're not even listening to each other.
Yeah.
Really.
Right now, we've got Dion Anglin, who is outside the courthouse. Dion.
So we're waiting on the sentence, guys.
Hi there, Clarice. Sean, definitely a mix of people and a mix of reactions. And we have definitely seen the pendulum swinging back and forth here outside the courthouse in Collin County. Just a mix of folks who at one point may seem like they are laid back and somewhat calm. And then the next we see a tense situation and a spillover. As you mentioned, someone was arrested just a few minutes ago. I don't know if you can pan. I can.
Lord, somebody done went to jail, guys.
See the situation unfolding behind me here. This is a little spillover from that arrest that was made, and you said that one other person was detained. I got here at the courthouse about an hour and a half after the verdict, the guilty verdict, came down, and it was a little bit tense. But
I believe it. It is racially charged out there, guys.
For a couple of hours, and there was even moments where, like I think Amelia described to you earlier, we saw people sharing bottles of water and that kind of thing. But all it takes, I guess, is the wrong mix of rhetoric to be uttered by someone, and then for someone to take exception with that, and then you have a confrontation or a situation like you see behind us here. There are a lot of folks with their cell phones, a lot of people recording, and then there are some who are engaged in or interacting with one another, of course, in disagreement about this case, about the verdict, and about some topics that really stray from the verdict. And of course, we are now waiting for the sentencing for Carmelo Anthony. You were talking about how we don't know how long this jury is going to be allowed to deliberate tonight. We really don't know if we're looking at a set amount of time tonight where they will be told that they'll have to retire for the evening and come back tomorrow, or whether we're going to be staying very late and waiting for a decision on the sentence here. So, of course, we've been saying all along, no cameras allowed in this courtroom, but the reporters and journalists have been able to use a mix of cell phones and laptops to get that information from the courtroom. And we are, of course, poised and paying attention, waiting for every bit of information. Our Lori Brown is inside the courtroom, of course, or she has been all day, and now
88
waiting period for the sentencing to
Ballin, tell me.
It's enough.
88 and Ratchet. Ratchet done messed around and went to jail. 88 was the woman that was put in the back of the car. I'm guessing. Let me know down there, Ballin. Who was that? Who was in the middle of it? Let me know. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost 80% sure. You know what I'm saying? It might be 8 that was part of that.
Out here now, a mix of people and reactions. Of course, the emotions are high, and the tenseness of the situation is something that we're keeping very close watch on. And I'll send it back to you all.
Let's go, Ballin. Lord, I knew it.
Lori Brown, who is in the courtroom, that the verdict should be arriving around 7:10, so that's about 2 minutes away, and people will be arriving in the courtroom. So we could be, Sean, very, very close to hearing what the punishment.
Okay, she didn't get in trouble. Okay.
Yeah, kind of like the pattern we saw earlier today. They had lunch. They worked through lunch. They came in. dinner. They worked at
Sound
dinner,
about right.
and apparently they're coming back. So anytime between 7:10 and say 7:30, 7:40, 7:50, 8 o'clock, everybody's got to get back to the courtroom. We've got to assemble, reassemble. We're going to know how long Carmelo Anthony will spend in prison.
And Amelia Jones tweeted that they're going to lock the doors to the courthouse at 7:15. So
locking
this
the
process
doors.
is underway right now.
Well, I heard you talking about that earlier, and that's exactly right. We've seen that play out in a lot of different trials. Jury will go to dinner, and then on the way back from dinner, perhaps they already, they have an idea of the decision on this, and so that's good news to hear. And it's also very good so that we can pay close attention out here, because as we know, when the sentence
Slim, that's what we're talking about.
Is made public, then there could be a lot that's happening out here.
Are there people speaking now, Dion, as you stand there and report with us? Are there people speaking, or a crowd gathering at the steps of the courthouse?
Yeah, there's still some interaction going on, and I'm the best I can describe it now is that people are just trying to get their points across. They're kind of yelling, and like there's a woman now who has like a little microphone, and she's it's an amplified microphone, so
that grab the attention of the news,
shouting out some things that she feels like people should hear from her and be aware of. I can't even really make out what she's saying, but she's got some folks who are clapping and kind of encouraging her, and then others who are just there with their their devices, their cell phones, and just kind of recording her. But it is,
I don't know, Mother
a situation that is
Put this out there. There's a guy there in a white t-shirt, and yes, Texas is a right to carry state right there, and yet he's
got a pistol on his waist.
In this environment where the tension is high,
it could get crazy at any second.
Let people see what you have on your hips, where people in this particular instance, in my opinion, only.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, it's very, it's giving that you need to keep your head on a swivel.
Right.
And so that's basically the posture, at least that I am in. And, and although he has a firearm on his waistband, he's smiling, he's talking with someone, and they're is seemingly, lightheartedly talking about something. But, right next to him is a woman who is kind of shouting, and she's very frustrated about whatever it is she's, trying to get across to the folks here. So it is, it's a mix of emotions that definitely warrants our paying close attention to what's going on out here.
Right. Yeah, definitely. We want everybody to keep their cool. Everybody's got opinions. They're expressing that. You've got the right to do that, but we want to make sure everybody stays safe while they are in front of that court.
So it's 7:12 now, 12 minutes past 7 o'clock. Last word from our Lori Brown, who's been steadfast in that courthouse.
Yes, she has.
Has stayed in that courtroom, is that the verdict is in, reportedly. People returning to the courtroom at 7:10, which was a couple of minutes past. So we expect to hear from Lori Brown as soon as she has more information to update us.
And right now we've got Bree West, who's on the line. She's a criminal defense attorney. Bree, you've been watching this all day. Thanks for joining us. We could be hearing
this key one attorney, guys.
Very soon.
Ballin, this key one attorney.
Yeah, I think it's
Bree West.
This is a tough case for this entire community. Carmelo Anthony found guilty of murdering the victim in this case, the victim's family, sort of accepting that verdict, understanding that verdict, Carmelo Anthony's family accepting
this key one lawyer, guys, for anybody that knows the Mo 3 case.
This is really tough.
So we had Toby Shook and Bree West. No, she just okay. My bad. No,
tonight we are waiting.
Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Punishment. We are waiting for the length of that punishment. Certainly, Bill Werski has said this is not sudden passion. The jurors obviously said
This
no
is
to the idea
Keywan
of
White's
self-defense.
attorney.
Bill Werski has said, send a lengthy sentence, send a message that we will not tolerate senseless violence in this community. That sounds like 40 years plus is what he's hoping this jury will return with.
I spelled it right in the
You know, I think that
in my
having
title.
done criminal defense
This was a
and being
rush
prosecutor sort of
thumbnail.
for combined
It'll be
17
okay.
years in certainly in Dallas County as a neighboring county to Collin County, times are changing. I think that there was a period of time where communities would understand the facts of this case as tragic, but also would be able to listen to the facts and the evidence and render, I think, an appropriate sentence and appropriate verdict. I think many people believed that there was a tremendous amount of evidence related to a reckless act on the part of Carmelo Anthony, and therefore likely that the jury would have come back with a manslaughter. I think that would have obviously capped Carmelo Anthony at a 20-year sentence. I
don't come with misinformation,
this
guys.
Community is going to sentence a 19-year-old kid who is very young. His brain is not fully developed to a 40.
I don't see that anywhere else.
Sentence. I think that that's exactly what the district attorney's office may be asking for, may be hoping for, may have argued for. However, I think that there is something to be said for redemption, rehabilitation, which would look like a much shorter sentence.
The fact that Carmelo Anthony's mother.
All right, hold on. Let's stop. Hold up. Hold on. We got something going. They have reached the verdict, guys. I mean the sentence. Let me get to it. Hold on. Hold on. You can hear it through there. There is a sentence, guys.
Under these circumstances, these facts, and so it doesn't surprise me that they would maybe take a little bit longer in determining that.
Hold up. Here we go.
Charge in the punishment charge, which the jury's going to be able to consider that, and if they decide that there was sudden passion and that Carmelo Anthony didn't act with cool reflection, then they would be able to lower that range of punishment to 2 to 20.
Tanya, we've covered a lot of these. I mean, we've long time ago stopped guessing what a jury might do. Honestly, this trial went a lot quicker. The verdicts came a lot faster than we were anticipating. We were expecting to be here at least until Saturday. So how surprising.
Here we go, guys.
It's getting done in one day.
I'm really shocked. I was surprised when they rested. I fully expected we would be going through this coming Saturday. It seems like, and from talking to the experts, that a decision was made from both sides to make this a fairly straightforward trial. In terms of what's happening inside that courtroom. Now, what's happening outside that courtroom is a different story. But inside that courtroom, it seems like
the verdict is in, guys.
Some decision, or there was some, because there was other things that they probably could have brought in, and they just didn't.
I mean, the sentence is in.
That Bill Werski, the lead prosecutor in this case, an assistant DA here in Collin County, and Toby Shook, a defense attorney for Carmelo Anthony, have practiced together. They have done many trials together. In fact, the Kaufman County DA murders, they were the special prosecutors, so they've worked very closely together, and so they were very amicable in the courtroom. And both of them are extremely well, they're really good litigators, both of them. So
They're professionals. They are trial attorneys to the court. I mean, that's what they do. They're very good.
The sentence is in, guys.
In this case, you had some of the best attorneys.
Double tap that screen. Get the lights up. I stayed with you the whole time, guys.
Really, really good attorneys. And they tried their case. And I think, like you said, maybe decided.
Subscribe to the channel if you are new, guys.
There's a lot of noise outside. We need to keep this to what this case is and not get amped up or tied up in the outside stuff.
Yeah, and Jobin was reading to us, Teresa.
Thank you for the gift.
The statements and closing arguments that Bill Werski, and
thank you guys for the gifts. Thank y'all.
The defense attorney were making Mike Howard, and at one point, I think Bill Werski turned to the jurors and said, you know, I know that what you're going to contemplate the sentence, but there are people here that have gotten a life sentence, and he named each of the Metcalf family that was sitting there. And Hunter Metcalf was in the audience for the first time, in the gallery for the first time this entire trial for the reading of these verdicts. And now I think we're going to go to Jason.
Actually, Rebecca.
I'm sorry, Teresa. We're coming back to you. Sorry.
I'll take no.
Hey,
no worries.
Alicia.
I'll take it, and we're going to come right back to you guys. But I do want to say I'm monitoring Jobin's dispatches. You've talked about Jobin Puneker. He's inside the courtroom. He's really been the eyes and ears throughout this trial because we are not allowed to have any sort of video recorders or audio recorders in there. And so Jobin has been, you know, giving us these instant dispatches from what's going on. And he tells us right now that Austin Metcalf's family is now inside the courtroom. He says Carmelo Anthony's grandmother is there along with some family friends.
All right, so the sentence is in, guys. We're finna see how much time he gets.
Speakers when they do get to the victim impact part of all of this. So we're going to keep monitoring Jobin's dispatches. But I do want to take a couple of seconds to just describe what's been happening outside of the courthouse. We've been giving you a live picture from our chopper overhead. And this has kind of been the scene all afternoon long. And I know I'm just dipping in here at the end of all of this, but Rebecca, you've been here since the beginning, and you have seen just this constant presence of a crowd and just the heated emotions surrounding all of this. What does the energy feel like to you at this moment versus what
The
it felt
sentence
like
is in,
throughout
guys.
this
Any
trial?
second, they're
It
going to
feels
tell us
more
how much
tense
time
just looking at it from a
Carmelo
distance.
gets,
What does
guys.
it
Make
feel
sure
like
you're double
there on the
tapping that
ground?
screen or your mobile device,
Yes,
or
for
click
sure.
the
We
three
have
dots in the
a
right
scene
hand corner.
from
Hit that thumbs up.
a little while ago. We
Subscribe
had
if you are
a
new,
sheriff's
guys.
deputy car come racing by us, and they people were shouting and screaming, and they went over there, and 2 people were detained. You're right. At the beginning, during jury selection on the first day, there were some clashes between people, and then it sort of calmed down throughout the trial. And then all of a sudden, when we heard that there were going to be closing arguments today, then the crowds picked up. But what you have here, Teresa, there are a lot of people from this community that were here, but they were praying or they were showing their support for either family. And then what predominantly you have now, the clashes you are seeing are people that are not from Texas, most of them. They're not from Collin County, and they are intentionally race baiting each other and shouting slurs at one another. And the sheriff's deputies have allowed them to do that. A lot of, Tanya, talk a little bit about this, some of the de-escalation training that they have, and why you don't see you see a lot of presence, but not like a militarized type force here.
Well, I think what the Collin County Sheriff's Department has done is they've done a great job of trying to keep these different groups separated. They're attempting to allow people to exercise their constitutional rights, but also do it in a respectful way. And we've periodically we've seen large groups of them come up, and they're making sure that they keep this crowd calm. You know, one of the things I want to bring up, it just came into my mind, was that earlier, you know, we had gotten word that there was a verdict, right? And we had gotten word what the verdict was. And you remember 30 seconds later, people heard it, saw it on their phones, and there was that audible, visceral reaction.
Sentence to come down any second, guys. Sentence to be said any second, guys. Make sure you guys are double tapping that screen. Get the likes up. We've been here the whole time. About 5 hours in. You most definitely deserve a like. You know, if nothing else, give us a like, guys. Subscribe to the channel if you're new.
Never seen anything like this, have you?
Never seen anything like this.
Yeah, we don't do racism in the chat. You will be deported.
You don't see this. It is a rare occurrence, and like Tanya said, I mean, hats off to Collin County Sheriff's deputies. They're handling this as well as you would expect that professionals would, but they're doing a really good job keeping this.
Let's get Ruby up out of here. Ruby wants to be deported, moderators. Get Ruby,
come within a certain amount of feet from the courthouse.
Ruby, whatever the name is. Get it up out of here. Shout out to the gifts. Thank you. Let's get Ruby up out of here. Ruby, well, I'll let you
No
down.
one can get inside the courthouse now. It is locked down except for the
Oh, wrong person just got here trying to
that
get
have already
Ruby.
been pre-screened, Teresa.
I do know,
Oh, I got the
again,
right
just
person.
monitoring
Okay.
what Jobin is telling us, he says that Carmelo Anthony has now entered the courtroom. He is sitting with his defense attorneys, Mike Howard and Toby Shook. And Jobin also says that Mike Howard has his hand on Carmelo Anthony as we are awaiting for the jury to return. I do want to talk also a little bit about sudden passion. I know that you guys have been on the air for many hours and you've gone through this, but there might be some viewers who are just now tuning into us here on WFAA Plus as we await this sentence. So maybe Rebecca, Tanya, Keith, if you guys could just describe what it means that the jury could consider sudden passion in this case.
So a jury would have to put themselves in Carmelo Anthony's
Thank you for the
shoes
gift.
and determine whether or not a reasonable person would lack the time to have cool reflection.
Keep it respectful, guys. Keep it respectful.
In a situation like this. And if they don't feel that a
Thank
reasonable
you.
person would have time for cool reflection, then they would find sudden passion. If they do think a reasonable person would have time to coolly reflect on it, then they wouldn't find sudden passion, and then they would be stuck with the punishment range from the 5 to 99 years.
And when they were going through voir dire, when they were individually questioning the jurors, Teresa, and they were going through jury selection, they did talk about this, and they told the jury, think about it this way. You walk in and someone is attacking your child or your wife and you kill them in heat of the moment. Those are some of the examples that the jury was hearing. Is that correct,
That's right.
Keith?
That's usually the examples that we'll give in voir dire. Those situations where you have your kids being attacked by someone, you walk in on a spouse that's cheating on you, and you snap and you cause harm to them. So you don't have time for cool reflection, and that's what you do. And if the jury finds that a reasonable person in this situation would have done that, then they would find that there's sudden passion. If they don't, then they're going to say we don't find sudden passion, and then they're going to sentence to the regular.
We're on the road to 64K, guys. We're currently at 63,894 subscribers, guys. We most definitely need everybody who can subscribe to the channel, man. Can we get to 64K? We at 63,894 subscribers, guys. We need a few more, y'all. You know what I'm saying? To subscribe to the channel.
Bring everybody up to speed that Jobin is telling us that the jury is now entering the courtroom.
The jury is coming in, guys.
Short amount of time. The verdict form has now been handed to the bailiff and then on to the judge. And so in just a couple of moments, we should get word on exactly what the jury's decision is. And then, as you said, we are expecting to have victim impact.
We need 99 more subscribers. Subscribe, guys.
Right now,
the jury is in the building.
A lot of
I'm gonna be quiet.
A lot of emotion, but I know that the judge throughout this process has been instructing everyone to hold those emotions in, and so we are just awaiting word from the judge and from the jury on exactly what their decision is in this sentencing phase. Okay, I just got an alert from Jobin that says no sudden passion.
Okay. So they'll be deliberating 5 to 99, and I can tell.
They going from 5 to 99, guys. No crime, no sudden passion.
The sentence in this case is 35 years, and that is what Jobin is telling us, that it is a 35-year sentence.
35 years.
So
they just gave him 35 years, guys. 35. Carmelo Anthony guilty of murder and received a sentence of 35 years, guys. 35.
He's going to have to do at least
35
of his time. So 17 and a half years in prison.
Wow.
Doesn't even look at his file to consider for parole. It doesn't mean that he's going to automatically get parole, but they cannot consider
35
him
years,
for 17 and a
guys.
half years. He will get time for any credit that he's been in.
35 years
towards that sentence.
Are you surprised by the number of years? I mean, what do you think went into that calculus in terms of coming up with that?
You know, I don't know really what went into the calculus. I mean, part of you thinks, you know, if Mr. Metcalf was 17 and a half, maybe they multiplied
35 years, guys.
You know, there's really no rhyme or reason a lot of times with jurors on what they decide or what they come up with. I mean, I do think it's a significant punishment for the defendant by the jury for sure.
Yeah, they definitely sent a message with that. That verdict,
35
Teresa,
years,
and
guys.
we are again expecting impact statements. This is the first time since there has been a gag order that perhaps we might hear from Hunter. He has been not been in the courtroom because his family says, family friends that I've been talking to throughout the
35 years, guys.
extremely emotional. He watched his twin brother get murdered in front of him, and he just wasn't able to come to court, and he was a potential witness, but he was in there, and we might hear from him. We're not sure who we're going to hear from. We'll wait for Jobin's notes, and then we are
35 years.
Yeah, so Jobin's latest
Look around.
dispatch
I know
says
it's
the jury
something
has been
going on around
excused,
here.
and the judge has thanked
35
them
years.
for their service, and he does say that they are taking a recess. So I don't know if that means that those victim impact statements, they're just going to take a moment, take a breath, and then come back and do those, or if those maybe
Thank you for the gift.
I don't know exactly what that means. But I do also want to point out, so a 35-year sentence. Carmelo Anthony is 19 years old now. And Keith, I believe you said it would have to be 17 and a half years that would be served. So we're looking at a young man who would be in his mid-30s before he would be potentially even considered to be free again. And that's just an interesting observation, that the age of everyone involved here, still a very tender age when you consider that they are in their late teens.
And Teresa, sometimes when they take a recess and
35 years, guys.
it's also because they give the attorneys an opportunity if they want to talk to the jury. And sometimes before impact statements, before they completely release the jury. And by the way, sometimes the jury can be allowed back in for the impact statements if they want to hear them. So I'm sure that they're going through all of that. And I suspect that if I were the defense or the prosecutors, I would want to know how they came to this sentencing.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, with juries, sometimes you do and sometimes you don't, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I would assume that at least one side will go talk to them. Maybe both sides go talk to them. They've said what their decision is, and as an attorney, you respect it. You move on with, what's next in the process of what you have to do. I would assume that they're going to be talking to family members as well, saying, hey, there's going to be impact statements. If you can't keep calm, if you can't I want to say hide your emotions, but if
Carmelo Anthony sentenced to
be
35
not
years,
get
guys.
angry and stuff like that.
Yes, he did.
immediately. And I would assume
35.
the judge is going to give everybody in the courtroom that warning as well.
What do you think? There were some key pieces of evidence here. There's the fact that he brought a knife. They never answered the question about why he had a knife at a track meet, although it's not illegal in Texas to carry that size of a blade. It is, you cannot have it at a school function. They didn't answer that. Carmelo didn't take the stand to say this
35 years, guys. Oh, we got stuff going on outside the courtroom. Hold up. Hold on. They come over here. Hold up. There's something going on. Let me see if I can get us in there real quick. Hold up.
And I think for that reason, because that was the decision that was made by the Collin County judges, that
Carmelo Anthony, 35 years, guys.
Move this a little bit more quickly because we can't indefinitely shut down this courthouse, right? We're a gigantic county. There are many, court hearings that have to take place on any given day. And remember, the Collin County courthouse is a courthouse of general jurisdiction, which means that every court in that courthouse hears both criminal and civil cases. There are family law cases that are held there as well. And so you can't shut that down forever. And so I imagine that Judge Roach, in his decision to ask all of the other judges to comply.
It's crazy, guys. It's a lot going on out here. Hold on. Hold on, something just went wrong. Hold on, let me bring it up.
And the crowd kind of keeps gathering. But I do want to bring your attention to those officers who are, as Tanya and Rebecca have been saying, they are allowing people to disagree. They're allowing people to have their say.
This is usually when it gets out of hand, guys.
But they are very
Carmelo Anthony sentenced to
and you can
35
imagine that
years.
if something did escalate to a point where it got physical, you know, that they would potentially step in. But you can see sort of I think there's about 5 Collin County Sheriff's deputies who are surrounding the main part of where it seems like this, I don't know what you would call it, discussion, heated discussion.
This is a live look, guys.
And I know this is exactly the kind of thing that you guys have been seeing over and over and over.
And Teresa, there's more likely also undercover officers in there. They always do that when they know they're going to have crowds. They're watching, they're looking to see if anyone, you know, has a weapon they might pull. Of course, you know, Texas is an open carry state. We have actually seen people with guns strapped to them walking around this parking lot that is perfectly legal in Texas, but they want to make sure that there's nothing happening that is going to put anybody's life in danger. So you can bet that there are undercover officers there. We also saw DPS troopers, and you know, and I know because I've covered so many of these, that they probably have their SWAT team. They're people that if they have to move in, they're not visible, but they are around. I can guarantee you. Don't you agree, Tanya?
Absolutely. And given the reaction that we saw earlier after the murder verdict, I'm not surprised that things are getting heated in this crowd.
So as things stand, guys, before he even can come up for parole, he has to serve half of that 35, guys.
Showing up.
That's what's being reported.
If we don't start seeing more people begin to
He was sentenced to 35. He has to do half before he comes up for parole.
Update from Jobin, who again, WFAA's Jobin Puniker, who has been inside the courtroom because we are not allowed to have cameras or microphones. He's been just letting us know moment by moment what's going on. And he tells us that Carmelo Anthony's parents are not in the courtroom, but his grandmother is, and she has been wiping away her tears. And he says that Carmelo Anthony himself has his head down mostly. So that's what's going on inside the courtroom. And as we said, we just got this sentence, 35 years in prison for Carmelo Anthony. We are awaiting victim impact statements. We believe that will probably begin shortly. We know that the judge has thanked the jury, has told them they can leave. But as you guys have mentioned, there may be a chance that some of those jury members want to stay and want to hear what the Metcalf family might have to say. So that's kind of the latest from what we know is going on inside the courtroom right now. But Rebecca, Tanya, Keith, I know you're right there in the thick of it. And so you can feel these waves of emotion as they swell up. And here I am just kind of dipping in and out based on what I see on our helicopter shot. But as you said, Tanya, wouldn't be a surprise.
Let's check the atmosphere of the people outside of the courthouse, guys. Hold on. Let's go over here. Hold up. Let's go here.
In McKinney for this.
Yes. I mean, it hit obviously the national news. And I just want to make one comment about one of the things that jurors are instructed to do as it relates to assessing punishment. Obviously, it's a standard prosecution argument.
It's a lot going on out there, guys.
This is our community, sort of don't stand for senseless violence or whatever it is in our community. This is where we live and all that. Send a message to, this defendant.
You see the people gathering around the police truck.
Kind of stuff. And that's a
something going on.
Prosecution argument. But the other thing that a jury is also
another angle
is during those jury instructions when they're being read to the jury.
Carmelo Anthony sentenced to 35 years, guys.
They can understand the existence of parole law, but they cannot consider it as they contemplate an appropriate sentence. So in other words, it's interesting to me that it's 35 years. And that half of that, which is what he would be required to serve before he's eligible for parole, is about 17 and a half years. And that is likely the age, right, that Mr. Metcalf was when he passed away. I wonder whether or not that jury, even though they were instructed, they may have taken that into consideration.
I certainly think that's a possibility of the age piece. To me, it seems to be I seem to recall he was that age, 17 for sure, and perhaps very close to 17 and a half.
17 and a
Definitely
half
wanna
years,
hope to hear
guys.
from the jurors. There seems to be
And he's
some
19 years
commotion
old right
here
now.
outside, and we see several
35 year
sheriff's department
sentence, guys.
vehicles and a crowd there. We
Are
don't
they
see.
reacting to this? Is someone speaking about this?
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Yeah,
But
wait a
apparently
minute.
phones are up. Somebody must
Yeah,
be
someone
speaking
is talking.
at this
Who
moment.
is it though?
We can't see who that
It's
person
difficult to see.
is. These extraordinary moments that happen at these times.
There's a lot going on outside of that courthouse, guys. I hear 88. I hear people saying I'm ready to go home.
As you are the attorney, Reed West, first tell us, as the defense attorney, you're talking to your client and their family, or you're preparing to meet the media, or what? Go ahead, Clarice.
Yeah, we see that woman in pink. She's the one who's speaking. Yeah, that they're listening to. And
Okay, let's go here. We can hear. Let's hear what the people outside are saying. Let's go here.
We're not supporting any businesses. I don't want to see us in anybody's business if it's not a black business. We're holding our dollars. We will make them feel what we're feeling today.
Shout out to Smash the Topic, guys.
And that's all I got to say. We're fighting for, anyways, we're fighting for you, Carmelo. We're fighting for you. We're going to get our dollars together. We're going to get our dollars together. We need a better defense team for Carmelo. My name is Miss Selena Charles, and make sure you put MS on that. Purpose for the people. And to be quite honest, it's purpose for black people.
Yeah, it's raw emotions out there, guys. This is outside the courtroom. Carmelo Anthony just got 35 years, guys, and you're getting the raw emotions of people that's been out there protesting for these last couple of days.
If they give him a appeal, I know it's
Oh. Reactions outside the courthouse, guys.
Say, bro, you want some taquitos? No bullshit. I got some taquitos.
No, not right
Yeah,
now.
right now. I'm gonna take some.
No,
Can I take some?
Yeah, man. So this is outside the courthouse, guys. Y'all see the raw emotions. Shout out to you for that gift of the people. This is how they feeling after hearing that Carmelo got 35 years.
That's who helped him. That's who helped him. Philip Haynes, you can look him up.
Take my number. Oh, we'll put your number in and then call yourself. Okay.
Introduce yourself to everybody. Calm down. I know it's emotional. I know it.
I'm pissed off. My name pissed off. My name is pissed the fuck off. That's what it's gonna be right now, y'all. Just give me a moment.
Give her a moment, guys.
35 fucking years.
35, baby. That's cold.
Raw emotions from some of the people outside, man.
35 years. 35 years, and they just let that white. Sorry. They just let that man go in South Carolina, and he chased that boy down. And he got self-defense, but this boy is a pro.
She's gonna say who she is. Give her a second, y'all. She's a lawyer. Oh, so she's gonna tell y'all.
Oh.
Give her a second.
I'm Thelma, the public opinion court.
On IG, she's gonna
On
get on
IG,
y'all
on
ass.
everywhere.
And YouTube.
Legal analyst, all the things.
Very emotional, guys.
Who I'm finna talk about? Cause I'm listen. I'm pissed. I'm pissed that we still have to deal with
these pieces of shit, they wake their white ass up, come get a
Whoa, man, hold on, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, they go to doing too much. Lord, have mercy.
they protect their motherfucking.
Oh, Jesus.
There was not a piece of evidence that proved intent and proved knowingly, but they rigged it in jury selection. That's why we tell us to show up to motherfucking
Lord Jesus.
to get off, because that's what they bank on. At the slaughterhouse, this is no longer Collin County Courthouse. This is the motherfucking slaughterhouse.
Lord.
Reside. But they slaughter us. That judge suffocated the public from this motherfucking.
Man, look.
Because he know it wasn't ethical. He smothered black media for a reason. You see, they picking these white to come up here and tell our story for a reason. That's not reporting. That's selective. They don't know our pain. They don't know they predisposed us to these things because they want to keep us down here. How dare these Negroes? How dare? How dare we defend ourselves from these little domestic? That's what they are. Domestic.
And she's a professional woman. She is upset.
That's it. And he's in custody. He's 35 years. 35 years.
She got the fire in her eyes, guys. She is upset.
Okay. Well, whenever you want to wrap it up, I'll just.
No, what you got something? Because listen,
I was talking about. I was originally talking about the passion thing. Then it went. He rejected that and went straight to 35. So.
I only missed 2 days. Yesterday they turned me around. Last Friday I had
They said they called him back in court after they gave him. They found him not guilty. I mean guilty. Did they call the brother back in court?
Well, he came.
He was there. Yeah,
Hunter
Hunter was there.
So this was.
The dad was really bullying people out there.
But this is what I want to know. Why did it not be manslaughter? What made it not be manslaughter? If the knife was under what it's supposed to be, I thought that's automatic like manslaughter. What?
Let me tell you something.
Talk to. Because people thinking manslaughter.
And I'm gonna be real with y'all. If you white, you may want to mute yourself. They know when they pick an all-white jury, they had 4 white women, 2 Asians,
3 Asians.
Well, it was 2 that made it.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. 1 Indian lady. They had 4 males, 3 that was white. White people are dumb.
No, they're not. Stop.
Follow what them people tell them.
Right.
You see, if we on the jury, this don't sound right. No, you ain't. You trying to sell me? This ain't what the law didn't say this. The white people say, "Oh, he said this." That's how. At them dumbass for a reason. They excluded blacks for a reason because they know that we know how these motherfuckers out of house. So how do you keep us from being on the jury? You exclude us illegally and unconstitutionally. You can't exclude 3 black women just because they are teachers and they ain't teachers at any other schools. There was nothing else that disqualified them. A Batson is when you discriminate and remove a jury based on race, gender, and what's the other one? Race, gender, age. You cannot discriminate. They did that. Clear as day, and the judge denied. That's the fucking bad. That's unconstitutional.
So is it something that can be done to?
Well, it's appealable. It's
it's
appealable.
So this is a question.
Raw emotions,
we all
guys.
want to know.
This is from
With the appeal going through.
Carmelo Anthony
Is
trial.
Carmelo going to jail tonight?
Yes.
Anytime he got found guilty, he was in police custody right then and there.
Well, I just want to
we've
demonstrate.
had
Shout out to Smash the Topic.
A couple of months ago, or last year, it was a white guy who got convicted and had an appeal bond, and he's been out on appeal bond. So it's still hope for an appeals bond, but
Okay, but he still got to go in tonight.
Yeah, he still got to go. Yeah, he was white. He was the white officer.
Was it in Collin County?
No, it wasn't.
It ain't happening in Collin County.
And it was officer.
Yeah.
Y'all keep. I don't want to ask no more about that. Damn.
I'm born and raised in Texas. I've never had this happen, so it's like pretty close. For somebody who feels like there cannot be change, what can we do as a people? I feel like the only time we get together is when stuff like this happens. So, like, how can we make a change?
Vote, elections. See, what a lot of us don't understand is the local elections matter. Your sheriff, your clerk, your DA, your city council, your representative, that matters. It's not fuck the president.
Lord have mercy. No.
They ain't paying.
Yeah, you know what? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're going to let you rock up out of here. You know what I'm saying? You doing too much, man. But at the end of the day, guys, you know, Carmelo found guilty, man. You know what I'm saying? It's sad on both sides, just like I said. You know, both families lost a son, man. You know what I'm saying? Carmelo family lost him. It's most definitely a sad situation, man. This is crazy. 35 years is what they gave him, guys. 35 years. Whew. I didn't see that one coming. I most definitely didn't see that one coming. I thought he might get some probation, and then when they put the passion in there, I thought maybe he might get the 2 to 20. They denied that off the rip, threw that away, you know, and said no. You know, there will be none of that. So Carmelo, 35 years, guys. You know, but hey, you know what I'm saying? It's just it shows you clearly. Hold on, something going on. My thingy messing up. Hold up. All right, hold up. I didn't even mean to put that up there. See, it's just doing what it want to do. This is the one I'm looking for. All right, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, Carmelo Anthony found guilty, guys, and sentenced to 35 years. Tragedy on both sides. You know, both lose a family. I mean, you lose a family member. Both have lost a son. You know, the Metcalf family, as well as Carmelo's family, man. You know, sad situation, like I said, on both sides, man. And no, there's no probation. He got 35 years. He has to serve at least half right now, which is 17 and a half years. He's 19 years old right now. He'll be an older man by the time he gets out, you know. And at least he still has a chance of getting out. You know, the Metcalf family lost their son, and definitely he won't be coming back home, man. You know, so at the end of the day, he still has an appeal. Maybe he'll win his appeal and get out sooner, but as it stands right now, Carmelo Anthony looks to serve 35 years in the penitentiary. And if he makes parole the first time in 17 and a half years, then he has the potential to get out, man. Very racially charged situation. I hope there's no riots over there, man, in McKinney, Texas, man. Prayers for Texas. I am most definitely in Texas. I don't want to see anything bad happen to anybody, man. Shout out to everybody who rocked out with me for these last 6 hours. I hope y'all enjoyed the show. Most definitely subscribe to the channel if you're new. Shout out to anybody that sent a gift. Shout out to anybody that sent a super chat or a super sticker. Shout out to anybody that subscribed. Shout out to my members, guys. I mean, my subscribers, the old ones as well as the new ones. If you're new, welcome to the channel. Most definitely a lot of things on this channel when it comes to news, whatever it is. If it's breaking, I'm on top of it. We most definitely cover them, you know, so make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. We on the road to 64K. We need under 90 subscribers to make it to 64K. So if you're on the fence about joining the channel, man, go ahead and subscribe, man. You know, hit that like button if you have not by double tapping your screen on your mobile device, or click those 3 dots in the right hand corner and hit that thumbs up. That's another way to like the broadcast, man. Shout out to all of my members, my old members as well as my new ones. Memberships are available in the description box. All you have to do is click on it. Most definitely take you to where you need to go in order to get you a membership if you want to support the channel in that way. Shout out to my moderators, man. I most definitely appreciate y'all. I know the day was real hectic. A lot of opinions going through the chat, you know, and I appreciate y'all keeping it running smoothly, man. Shout out to my moderators, man. And until I meet y'all again, man, y'all stay safe. Y'all know how this go. Sidewalk Gang, checking out. I'll catch y'all on the next one, man. Carmelo Anthony gets 35 years, guys, and found guilty of murder, man. Wow.